And I think that depending on where...
Yeah, I hate the soundbite shit. I hate the soundbite shit. It's like, if someone genuinely feels this way, like if someone has legitimate hatred, legitimate Jew hatred in their heart, in their commentary, in their advocacy, you can't, it's not going to be like one thing that you caught. Mehdi asking Fran about you and Mike.
Streamers on their shows. Hasan Piker, we've talked about on this show before, who was regularly attacked.
That's so funny. Hasan Piker, we've talked about this show before. Just say my friend Hasan Piker, Mehdi. I literally was on your other show 5 days ago. Mr. Journalist, I must be impartial, of course. Hasan Piker, who we've talked about on this show before. He's so professional, dude. Dude still has it paywalled. We're dying to see it. Yeah, you just gotta bite the bullet there, you know?
By mainstream media for Democrats going on his show. But you also went on the show of a streamer called Mike from PA, who was caught on tape referring to Jewish ethnicity as invented and demonic. He has since apologized for those remarks, but obviously an outrageous statement. Your campaign responded by condemning anti-Semitism, but also by saying, quote, Fran is willing to go anywhere. If we refuse to show up, those voters will hear only from the right. I'm just wondering, though, as a democratic socialist who's trying to build a coalition and speak to anyone, anywhere, should there be limits on where Democrats are and are not willing to go when it comes to media appearances? Or can Democrats not afford to say no to any?
Wisconsin Republicans Online are telling Republicans to vote for Francesca Hong in the Dem primaries. Oh, it's so awesome. They're doing it. Oh, that's so sick. First of all, they tried to do this. They tried to play this off with like Abdul El Sayed as well. And then very quickly we're like, actually, never mind. Don't do that. And let me tell you something, okay? Let me tell you something. It is going to fail. It is going to fail. It is going to blow up in their faces. It's awesome. Let them try to do the Pied Piper. They don't even realize Donald Trump was the Pied Piper. Donald Trump was presented as the best guy to defeat by Hillary Rodham Clinton and her campaign. Okay? I am telling you right now, Francesca Hong will destroy Tiffany. Okay? Tom Tiffany's got nothing. And these people are boomers as well. The very same boomer mindset that you hear from establishment Democrats who are just like, oh, this is going to be a toss-up if it's Francesca Hong. It's going to be a toss-up. We can't let her be elected as the main candidate. It's going to be a real issue. Those people are wrong. Okay? Those people are wrong. It's that simple. Francesca Hong will destroy Tom Tiffany. I've been telling you, I know for a fact. I know it in my heart. I know it in my soul. Let them underestimate us. Let them underestimate us. Let them think that let them think that they have an easy path to victory. Okay? It's fine. I've been duking it out with pollsters and having this conversation with as many pollsters as possible who legitimately think that Francesca Hong is a toss-up, whereas Mandela Barnes is not. Okay? It's bullshit. They're wrong. They're underestimating the youth voter turnout, and they're underestimating it in the primary right now. They're miscalculating even in the primary, which in the general will be explosive. In the regular midterm elections against the Republican matchup, it is going to be insane. They are undercounting youth voter turnout. Trust. Hasan, you're wrong. Carlos Dixon is the way to go. Shut the fuck up, chatter. Shut up, please. Please stop. It was really funny when it was literally Carlos Dixon in the chat being like, bro, you should really look into this Carlos Dixon guy. Not the Signs guy. Yeah, Carlos Dixon, whose primary opposition is DSA. His Insta goes hard, but a smidge unhinged. Yes, he is completely unhinged. Anyway, let's see what Francesca Hong had to say to Mehdi Hasan. Francesca Hong be like, we're Baltimore Maoists. We critique socialism in order to improve it. That's what she's going to say here. Okay. That's what her answer should be. Honestly, her answer should be, we critique socialism to improve it. Yeah. We critique socialism to improve it. We're Baltimore Maoists.
I think making the assessment in who you are getting your message to, as opposed to how you may be uplifting another platform, the host, the streamer. These are two different assessments. And if every elected official were to be responsible for endorsing or having to answer to what every other host or streamer of a platform that you are going on has said, I think it would get more and more difficult for folks to even hear other ideas, different visions, contradicting opinions. And so how people decide where and who to share their message to, I think that assessment also depends on the individual. There are going to be places where I feel as though I would not be safe. And what are the precautions or the different guardrails that I'm putting up for myself? And
Matthew's trying to take down Mike and socialists. He's gross. Why is he asking these questions? Dude, what are you talking about? No, this is classic dog. This is classic Mehdi Hasan, okay? He is always going to ask these questions as he's always going to ask these questions because these are questions that need answers because mainstream media has turned this into a major issue, right? Calm down. If what Mike from PA said previously, why are Dems allowed to go on Fox? Wait, what?
And my staff, my community by going on a stream. I think for both Mike for PA and with Hasan, they have many, many viewers and listeners who are engaged in political issues. And it's important that, one, we get our message out on what we are trying to build here in Wisconsin, which is permanent affordability and working class people power, but also looking at, are we platforming someone on our platform by going on and sharing this message? And so I think it's an assessment of both the individual it's an assessment of how I feel and where I feel safe. It's an assessment of who the message.
Only critique as a Baltimore Maoist to this is this is too wordy of a defense. Like, I think like tackling the question is good. I think just saying like, look, we got to go to every space. We got to talk to the masses. And that includes people whose opinions I'm sometimes not going to agree with. And that's perfectly valid. That's it.
Just getting to, and whether or not the platform is growing or not.
Appreciate that. People might wonder, would you have gone on that show, the Mike from PA show, had you known about his comments about Jewish people? Like, would you go again?
I was not aware. And I do know that Mike has apologized for those comments. We need additional context. And I think that depending on where...
Yeah, I hate the soundbite shit. I hate the soundbite shit. It's like, if someone genuinely feels this way, like if someone has legitimate hatred, legitimate Jew hatred in their heart, in their commentary, in their advocacy, you can't, it's not going to be like one thing that you caught, okay? Like, it's not going to like accidentally it slipped out, okay? Like, that's not how this works. We talk for hours and hours and hours a day, right? Here we go again. No, it's just ridiculous. I find it ridiculous. Like, the reason why we say Nick Fuentes is a neo-Nazi is not because he one time accidentally slipped up or something. It's because he consistently makes Jew hatred a primary focus of his advocacy. That's not how this works. Okay, the one time someone actually misspeaks, or the one time someone is like, instead of saying Zionism, says like Judaism is a religion or whatever, right? Like, it is very obviously a ridiculous argument that you're trying to lean into, right? Like, we have to be a little bit more adult about this stuff. It's very frustrating. I know in a clip culture universe that we exist in, where we're just like, oh, well, there you go. That clip looks bad. It's bullshit. And it's not even just Mike. It's just myself. It's every single person. We do this to every single person. I don't like it. I don't like it because it's insincere. I don't like it because that's not how human beings operate, right? It's just bullshit. Like, oh, it's spoiled. This person is ruined now. They're impure. They're unclean. And the side that is the thing that is very frustrating about this attitude in general, this is not even a defense of like what Mike has said. He's apologized for it. But the thing that's frustrating to me about this is like, this is a problem for liberals too, because our opposition broadly, if we are against the Republican Party, if we are anti-fascist, if we are the oppositional forces, whether we disagree with one another ideologically or not, doesn't matter. If we are opposing Trumpism, MAGA, reactionary thought, we have to recognize that our opposition does not play by these rules. They do not play by these rules at all. They just say, who gives a shit? Suck my dick. Yeah, I said what I said, and move on. And that is an unnecessary weapon, an unnecessary point of leverage that we give our opposition. Okay? It's very frustrating. Republicans don't apologize. They double down. Liberals, on the other hand, create this like false sense of moral purity around choice quotes. They create this false sense of perfection that doesn't exist in the real world. Okay? It does not exist in the real world. And the same thing goes for disagreements. I mean, this is leftist purity as well. Leftist purity politics is toxic. I oppose it. I yell about it all the time. What do I always say? You're not going to agree with every single thing that I say. It's just not going to happen. Think about loved ones that you have in your life. Do you agree with every single thought? Do you agree with every single take? Do you agree with everything that they've said throughout their lives? Of course not. Of course not. That's not how the world works. Okay? So why is it that the expectation of your, favorite political commentator is that you have to agree with every single thing that they've ever said, and that the expectation from them is that they have to be perfectly pure like a brand. They have to be perfectly pure like a brand, and they have to be infallible. That's impossible. And if one side is demanding infallibility and the other side is not, the side that's not demanding that will always win in the long run. Okay? It's that simple. So I say, don't lean into oppositional framing, and don't cave or capitulate to silly right-wing takes like this. There was apparently a TikTok where someone read one paragraph of Marx and called him sexist. They out here clipping Das Kapital. Yeah, this kind of stuff is toxic, and it's self-defeating, and it's only self-defeating. Liberals use it towards their left flank. Republicans use it towards liberals and their left flank broadly. It only works in one direction. It only works directionally towards the left. And the only reason why it works is because the audience is more receptive to this kind of thing, no matter how cynical it is. I'll give you one example. I'll give you one great example of this. Abdul El-Sayed versus Haley Stevens. Abdul El-Sayed has been called an Islamic terrorist, an Islamic-style woman hater, an aggressive Arab, over and over and over again. He's not electable. He's Muslim. He's too Muslim. It is classic Islamophobia, the idea that this brown guy is scary and hates women, when he has never demonstrated women hatred in any way, shape, or form. Okay? Yet, the critiques of Abdul only work in one direction. They claim he's a misogynist over and over again. Okay? Abdul has even come out and said, we should not focus on, I've seen online people attacking my opposition. They should stop doing that. He didn't take ownership over it, which is fine, but he still recognized it, right? He did the classic Bernie bro lean in the same way that Bernie had done in the past, where he apologized for the Bernie bros. He was forced to apologize for it. It was a bad decision for Bernie, and it was a bad decision for Abdul as well. Okay? It's only one side that has to constantly abide by the false standard of perfection that people create. Okay? So I say, if your opposition is engaging in cynical framing, if your opposition is engaging in this cynical framework that they do not abide by, Don't play by those rules. Don't play by their rules. You do not have to play by their rules at all. That's simply not true, says the beefy man. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, the new thing is ogre on a pike. They're saying that he called Haley Stevens an ogre. That's not true. He was calling John Fetterman an ogre, right? And these guys are cynical monsters, which is why you should never play by those rules. You should never play by the rules because they don't play by the rules that they present. Okay? They're bad faith. It's that simple. So just keep pushing your values, keep promoting your worldview, reach as many people as possible. Use the media wave to your advantage. Use the controversy to your advantage to reach a broader audience. When they yell at you over this stuff, you turn around and you say, hey, look, I'm about this, and that. Okay, I'm about Medicare for all. I'm about stopping the endless militarism. I'm about bringing some of those resources back to Michigan, back to the United States of America. And that's what I'm going to fight for. And that's precisely the reason why there are, millions, tens of millions of dollars being funneled into this campaign. That's it. You have your moral convictions. You have your values. You don't have to apologize for a cynical bastardization of your worldview. Okay? This entire conversation about black voters, for example, I think black voters are going to shock the world as well. I think that the black voting bloc sometimes has the capacity to operate as a voting bloc that is somewhat more timid in their decision making. But even then, there is a massive generational breakdown here, and I think. The black voters are not going to go in the direction that people think they will as well. Okay? And we'll talk about that. But black voters in general are far more progressive. Black voters in general are far more progressive than the way people think they are, than the way that they're presented in the media, than the way that their establishment figureheads present the black voting bloc. Consistently, the black demographic in this country is the most progressive demographic, okay? There are polls conducted on different races, different ethnicities in this country. Black people, not just black voters, but black people by and large are far more appreciative of socialism, far more invested in left populist agendas, even if they don't end up voting in that direction, okay? For example, the idea that the black voting bloc is all invested in Haley Stevens and her agenda is completely ridiculous. Not only are black people not a monolith, right? They're not a monolithic force. No one is. But also, black voters in particular are far more anti-ICE than Hispanic voters are, than white voters are. Black people in particular are far more pro-Palestine than white people are, than Hispanic people are. There's poll after poll that is conducted in this fucking country that shows that reality. So even if the black voter bloc is being used as a weapon, right, by the media to say all black people feel this way, black people are opposing, progressive politics, it's fucking bullshit. Okay? Black voters, just like every other voting bloc, is susceptible to television ads, is susceptible to its trusted leaders leading them astray at times. It's that simple. Okay? There's nothing unique. The experience under living in a white supremacist country offers some unique experiences for black people by and large. That's part of the reason why they're more progressive overall. But as far as older voters being duped, for example, that's not unique to black voters. Okay? That's not unique. That's just fucking boomers. That's all boomers. Hello? Have you seen white boomers? Do you know what your white relatives are looking at on their Instagram feeds, on their Facebook feeds, what they're getting fucking duped by? It's the same AI bullshit. It's just old people shit. That's all this is. Okay? That's all this is. So yes. So everyone gets duped to a certain degree. It is what it is. Specifically the olds. Okay? A story, yeah, there was a story that came out in Kentucky where boomers genuinely thought Thomas Massey was in a throuple with Ilhan Omar and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez because there was an AI ad that suggested that. Okay?
But Sean Duffy...
Yeah, Trump is delivering remarks in Michigan right now.
I was with him on the plane. I said, Sean, did you clear that? No, sir, not yet. I want it done now. Oh, it's done. He knows what it is.
Hezbollah blew up a bus in my city in Europe in 2012 in Sarajevo, Bulgaria. Now is your chance to convince me that I'm wrong for supporting the war in Iran. Will you take that chance? Yeah. How do you think that happens? What do you think will happen as far as like retaliation, as far as blowback goes? Do you think an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind, or do you think an eye for an eye is actually productive? America blows up Iran, and then there are, counter movements against that. How do you think that took place initially? Also, you're literally Bulgarian. Like, you're not the main character in your life story. I apologize. As a Turkish person, I totally get, wanting to feel like you have any say in this process. But you're fucking Bulgarian, okay? And as someone who's Turkish, let me tell you, we are not the main characters in any of these fucking stories, okay? What difference does your input have in American imperialism? I didn't realize that you were Benjamin Netanyahu in the chat. No, where I come from, we say an eye for a tooth for a jaw. Okay, well, you're not doing that. You're not even taking revenge on Iran right now. You're just sitting on the internet assuming that you're doing something. Okay? None of this is happening for you. You're just simply responding to it and making yourself feel more powerful, which is what powerless people do. Whether they be powerless Americans who believe that American force projection capabilities will actually make them feel powerful. Okay, same as you? No, exactly. Same as me. I'm explaining to you that this is peasant mindset. Okay, same as myself. Yes. The difference between you and I, of course, is that I'm an American citizen as well, and I'm doing my very best to at least like scale back on American imperialism to the best of my ability, which is, a very hard, very long and very steep hill to climb. Okay. But the idea that like a Hezbollah attack in your city, in Bulgaria, justifies killing 120 little girls in their school with a Tomahawk missile is insane. Okay, by the way, that was an Israeli bus with tourists. It doesn't matter, chatters. I mean, look, civilians are civilians regardless. My point is something different. My point here, the point that I'm making is that you have the capacity to look at this stuff and not immediately demand vengeance from other random parties. If you have this mindset that, those Israelis on a bus didn't deserve to fucking die, okay? Then you can extend that to the schoolgirls. You can extend that to the Iranian population. Do their bridges deserve to be blown up? You think it deserve to be blown up. I don't. I'm not in favor of more violence. You realize that one miss in 20,000 plus bombs dropping is nothing? I'm done having this conversation with you because you're a Bulgarian who's defending the Israeli imperial conquest in Iran. And I'm sorry to say this to you, chatter. Like I said, I'm Turkish. I understand wanting to be at the table, wanting to be at the center of this conversation, but you're probably less relevant than a dude that lives in Alabama. Like, you have no say in this whatsoever. Like, the dude that at least pays taxes in Alabama probably has a little bit more of a moral culpability with these actions and probably a little bit more say than you do. You are nothing, It's like when, you see people on Twitter, like Indian people on Twitter coming in to be like, India is a lion too. India supports Israel to the fucking hilt. We're backing Israel to the hilt. It's like, no, you're not. Your takes on this are utterly immaterial. It's completely irrelevant. Like, you're just chirping. You see what I mean? One miss hit is crazy. 100% an Asmold chatter. I can smell the Eurocuck. I know. I don't understand what that mindset is where, you know, you're like, I'm a Bulgarian chatter and I love Donald Trump. I don't think you convince that chatter, Lamau. I don't have to convince that chatter. He's literally in Bulgaria. His input is utterly immaterial, utterly irrelevant in this conversation. Okay? That's it. Like, a guy comes in here super arrogant and is like, well, you know, it's one fucking school. Who gives a shit? You know, we give authorization to the U.S. to use our bases, so my voice does count, mate. Ow! Yo! This guy thinks he has a fucking say. Yo, that is awesome. Dog, France doesn't have the fucking balls that you think you have. And France has nukes. You think you have a say in the authorization that American... I'm Turkish, motherfucker. Listen, it's very funny that we're having this back and forth right now. It's like me being like, oh, dude, as a Turkish citizen, let me tell you, okay, we are allowing the AWACS planes to fucking fly off of the Incirlik base that also carries American nuclear arms. Like, we don't have a say at all, dumbass. We're on the fucking cuck chair. We're on the cuck chair, you and I, okay? You're just experiencing patriotism by proxy for some fucking reason. I am Turkish, so it's funny. Okay? It's funny to me, especially as a Turkish person watching this fucking cope from a Bulgarian person. You are not even in the cuck chair. You are not even in the cuck chair in the hotel room. You're in the cuck chair in the hotel room next to you where your wife is getting fucked and you're trying to listen in with a cup to the wall. You're not even in the room, motherfucker. Fuck you mean? Oh, we give America authorization to use our military bases. What is wrong with you? You put a fucking paper cup to the wall to hear your wife get fucked. That's how cucked you are. You're not even in the room. Maybe you're in the hotel lobby calling into the room with the hopes that your wife picks up the phone while getting fucked so you can hear it. Okay? Maybe if you're lucky. You're not even in the same hotel. You're not even in the same zip code. You're not allowed access to the fucking room, and you're over here being like, oh, these are American bases that we give authorization to. Oh, yeah? Go walk into one of them. These are American military bases that you give authorization to. Why don't you go walk into that American military base? Do me a favor. Go walk into that American military base, Bulgarian chatter. Come back with the results. It's on your soil. It's your authorization. You allowed it to happen. Go walk into that base. Damn, HasanAbi malding live. You think I'm malding? You think this is malding? Of course, it's another fucking Asmongold chatter who thinks he's a part of the team. You're not a part of the team, little bro. Go worry about Marvel movies and Elon Musk funding, sponsoring a Mel Gibson Odysseus movie, okay? Go worry about things that are in your, go worry about things that you can actually wrap your mind around, like titties in video games. You feel me? What is this? I swear to God, all women have a secret fantasy of getting raped. Oh, God. Gross. Of course he's like this. Anyway, let's finish this off. I gotta go pee.
The campaign, purely logistics wise, but I'm always open to a conversation with Mike because he brings in perspectives and insights, and I know that he has regrets about those comments as well.
Okay, we're running out of time. Just before we finish, let's say you win in the primary, you win the general, you are Governor Hong, day one, Wisconsin. What is your number one progressive policy goal on day one as governor of Wisconsin?
A special session to pass common sense gun safety regulation. So background checks, red flag laws, and safe storage. Neither are all bills that are ready to go, but the Republicans have never even given a public hearing. This is bipartisan legislation, common sense gun safety regulations.
Wow, strong. And last question, I have to ask you this. On top of being the first Democratic Socialist governor in the US, you would also be the first female and first Asian American governor of Wisconsin if you win. How much would achieving that milestone mean to you?
Being the first means very little if you are the last. It puts even more responsibility on building a movement, a broad multiracial coalition to ensure that we have a Wisconsin where everyone feels as though it's a Wisconsin that belongs to them. It would be an honor and a responsibility.
Francesca Hong, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me, Mehdi. Take care.
Take care. Did you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to this YouTube channel and turn on notifications. For exclusive content and to support our independent, unfiltered journalism, head over to zeteo.com.
Bro, this guy's a fucking lib lamau. Wait, Mehdi Hasan? Dude, that's so funny. Yes, he is. Fran defended me. Average Mike from PA fan, by the way. Yeah, I mean, look, I think tackling the form is good. That's what Abdul does, and I like the way he does it because there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee that we're not going to be embroiled in other controversies later down the line. You don't want to fucking turn around and unconditionally offer full-blown loyalty and support to a guy like myself, to a guy like Michael from Pennsylvania. Even if we don't deserve the controversy, it still doesn't matter, right? These are fast-paced campaigns in a media environment that revolves around clipping and bad faith smears. Okay? So I think tackling the form is the appropriate way to go. Because you never know. I mean, look, I wore a fucking Chinese suit. All of a sudden it turned into a major issue, right? You never know. You don't want to come across like you're defending Maoism in Michigan, right? Most people are going to look at you and be like, what the fuck is that? I don't understand. So that's my take. That's understandable. Of course you're going to do that. What do you mean? You're going to be like, this is a Twitch streamer. Right? Many people defend you on Twitter. No, that's for politicians. If you're in my community, of course, you can offer proper context to people. That's normal. That's understandable. I'm talking about like a politician that doesn't have the time to just like dial in and learn about all the different fake quotes that people throw around, right? That's not my expectation. Because like my expectation is politicians are not going to be in here every day, okay? Maybe one day there will be a full-blown HasanAbi head that runs for office. That could definitely happen. But that day is not today. Wait, what did you think about Sarah Homer's abysmal display on Fox News over the weekend? I would love to hear your take on it. I don't know what you're talking about. As an Oibrov derogatory, these Euro people being slaves to American imperialism will never not shock me. Then again, as I said, I'm from the UK. We're not better in any way. Yeah, no. Look, what actually confuses me about this process is like, these are events that are unfolding. You can have a take on them. It's normal, right? Everybody has an opinion on what Americans are doing, what America is doing. What I don't understand is why out of all the opinions you could choose, you're taking the one that is like antithetical to your existence, antagonistic to your existence. Like, why would you choose the one attitude that actually puts you in the cuck seat? It's normal to have an opinion. It's normal to have takes. It's normal to disagree with my opinion. It's normal to disagree with the American position.
Now to the Middle East, where President Trump has stepped back from threats of a major escalation in the fighting with Iran after nearly 2 weeks of bombing. This comes amid reports that stockpiles of crucial U.S. weapons are running low. Charlie D'Agata is in Jordan. Charlie, good morning.
Good morning to you, Adriana. On Friday night, there was every indication that the U.S. was preparing for a major attack, maybe even a return to full combat. Then President advisors, plan appears to be put on hold, apparently over concerns whether the military has enough firepower to withstand the consequences. After 2 straight weeks of nightly and escalating bombing campaigns by the U.S. military and Iran's unrelenting retaliation, both sides came to an abrupt halt. UN Ambassador Mike Waltz explained why to Face the Nation's Margaret Brennan.
It's giving diplomacy some space. It's giving diplomacy a little bit of time. Of course, the president tried diplomacy last year. He's tried it this year. He is a president of peace. He is giving diplomacy a chance. We'll see over the next coming days.
Sources in Iran and Oman tell CBS News there is progress to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. But the U.S. military has continued to pour more hardware into the region, including the addition of the B-1 bombers, capable of carrying the fleet's biggest bombs and lots of them. The U.S. blockade is also still firmly in place. Central Command releasing video showing U.S. forces boarding one vessel and disabling another. But CBS News has learned that after nearly 5 months of fighting, the U.S. military is burning through munition stockpiles faster than they can be replenished, especially the interceptors needed to take down Iranian missiles and drones, which may have forced the administration to think twice about launching the massive attack President Trump threatened just last week. pushback from Ambassador Waltz.
But I also want to address this nonsense that somehow we don't have the assets that we need. Not only do we
And Intermentum says they're asking God to replenish their rapidly diminishing stockpile of interceptors. Maybe it'll work. The problem is God might be Shia, given the way that this conflict has unfolded. You know? Maybe they should start doing the Ya Ali chants instead, which is way more aura, in my opinion, so that they could actually have God replenish their diminishing interceptor stockpiles, potentially. Now, I'm of two different minds on this, because here's the thing. I'm of two different minds on this, because on the one hand, I do believe that America has a finite supply and the procurement is approximately around like 90 Tomahawks a year, even with the increased productive capabilities with the Defense Production Act, which Donald Trump called. And on the interceptor side, the numbers are even lower. You can make like PAC-3 missiles. They're deploying PAC-2 missiles as well. They went back and put in orders for PAC-2 missiles now, which are obviously less capable than the PAC-3 missiles. We've already seen some of the PAC-3 missiles also fail at interceptions in Bahrain a couple days ago. A Patriot missile actually ended up falling and exploding on a residential neighborhood in Bahrain. We don't know what the results of that look like. We don't know what the casualty numbers are, because countries in the Gulf are very protective. They don't have free speech. They will arrest you. A friend of mine was literally arrested in Kuwait for reposting someone else's video of an impact in Kuwait. So we don't know what the actual damage looks like. We can only make an assessment. However, what we can do is take a look at the American American demands from Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, and all these other defense contractors, and it's clear that they are relying on PAC-2s, because PAC-3s, they've stopped the shipment of, they've deferred. So here's the thing. Patriot PAC-3 missiles are costly. They're very expensive. Okay. PAC-2 obviously has less capabilities. They've improved the capabilities of the PAC-2 missiles. They've upgraded them. However, these are very costly missiles. These are the interceptor missiles that they're using, right? The way it goes is America launches standoff munitions like Tomahawk missiles from afar, because they can't drop, unguided gravity bombs over the Iranian airspace, because they don't have full-blown air superiority. So they use their standoff munitions, and they've wasted their standoff munitions against Iranian targets, sometimes military targets, oftentimes now civilian targets as well, like bridges, desalination plants, power plants, even sometimes refineries. And Iran, in retaliation to that, turns around and attacks the Gulf nations in a similar manner. Sometimes they're attacking the military installations in the Gulf, radar installations, early advanced warning systems. Sometimes they hit U.S. bases. Like in the early stages of Operation Epic Fury, the Iranian targets were, the drone targets were sometimes the active duty service members, but oftentimes they were just trying to blow up radar installations, make this as costly as possible, or shut off the American eyes and ears in the region to make it more difficult for them to even defend Israel, right? So they did that successfully, and this time around, post-MOU, they're also increasing the collateral damage, and they're actually targeting military hangars where active duty service members are laying in, sleeping in, and they've actually killed a bunch of soldiers, right? For Donald Trump, because you can, hide the shame of losing $1 billion radar system, but when American soldiers are coming back in flag-draped coffins Well, then that sets up a unique PR problem, a unique PR crisis for every American government, including the Trump administration, right? So while America is running out of interceptor missiles, they are now relying on older missiles, which have less success in interception. 18 troops have been killed so far. 624 troops have been wounded since the U.S. launched its war against Iran on the 28th of February. These numbers are not good. Okay? They're devastating. This is a devastating number for the most superior military on the planet, especially against a middle power like Iran that's now becoming a regional power. And these are the numbers that they have reported. So if you add on contractors, which the military doesn't have any obligation to officially report on, the numbers of casualties are probably far higher. Okay? This is the lowest. Just understand that the numbers that CENTCOM openly admits to are always going to be the lowest numbers possible. Okay? So there's a real issue here. There's a real issue. There already was a real issue because Iran is fighting back. Iran is fighting back by striking American military bases, American assets in the region, American soldiers, and killing American soldiers. The casualty numbers are increasing. This is a real problem. And we know it's a real problem because it was destined to be a real problem before we launched this military operation. If you recall, I covered it at the time. The generals in the intelligence community made their assessments. They told Donald Trump that, one, the leadership in Iran was not going to implement a regime change, that there was no aerial bombardment campaign that would be successful in implementing a regime change. And two, if we were to engage in this battle at the behest of Israel, we would destroy our standoff munition stockpiles that we have developed for and that we've procured for our peer and near peer adversaries, Russia and China. And then on top of that, we would run out of interceptors that we use to defend Israel and interceptors that we use to defend our allies in the region. And not only just our allies in the region, but also interceptors that we use to defend our assets in the region. Okay? And that's where we're at now. This is not a new issue. This is something that I talked about at the beginning of Operation Epstein Fury, if you recall, because when Trump clearly didn't listen to his own generals, General Dan Kane, also known as Raising Kane, very clearly went to the media and leaked to the media that these would be imminent problems if we actually launched this military quagmire. Okay? It's very clear. It was Trump's own general that warned about this problem. Sina Tusi from CI Policy says the munitions issue isn't new. It was already evident during last summer's war, particularly with THAAD and Arrow interceptors being depleted. These leaks to Axios and other outlets, just as Trump backs off again, feel more like a convenient explanation than the real reason. This round of fighting was arguably even less effective than the last. U.S. air superiority appeared more constrained. Iran was moving launchers more freely and launching missiles even in broad daylight. It doesn't seem many of its launchers were even hit this time. And it continued operations even in Sharik, right next to the Strait of Hormuz, despite repeated U.S. strikes. The fundamental problem remains the same. Trump still has no viable military path to achieve his incoherent objectives. So what were the objectives? The three top objectives have always been what Israel wants America to do. Number one was obviously regime change and creating a failed state in Iran. You only achieve that by fomenting instability on the ground, beefing up sectarian conflict. Iran's a very diverse country, destroying the Basij military outposts, destroying the police precincts all around the country, and hoping that the people rise up. First, you foment instability through economic warfare, through the sanctions, which America has been doing for decades at this point. People get pissed off. People get frustrated. They start protesting against the government. First, it was the Bazaris that protested against the government, which is the base of support for the IRGC, for the Islamic Republic. And then that protest explodes into a youth movement, into, it takes on a ethnic shape as well in the Kurdish areas, okay? in the areas near Balochistan. But it didn't actually work in that way. It didn't work in the way that the Americans and the Israelis predicted. The IRGC was retaliation. They were incredibly ruthless in their retaliation. Bazaris are the base of support. I mean, part of it, yeah. It's not, what do you mean? Small business owners? Would you not say that they are somewhat inside of the Shia base? They are. In any case, here's the thing. It failed. Partially it failed because the Iranian response was incredibly violent and incredibly forceful, and they were able to destroy this protest movement. Part of the reason why they were able to destroy it was because they were able to point to the Americans and the Israelis openly stating that they were heavily involved in these protests. Trump came out months after the fact and even said we were trying to arm the Kurds so we could start a revolution in the country, all this stuff. And I do believe that part of it was obviously organic, part of it was real instability in the country, and part of it was born out of the economic instability, the economic volatility, and part of it was the forceful response that they wanted to create. The Americans and the Israelis wanted to create and bring about so that people would be even more frustrated. People would be even more frustrated with the violence that they experience when your, family members die as they're out in the streets protesting. You're more likely to take up arms against the government. But what failed in the aftermath was the decapitation strike. Okay? When America came in alongside the Israeli Air Force and engaged in this ruthless first-day bombing campaign amidst negotiations through an act of perfidy once again. What ended up happening, and they blew up the Minob school as well, and they killed a bunch of little girls going to school, 120 of them. Okay? That, alongside the martyrdom of the leadership structure, gave credence to the hardliners, the IRGC, the replacements. Okay? They started getting to work with their mosaic structure, the decentralized defense structure that they had implemented as a contingency plan for what was the inevitable assassination of the entirety of the leadership of the IRGC and also the Islamic Republic, including Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Iranians, of course, even those who were iffy or were critical over the administration, recognized very quickly that the Americans and the Israelis were not there to help them, okay? They were not there to liberate them, as it was presented by way of Saudi-backed media, by way of BBC Persia, by way of Western media that had certainly played a formative role in establishing a base of resistance against the Islamic Republic. But they realized very quickly that America had no investment in this. One of the key factors was the Minob school bombing. The other one was hitting the refineries in Tehran. When the black cloud was delivering ash rain upon the entire Iranian population in these major areas with a lot of population density, a lot of the people, a lot of the young professionals, a lot of the college students very quickly realized that this was only bringing about biological and ecological disaster. It was not liberation at all. You blow up Iranian cultural sites, you poison the water, you blow up the refineries, and all of a sudden the people that would have made up the base of resistance that you need, because you can never do regime change without some kind of popular mobilization on the ground. Even in Libya, you had popular mobilization on the ground, right? The Americans and the Israelis lost their popular base that they could have utilized against the Islamic Republic. This was another major failure. And ever since then, this consistent tit-for-tat escalation ladder that America and Iran has been engaging in has been a disaster, because Iran turned around and closed the Strait of Hormuz with relative ease. You cannot out-organize topography and geography. Okay. Iran is mountainous. It's like a fortress. And a lot of the munitions facilities, a lot of the missile silos are deep underground. A lot of the production is deep underground. A lot of the missile launchers are also inside of cave systems. So all you can do is basically shut off the entrance points into these caves, but they have bulldozers waiting on the other side of those cave systems that will quickly dig themselves out. So America was not even capable of attriting the Iranian strikes. The Iranian temporary launchers, which are oftentimes just civilian trucks like K trucks, pickup trucks, and for their larger medium range ballistics, they have these bigger trucks that they, again, move out of the mountainside, move out of their tunnel systems when they want to strike. They wait it out to see if a Reaper drone will laser it. And if they don't, they get back in the truck and they pull it back into those caverns. Okay? So this has been a spectacular failure because Iran has not only gained more leverage in the process, unambiguously gained more leverage in the process, this economic nuclear weapon, closing off the Strait of Hormuz. But Iran has also been able to successfully destroy many American installations in the region and made it very costly for Americans to continue waging this war and not really giving up, not really falling apart. The regime is intact. They're probably more aggressive than they were before, or at least like the moderates and the reformists and people who have wanted to negotiate with the West have looked silly in the process, because even in the negotiations process, the only way that they've been able to achieve some sort of negotiation, the Iranians, I mean, they've only been able to achieve because of the military, because of the IRGC's successive strikes. And for all intents and purposes, they've been working in tandem with one another. There isn't a lot of chaos. America tries to make it seem like there's a lot of chaos. America tries to make it seem like there's a lot of discontent amongst the reformists and the hardliners, but there isn't. They're working in unison with one another. For all intents and purposes, from our side, they're working with direct correspondence. Okay? Because for Iran, they understand that this is an existential threat. For America and Israel, it's just us be vanquished, right? So that Israel can continue its Greater Israel project unimpeded without a major sovereign power in the region that has the striking capability. So this goes back to the goals, right? So the number one goal was regime change and perhaps turning Iran into a failed state, not dissimilar to Libya. The second goal for the American and the Israeli side were to destroy the missile launching capabilities, okay? The Iranian strike capabilities, the Iranian missile silos, the Iranian industrial base that exists in deep underground facilities. They wanted to destroy it all. And that was also unsuccessful, as evidenced by the fact that Iran's striking capabilities have not been attrited at all, have not deteriorated at all. And as a matter of fact, they've only improved their capabilities in the process because they successfully destroyed American defenses. So that was the second problem, okay? There was no way to do this with the current American military capabilities, the current Israeli military capabilities. Part of that is because the Iranian side has unique defenses, anti-air defense systems, and they've been able to successfully make it very costly to fly over the Iranian airspace to find strike sites that they can bomb and bomb successfully. The third point has always been the most bullshit point, and it's the one that you hear the most: the Iranian nuclear program. Now, the reason why I say it's the most bullshit point is because the Iranian was never to develop nuclear weapons. It was simply to gain leverage over the American negotiations so that you can bring the Americans back to the negotiation table and demand complete sanctions relief. Okay? If we're looking at three major points, number one was regime change and potentially creating a failed state in Iran, destroying the Islamic Republic. and feeding into that sectarian conflict that would be inevitable in that process. Second goal was to successfully destroy the Iranian strike capabilities so that they can no longer hit Israel, okay? And maybe even the Gulf states as well in the region, which is even more difficult, okay? And the last goal, like I said, was the Iranian nuclear program. That one is the most bullshit one because Iran, time and time again, has openly mentioned that they are perfectly willing and perfectly capable to play ball with the Americans, with the Western world, not just with the Western world, but even with the multilateral agreement that was put together, the JCPOA, which was Obama's signature achievement, which of course the Israelis fucking hated, right? They signed all the agreements. They followed through on all the agreements. Donald Trump came into power and immediately ripped apart the JCPOA at the behest of Israel. The Iranians have always played ball. As a matter of fact, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the former supreme leader of Iran, had issued a fatwa many years prior to the nuclear grade enrichment of uranium, a fatwa against nuclear arms. This kind of stuff comes across as silly to us in the West, but it clearly matters. It clearly matters to the Iranians. Now, we killed the guy who issued the fatwa, okay? And I don't know if the new Iranian leadership is as unwilling to develop nuclear arms. I don't know. But what I will say is this: regardless of whether or not the Iranian wants to develop nuclear weapons or not, is also irrelevant. What is a fatwa? A fatwa is like an edict. For those of you who don't know, it's when someone it's like when the Pope issues a statement. It becomes religious law, okay? A decree. So it's a significant declaration. It's important. It's a religious ruling for all of the followers of the faith. So in any case, so we established that the third option, the nuclear, or the third goal for the Israeli side and the American side was also always bullshit. The reason why it was bullshit is because there's no military solution to the enrichment of uranium inside of Iran. There's no solution that is a military solution beyond boots on the ground, permanent military occupation of Iran, which will be unbelievably costly and impossible, which will destroy the United States of America regardless. Okay, that's a whole different story that I'm not even going to get into. Iran is a nation with 93 million people in it. Iran has developed for the last 47 years their defenses against some kind of military occupation by the United States of America. This is what the Iranian Revolution was about, right? They care about sovereignty above all else, and we're seeing the results of that. But ultimately, the only solution, if you care about the nuclear program, the only solution is diplomacy. Diplomacy succeeded with Barack Obama. But the reason why the Israelis keep using the nuclear program, and the reason why Trump keeps leaning into the nuclear program, is because you can see it as a poison pill, right? You can, if you have a much more hopeful perspective on it, on whether there is some sort of peaceable solution to all of this, then it's the one that the Iranians are probably most likely to agree to because they've agreed to it in the past. Okay, but they'll extract a lot of concessions to agree to the non-nuclear proliferation agreement. Okay, but Americans are, if you want to look at it in a cynical framework, the Americans and the Israelis are using that as a poison pill provision to be like, oh, there's still more nukes. There's still, stop looking at the script so much. There is no script. I'm looking at chat. I do like that my commentary has gotten a lot sharper though, because people are now saying that I'm looking at a script. That means the commentary is solid. But as I was saying, I forgot what I was saying. God damn it. Oh, if the Americans are actually invested in denuclearizing Iran, or at least making sure that Iran keeps up with only civilian grade enriched uranium. Okay. You know, you need enriched uranium for certain things, you know, radiology, whatnot, right? But if you want to do that, if we want to do that for Iran, we have to give concessions to Iran. America doesn't want to do that. And because America doesn't want to do that, it finds itself further and further deeply embedded in this conflict, in this military quagmire, because America thinks still that there is some kind of military solution. There is no military solution. And the more we lean into the military solution that is impossible at this point, the more leverage Iran gains. And we saw this. We saw this pre-MOU, and we're seeing this post-MOU as well. Pre-MOU, we went to the negotiations process because we needed respite. We needed some kind of respite because the strategic petroleum reserves were getting to critical levels, as I've talked about over and over again. You have 300 million barrels. If it reaches below 300 million barrels, if we reach 150 million barrels in the salt caverns, they collapse because there's not enough pressure. Okay? So every day that goes on where the Strait is still closed and America has to tap into their strategic petroleum reserves is another day where we are nearing the critical levels. Okay? So the only thing the United States of America can do at this point is basically tuck tail and run, and then turn around and say, we are sorry, Iran, you are Hormuz. We will come together and abide by some kind of international standard. Maybe it'll resemble the Bosphorus deal that Turkey has, right? Because for those of you who don't know, Turkey controls the Bosphorus. It's the entry point into the Black Sea. And ships, like military ships, warships, have a limited time that they are allowed inside of the Black Sea, and they always have to be carried around by a Turkish ship. Like, there's a lot of limitations, and also there's a payment that you give the Turkish government in order to go through the Bosphorus into the Black Sea or out of the Black Sea. So I suspect, they have to be escorted. I suspect that the Omani-Iranian agreement will resemble something similar to that. That is the best case scenario, where everyone gets to transit the Strait of Hormuz, but you pay some kind of, not toll, you don't want to call it a toll, obviously that's problematic, but you pay some environmental fee, right? A fee to maintain stability, a fee to manage the Strait of Hormuz, a service fee, a shipping and handling fee, whatever you want to call it. Okay? Iran has already said that they would call it an environmental remittance fee. It's basically still a de facto toll. Iran's not going to give that up because Iran has now found this leverage. Why would they give it up? Of course they're not going to give it up. Not paying the terrorists, bomb them to hell. Well, your idiocy, unfortunately, is how we got to this problem to begin with. That's why we're in this current problem, right? Bomb them to hell, no fee to terrorists. I mean, we are the literal terrorists in this conversation. This is another sovereign nation that we are waging battle with, and that's just not how it goes. Okay, with what? With what weapons? Right? We've been doing that for almost 4 months now, 5 months now. We've been doing that exact thing, and the Strait is still closed. So at some point, you have to try something different, especially if the problem, the global crisis on the energy markets, is getting to a place where, it's going to become unmanageable. There are obviously compounding issues that will take shape once we start reaching critical levels in our strategic petroleum reserves. We will have to cut our exports to Europe and other markets that we're sending oil to right now. This is a global commodity for a reason. It's one that has basically inelastic demand, because without oil, then you have no energy grid in many countries. Without, you will have to significantly cut down on the demand artificially by restricting workflows, by restricting your industrial output. There's already a restriction on agricultural output to begin with because fertilizer is a necessary resource that also comes out of the Strait, right? You have no diesel, so you have no trucks. The rest of the world slowly but surely turns into what we see in Cuba, okay? That's the problem. That's the issue. The idea that we just, don't pay the terrorists and keep bombing is exactly the same idiotic mentality that has gotten us into this problem. So yeah, Joe Kent, former director of the National Counterterrorism Center, says, if non-proliferation was our goal, we foolishly sabotaged ourselves and our efforts to reach it. By killing the Ayatollah and attacking Iran, we showed that their strategy, not developing a nuclear weapon and retaining the ability to enrich uranium, was not enough to deter U.S. aggression. Now swap Iran for North Korea. We have proven to the world that the only thing that will prevent a U.S. attack is a nuclear weapon. Here's the thing. Every country knows this already. And it was already an L for Iran not to develop nuclear weapons immediately. Every country, by the way, that has developed a nuclear weapon, with the exception of, I guess, Pakistan, has started off with a civilian nuclear program, North Korea included. That's what the DPRK initially said they were doing. Oh, we just have a civilian nuclear facility. It's just for civilian use. And then, of course, they develop, they enrich uranium for nuclear proliferation, for nuclear arms. And then they also develop intercontinental ballistic missiles. And for the record, it was the appropriate strategy. If you want to maintain sovereignty, if you want to be a country that is intact, that's what you have to do. Okay? Pakistan is another example of this as well. So if you want to maintain sovereignty in a nuclear world, you have to engage in nuclear proliferation. And it was a major mistake for Iran not to develop nukes when they could have. Okay? That's why North Korea is, not bombed with regular frequency, whereas Iran is bombed all the time. That's it. So North Korea, DPRK, they went up the steps. First, their deterrence was their artillery program directed at Seoul, right? That was a significant enough deterrent to not go back and wage war with the DPRK. Then it was their nuclear proliferation. Then it was their intercontinental ballistic missiles program, their delivery systems that they have for their nukes. Okay? And now they remain unbombed. Nuclear weapons is not enough as a deterrence? Yes, it's not. But it's a significant one to stop a foreign adversary like the United States of America from attacking you. Ahwaz is 1,000 kilometers away from the Strait. The only reason the U.S. is hitting Ahwaz is that its ATACMS artillery in Kuwait can reach it from there. Yeah. This also creates a sufficient response, or a necessary response by the Iranian side that is now entertaining boots on the ground military occupation of Kuwait, for the record, as a counterstrike. But yeah, the idea of nuclear proliferation, we've pushed Iran into potentially developing nuclear arms at this point. I don't know if they will follow through on it. But as Mersheimer has said time and time again, the region would be far more stable if Iran had nuclear weapons from the jump. I happen to agree with Mersheimer's analysis on this. And Iran with nuclear weapons is a formidable opponent that you can't simply blow up. Israel can't blow it up. America can't blow it up. There's a reason why two nuclear-armed nations have not gone to war with one another, have not engaged in direct conflict with one another. At that point, it's just proxies. All you can do is deploy proxies. So we shall see. I guess the only example is India, Pakistan. Yeah. Which, luckily, Donald Trump saved the world. Donald Trump saved the world with India and Pakistan. They were fighting against one another, and Donald Trump came in and said, no more. The war has moderated Iran. By far, the most religious extremist opinion that Khamenei held was that developing nuclear weapons was a sin, regardless of the material impacts of this decision. Yeah, Iran's new leader is more open to pursuing a nuclear weapon, U.S. intelligence says. Yeah, no shit. I know that the New York Times and U.S. intelligence report is a classic misinfo combo, but I feel like this was pretty obvious to any regular observer. This is an inescapable fear that has stricken the U.S. and Israeli leadership and will continue to push Iran towards making it. So it's ironic from the American and Israeli side that they had 3 major military goals here, and they achieved none of them. And as a matter of fact, they've only given Iran more leverage. So why do we keep bombing? Well, part of the reason why we keep bombing is because we can't take a fucking L, okay? We cannot take an L. Because if America takes an L here, it's over. America comes to the recognition that it has lost this war. It has lost this battle. But the reality is, America has already lost this battle. So coming to that recognition and dealing with Iran as a sovereign nation and releasing the sanctions on Iran, no matter how much people yell at Trump domestically, is still the appropriate thing to do. It's the right thing to do. It's the moral thing to do. And it's also the best strategic option. If you wage war with a sovereign nation and they gain leverage, they maintain or develop and then maintain their primacy over the Strait of Hormuz, this incredibly important strait for not only commerce, but for the entire globe's energy markets, then you have to eat that L. Because every single day that goes on where America continues this tit-for-tat bombing campaigns, where America blows up an Iranian installation in Iran by blowing up Gulf targets. Now, the Ansar Allah movement has joined the battle as well. They're shutting down the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. They're blowing up the Yanbu port that Saudi Arabia needs to utilize. They've blown up an Aramco facility, a Saudi Aramco facility that is engaging in oil refinery, in oil refinement. When that takes place, when that starts happening, you now are deteriorating or diminishing the readily available oil production permanently. Maybe not permanently, but at least for a decade or so. So every day that goes on, the world is falling deeper and deeper into this crisis. Here it is, yeah. The Jazan refinery is on fire. This is according to the NASA satellites. There's also on the ground photography as well, on the ground photos as well. And this means that the fire is spreading. About 40 hours ago, this is what the fire looked like. Now it looks like this. This is from yesterday. There's also another component here where the Ukrainians have decided to go Houthi mode and say, fuck it, make it a world war. That's like a famous Houthi slogan for those of you who don't know. Make it a world war. Zelensky, the third worldist, has decided to throw his hat in the ring for some fucking strange reason. Ukraine shot an Iranian commercial ship and killed a bunch of Iranian sailors. Why is Ukraine doing this? Well, part of the reason why Ukraine is doing this is because it's in Zelensky's calculation and Ukraine's best interest, I guess, from Zelensky's calculation, to operate as an American proxy in the region and try to get America to join the battle. Okay? Here is Hamid Reza Azizi's take on this. Will Iran and Ukraine enter a direct conflict? Ukraine's security service, the SBU, said on July 25th that Ukrainian forces struck an Iranian vessel transporting military cargo between Iran and Russia in the Caspian Sea. Later, President Volodymyr Zelensky said that Kyiv's forces had achieved very good results from long-range strikes in the waters of the Caspian Sea. Iran's foreign ministry said that the target was a commercial vessel and that the attack had killed one sailor and injured another. It warned Kyiv that it would bear responsibility for the consequences of the operation. The episode has prompted a range of interpretations among Iranian experts and analysts. Some believe that Ukraine's action was a part of an effort by Zelensky to demonstrate both his capabilities and his value as a partner to the United States. This is particularly relevant at a time when Trump is frustrated with Washington's NATO allies for declining to support military operations against Iran or participate in the efforts to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The prevailing view, however, is that the operation could not have taken place without at least a green light, if not direct guidance, from the U.S. and Ukraine's other Western partners. It's not dissimilar to Ukraine's improved striking capabilities, improved pinpoint accuracy on Russian tankers and Russian oil and gas refineries, critical energy infrastructure that Ukraine has been able to successfully and successively hit. Okay? Ukraine is trying to make themselves a little bit more reliable as a partner and is willing to expand the conflict, or rather tie both of these somewhat separate conflicts to one another and bring America into the fold in a more aggressive manner. That's what they're trying to do. Yeah. Mark Ames says, Zelensky knows that Ukraine's only path to victory against Russia is direct NATO and U.S. involvement. Biden reportedly used to complain about how Zelensky was trying to suck the U.S. into Ukraine. Joining the U.S.-Israel war on Iran is Ukraine's best shot at World War III. Tridapar says Ukraine is not trying to just enter the war with Iran. Rather, it appears it is trying to merge the Ukraine war with the Iran war. I agree with this assessment. Why? Because if these two wars merge, Ukraine will be a belligerent in the Iran war and America will be a belligerent in the Ukraine war. That is, the U.S. will no longer just be arming Ukraine, but also actively and openly fighting against Russia with U.S. personnel. That is the key objective Zelensky has tried to achieve since 2022. The only thing holding this back is, of course, nuclear conflict. Do you think it'll work? I don't know. Because, unfortunately for all of us, I have a policy of not making assessments, not conducting analysis on the basis that world leaders are crazy. But unfortunately, world leaders are fucking crazy. Donald Trump is an insane person. Vladimir Putin is an insane person. And seemingly Zelensky is getting just as insane. So it's very difficult. It's very difficult to make this assessment, to conduct sober analysis on events like this, when the top minds that are making these decisions are not listening to sober analysis. Do I believe that, Zelensky has military leadership that's telling him this is a stupid idea? Of course I do. Same with Donald Trump. We know that Donald Trump has the American intelligence community's own assessment that told him this was a fucking stupid idea. We know that Donald Trump had generals tell him in the room, this is a dumb fun. We will deplete our interceptors. We will deplete our standoff munitions. We will not be able to do anything against China in the future. We will lose our deterrence. That happened because Donald Trump decided to be the one American president that listened to the Israeli leadership that has been begging and agitating for this war against Iran for decades. So that's where we're at. It's tough to make a prediction because, unfortunately, American leadership and Russian leadership and even now, Ukrainian leadership are behaving in this increasingly belligerent and increasingly insane manner. Now, notice how I don't say Iran is doing that, because Iran is still very restrained. Even in spite of the tit-for-tat back and forth strikes, Iran has been the most rational actor in this conflict. That's why they're a little bit easier to predict, even though their reliance on negotiating with the West has led to perfidy twice. So I guess you could say that they are somewhat irrational in their behavior as well, in their understanding of how the West operates. But now they're behaving in a more rational manner by distrusting the West and refusing to negotiate with the West until they get some leverage, until they see some significant concessions. Anyway, on this basis, one group argues that the attack effectively reflects a NATO decision to participate more extensively in military operations against Iran rather than acting directly. However, NATO members have assigned the task to Ukraine, which has its own incentive to act against Iran because of Tehran's military partnership with Russia. This argument has gained particular attention in light of recent statements by NATO Secretary General regarding member states' logistical support for the U.S. military operations and the U.K. government's agreement to allow the U.S. military to use British bases for operations against Iran, and Bulgaria's plans to host U.S. military aircraft. There's that Bulgarian chatter. Bulgaria mention. Another group focuses less on NATO. Muslims can't be mad. Did I say that? There's a difference between being angry and giving into that anger. And there's a difference between still operating as a state in a more rational manner, in a manner that still leaves the option of negotiation. Anyway, another group focuses less on NATO and more on the United States and Israel, as well as the military constraints facing both countries as they seek to expand the operations against Iran. According to this, Iran's response to attacks on its infrastructure and the possibility that Tehran could retaliate by targeting regional economic infrastructure have prompted Israel and the U.S. to ask Ukraine to increase military pressure on Iran from the north on their behalf. Under this scenario, Ukraine's next step could involve using drones or missiles to strike Iranian infrastructure directly, similar to the attacks it has carried out inside of Russia in recent weeks. A third group of analysts point to the timing of the attack, which coincided with a renewed escalation in conflict between the Houthis and Saudi Arabia. Of course, this is also happening at the same time as Laura Loomer went to Ukraine famously. Now, I know that sounds really stupid because you're like, what the fuck is Laura Loomer doing? Who gives a shit about what Laura Loomer is doing? That signals to the Trump world, even though Laura Loomer doesn't have like a major stake in this at all, or doesn't have like a real popular base of support, Laura Loomer is an operative on the ultra-Zionist side that's in Trump's corner. You got Mark Levin, you got Laura Loomer, you got Ben Shapiro. And Laura Loomer's switch up on Ukraine after being a somewhat major advocate for Russia, if we're being real, Laura Loomer's switch up on Ukraine signals something. It signals that the pro-Israel side are going to welcome the interventions. Liberal intellectuals, Laura Loomer's about-face on Ukraine is so courageous and admirable. My worldview is validated. Loomer, I support Ukraine because Ukraine is Muslim, fry, and whiter than Russia. Yeah. Nicholas Kristof said, I disagree with Laura Loomer on 1,000 things, but I admire her willingness to rethink Ukraine and go there. One of the things we pundits aren't good at is admitting when we're wrong. You're a fucking idiot, Nicholas Kristof. Okay? You're a fucking moron. Any liberal that thinks Laura Loomer actually is doing an about face is an absolute fucking moron. She's doing this because she feels like this will create a tie-in between Ukraine and Iran, okay? Laura Loomer doesn't do anything because of a genuine belief, with the exception of maybe, I guess, like defending Israel to the hilt. You are stupid for behaving in this gullible manner, but I don't think these guys are gullible. I don't think these guys are gullible. I think these guys are behaving as though this is a genuine change of attitude, okay? Laura Loomer is a psycho. This, to me, shows that the FDD, Mark Levin, Laura Loomer, Ben Shapiro contingency in the Republican media ecosystem have gotten their notes that in order for America to get more involved in Iran in ways that they want, you have to tie it back to Ukraine. That's it. Shabak Montefiore, I made a mistake. It's so rare for people to change their minds after re-examining the evidence, and it can be admirable when they admit mistakes. The secret trip that turned Laura Loomer from Ukraine skeptic to supporter. And she's been getting unbelievably positive media coverage from PBS, Associated Press. Loomer had spent years minimizing Russia's invasion of Ukraine and amplifying Russian propaganda to her nearly 2 million followers. This week, she had a change of heart. Peter Harrell, the way that Laura Loomer has come around on Ukraine is a powerful reminder of the importance of being open to engaging with people you might profoundly disagree with today. That's it. Her heart did not fucking change, okay? You are stupid. Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson, I'm pro-Palestine now. Centrist libs warranted. This is so laughable. How are leftists actually falling for this act? Laura Loomer and Tim Pool, I'm pro-Ukraine now. Centrist libs, holy fuck. Kraut, if the American right now outflanks the American left on the issue of Ukraine, then it will be an incredibly painful gut punch to the American left. The Democrats really made a suicide pact by letting the DSA in, especially into anything to do with foreign policy. We are rehabilitating the image of fascists when it's very clear that these fascists, they don't give a shit about Ukraine. Some of them care about Israel, and they think bringing Ukraine into the fold in a more meaningful way will force the American NATO Atlantis' hands. That's it. These guys are opportunists, okay? Don't praise Mao Hassan, lol, okay? Don't worry. According to this argument, Iran's indirect activation of Bab el-Mandeb front to increase pressure on the United States has been met with an indirect American response. In other words, the Caspian front, together with the Indian Ocean, where the United States has imposed a maritime blockade on Iran, is now intended to complete a ring of economic and military pressure around the country. The validity of these interpretations will depend on whether Ukraine carries out similar operations in the future or further expands the scope of its actions. So far, remarks attributed to Ukraine's ambassador to Israel suggest that Kyiv has decided to continue along this path. Are they just stealing the outflank maneuver from the left on Israel? No. I don't think these people care. I don't think these people care about, outflanking the left on anything. What you see is what you get. I'm telling you, it's these events are tied to one another. Ukraine's actions in the Caspian Sea against Iran, expanding the theater of battle and bringing in Ukraine as a belligerent in the Israel war against Iran, is tied to what Laura Loomer is doing here. They want to merge these two battles together. They want to merge these two wars together. Okay? That's it. Another concern is that Ukrainian intelligence services may also become active in parallel, supporting ethnic insurgent groups against Tehran through military training, logistical assistance, and in particular, the provision of drones. Ukraine previously pursued a similar approach in Syria against the Assad regime. For this reason, there's a degree of consensus in Tehran that Iran's response will determine the trajectory of confrontation and that a decisive response is required. There is considerably less agreement, however, over the precise nature of that response. Some believe that the least costly option would be to expand military cooperation with Russia. Yet such a decision is unlikely to alter the balance significantly, given Russia's own difficulties in confronting Ukraine and Iran's military constraints amid the ongoing war. Others argue that Iran should consider carrying out similar direct attacks against Ukraine-linked vessels in other maritime areas, or even launching direct missile strikes against Ukrainian infrastructure if such operations continue. Such measures, however, could give NATO members a stronger incentive to participate in military action against Iran. At the political level, Iran could respond by recognizing Crimea and the Donbass as parts of Russian territory, areas whose occupation by Russia, Tehran has so far declined to endorse. In any case, what is clear is that Iran's war is becoming increasingly intertwined with two other conflicts, the Saudi-Houthi confrontation and the Russia-Ukraine war. With each passing day, the war is evolving into an increasingly complex, multidimensional, and international conflict. Do you think Iran should respond? We shall see how Iran operates. Here's CNN's coverage of Ukraine's attacks on Iranian
diplomatic
ships.
efforts appear to ramp up between the US and Iran. Tehran is now embroiled in another
She got a message. She got a text message.
conflict. In a stunning development, Iran claims Ukraine attacked one of its vessels in the Caspian Sea over the weekend. Now, Ukraine's president says drones targeted several ships which were transporting military cargo from Iran to Russia. That's the story out of Ukraine. Iran says at least one person was killed and 3 injured and is now threatening Ukraine. This all comes as U.S. military operations.
Iran's been involved with Russia-Ukraine war for a long time. Not to this degree. Iran has offered, by way of the Caspian Sea, munitions and drones to Russia, especially early on. Russia now has its own domestic manufacturing, obviously, of Shahed-style drones. But this is something that happened. Now, the difference there, of course, is in exchange for that, Russia has offered Iran, additional defenses and things of that nature. However, Ukraine has escalated its involvement and is moving into the realm of being a belligerent. For example, China offers components, doesn't abide by any sort of blockade that the West wants to impose on Russia. But China doesn't send troops into Ukraine, right? That would be a tremendous escalation. Okay? I love Iran activated Bab el-Mandeb like there's no historical context. It's just lazy announcement from that guy. Yemen has been sieged for 11 years and Saudi started bombing Yemeni airport. Yes, we know. We know why Yemen did what it did. And that guy knows it too. It's not like he's oblivious. You're unnecessarily triggered by his analysis for some reason.
Against Iran do appear to be on hold. But despite the U.S. signaling new diplomatic efforts, Tehran insists Washington will not determine the timing of this war. Look, from Europe.
Why? Wait. People are asking, like, why is Iran helped out Russia? Because Russia gives Iran defenses. It's simple. There is a coalition of unlikely partners that have basically been forced together to become allies due to American intervention and Western imperialism. Okay? That's it. Countries that have been in the crosshairs of the West have, created allegiances. That's it. Because at the end of the day, the goal of a sovereign nation is survival. You're not going to turn around and be like, oh, I really don't like what Russia is doing in Ukraine. I have to maintain some kind of like moral purity. It's pure. It's a purely cold and pragmatic approach. The real interesting calculation here is what Russia has done consistently. There's always been a limit to how much Russia will aid other countries that are in the axis of resistance against Israel because Russia has its own ties, deep and embedded ties to Israel. That's what's more interesting than the obvious choice for Iran, just like there's an obvious choice for China, just like there's an obvious choice for the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. These are countries that have always been cast aside as foreign adversaries. I think the much more interesting partnership is between Russia and Israel, even though actor that has its own investment in and its own goals in the Middle East has always been a funder and facilitator of some of the defenses in Syria under Assad, and certainly with its defenses that it's given to Iran.
To the Gulf, we aren't following all sides of this evolving story for you. Today we've got Claire Sebastian in London. Eleni Jokos is in Dubai. Let's start, if we can, Claire, with Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi warning that this incident in the Caspian Sea cannot go unanswered. What is going on there, and why would Kyiv risk getting mixed up in another conflict?
Yeah, Becky, I think it's a calculated risk for Ukraine here. I just want to be clear, we're not 100% sure at this point what exactly happened. We have different accounts from different sides. Ukraine says it hit cargo ships that were under international sanctions, as well as a sort of missile boat, a military ship. It's not saying which countries they were flagged under or owned by. It's saying they were involved in transporting military equipment between Iran and Russia. Those were the exact words of President Zelensky over the weekend. Iran, of course, on the other hand, is saying that one cargo ship, civilian cargo ship, was hit and one seafarer was killed and several injured, and the ship was on its way from Russia to Iran. So we have different accounts there, but why would Ukraine take the risk here, I think, is a really big question. Look, on the one hand, the position of Zelensky is that Iran has effectively already attacked Ukraine through its supply to Russia of Shahed drones and then the subsequent licenses, ballistic missiles also reportedly. And so that is his sort of official position, that this is a legitimate target. But I think the timing here is really interesting because, of course, Zelensky is now going into this big diplomatic week. He's in the UK today. He's heading, we think, to Washington tomorrow to meet with President Trump. And these strikes do allow him to sort of re-argue the prowess of Ukraine's deep strikes to help with this flipping of the narrative around the sort of patron-client relationship that we used to have with Ukraine when it visited its Western allies, towards the sort of mutuality of these relationships. And of course, it helps bring Ukraine up the priority list, especially in the eyes of President Trump, if he sees that Ukraine is...
I mean, look, Zelensky is smart enough to recognize that in order to gain favor with Trump, you got to play ball. And if the way to a man's heart is through his stomach, the way to Donald Trump's heart comes from Big Yahoo. It's not an accident that every Latin American leader that has been elected, far-right fascists, have immediately pledged fealty to the nation state of Israel. Okay? The fuck do you care about maintaining decent relations with Israel if you're in South America? Okay? Same goes for Zell Disney. He gets it. He understands that in order to play the role of a loyal servant, the first goal that he had was to send some of his drone specialists and like counter drone specialists to the Gulf region. That was unfortunately too smart for the dumbass Americans, specifically Donald Trump, to respond positively to, and they also got fucking lasered by Iran regardless. But that was unironically the smart thing to do, right? He's like, we have a lot of experience with countering drone warfare. We have a lot of, this is our specialty. We can basically teach the Gulf region like how to beef up their defenses. And Donald Trump didn't really give a shit about that because he's a fucking idiot. Okay? Oh, what is going on? Okay, all right. Not doing the Zell Disney accent you changed? I know. Anyway, so what is this? What is this conversation that, hey guys, stop passing notes in class, okay? Stop passing notes to one another in class. Class is in session. So Zelensky came in and was like, we have a lot of experience with Russian drone warfare. We have a lot of experience with like drone defenses. We can use that experience. We can teach the Gulf nations how to defend themselves against the Shahed drones. That was too smart for the Americans to comprehend, for Trump to give a shit about. Then Zelensky started striking with obviously NATO intelligence and the American go-ahead, clearly, Russian critical oil and gas infrastructure. And this gave Ukraine a lot of leverage. Donald Trump likes winners at the end of the day. So this made Donald Trump feel like Zelensky was a winner. And he's just leaning into that now by trying to become more active in Israel's ambitions against Iran. It's that simple. He is trying to get as much leverage as possible off of becoming a belligerent in the Iran conflict. And it doesn't necessarily matter what that does to the global theater of battle. It ties the Russian and Ukrainian war, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, with America and Israel's war against Iran. It will be devastating if America was forced into direct engagement with Russia. I mean, you're now talking about two nuclear-armed nations fighting one another.
Now potentially able to help weaken Iran through strikes like this, and also the danger of the burgeoning military relationship between Russia and Iran, and how that could affect the course of the war with Iran. So I think all of that helps bolster those arguments for Zelensky.
This is really going to mess with the Palestine-Ukraine flags in the bio people? No, it's not. What do you mean? The people that put the Palestine bio fucking hate Iran. What are you talking about? They always talk about how the Palestinians are fine as long as they're perfect victims. They hate any kind of Palestinian, any expression of Palestinian militant resistance. They oppose. They don't realize that like they're backing Azov battalion to the hilt in Ukraine, but they can't comprehend how, there would be people who are Muslim who might have more radical or more fundamentalist perspectives that happen to engage in a similar act of survival. So they're usually just NATO Atlanticists that have, some semblance of conscience about Palestinian civilians getting fucking ruthlessly murdered by the Israeli government. But ultimately, they're still pro-NATO, and those are the same guys that say I'm a fucking terrorist. You know what I mean?
Going in to a critical diplomatic week, and of course, especially a critical meeting in the White House.
And what do we understand happened in the Caspian Sea, and how concerned should we be at this point about this conflict, that between the US and Iran, expanding into a new front?
It certainly has all the characteristics that could happen. The Caspian Sea, of course, has been used to connect Iran and Russia for a long time, trading across it. And what Iran is saying about this incident, they're saying that a ship that was coming from Astrakhan at the northern end of the Caspian Sea was traveling carrying steel to Iran. Anzali was the port, Bandar Anzali at the southern end of the Caspian Sea, about 600 miles away, about 1,000 kilometers. And that's what the Iranians say was struck, a vessel simply coming from Russia to them carrying raw steel, and one person was killed and 3 were injured. Now, President Zelensky in Ukraine, his understanding of their strike, a Ukraine strike, is different. He says that this was an Iranian ship, or a ship, bringing Iranian weapons to Russia. And as we know, Russia has been using, over the last more than 4 years, Shahed and other types of drones that have been made in Iran and supplied to Russia. Russia's learnt from those drones, augmented them, supplemented them, but lent heavily at times on Iran's support for weapons to be used in Ukraine. So from President Zelensky's point of view, that was a legitimate target. And the Ukrainians, for about the past 8 or 9 months, have been targeting Russian facilities inside the Caspian Sea. They've hit an oil terminal there, as well as some other shipping. But the crunch point of what you're saying here is, does this escalate the war? And if you listen to what Iranian leaders are saying, we've heard from the spokesman at the foreign ministry in Tehran and other senior Iranian officials saying Ukraine should not expect to get away with this. They should expect there to be a response. And one senior parliamentarian in Iran said, the US and Israel have learnt that lesson. So Iran is very clearly signaling that it would choose a military response to Ukraine. And in that context, suddenly the war between the US and Iran and in the Gulf just balls westwards and has a whole other potential theater of military operation for the Iranians. They haven't done anything yet. They're speaking about it. In the past, when they've spoken about it, they do follow through.
Let's talk about the new Zelensky factor, if you will. Ukraine this weekend attacking this Iranian vessel in the Caspian Sea. This is a route for much of Iran's trade with Russia. Iran responding with warnings. The new one coming overnight from an Iranian regional governor is Ukraine too may soon come to not let actions go unanswered. What does this do?
Kate, this is first of all, let's step way back. Iran has been supporting Russia in its war against Ukraine directly. They provide Shahed drones. They provide technology. Russia now has a factory producing these Iranian Shahed drones, which allows Iran to prosecute its war. This has been going on for years. And Zelensky, about 3 days ago, said that the Ukrainians struck a ship in the Caspian Sea carrying military material between Russia and Iran. Iran is now claiming that this is basically an act of war, and Iran is now threatening to attack Ukraine. So this is how these two storylines are coming together. But the cooperation between Russia and Iran has been going on for some time. But this will be a topic in the Oval Office when Zelensky meets with President Trump. Totally different dynamic than that infamous meeting about 18 months ago. Now Ukraine argues.
Stop mucking. Stop mucking. Stop UCMing.
Has the upper hand. There's a sanctions bill pending still in the Senate, and Zelensky's coming with some cards. And
Zelensky and Ukraine's military political elites have been lobbying for years to be the next Israel for U.S. empire. There are huge benefits for Ukraine's elites if this comes to pass. Serving as Trump's proxy bombing Iran is their golden opportunity to prove their Israeli worth. I just don't think it's ever going to happen, though. There's no Ukrainian lobby. There's no country that will ever be like Israel. Okay? And any country that thinks they will be like Israel will be relegated to the Gulf nation status. Okay? That's it. Countries that think they can be like Israel will fall by the wayside. They will experience the same fate that the Gulf nations are experiencing currently, especially considering that the Gulf nations have a lot more money than Israel has. The Gulf nations also have oil, okay, the petrodollar. And even then, the Gulf nations have never reached the standard of Israel. Okay? The United Arab Emirates is seeing that firsthand. That's it. When people say why, or when people ask the question why, it's very simple. Israel is a handover colonial outpost from the British, a much longer bandwidth of servitude than any other country can develop. Okay? Throughout thick and thin, Israel has been the most reliable Cold War ally. Israel has done so much more than all these other countries. Israel has always been the most reliable ally. So when Americans say that, when you know the boomers say that especially, they're not technically wrong. It's not currently, and it's burning all of the goodwill that it developed over the course of the last 80 years. But the only reason why Israel has been able to get away with doing horrible shit, even blowing up USS Liberty, for example, is both for that reason, and that reason has allowed Israel to have an insane network of influence peddling, a very sophisticated media organ that operates inside of both the United States of America and many other Western countries, and that has solidified. That Zionist indoctrination has basically solidified unlimited support. Okay? And to different audiences, Israel plays a very different role. No one else can do this. There is no white evangelical Protestant movement that will create a theological justification for why we must back the Orthodox Church to the hilt. It just doesn't work that way. It does not work that way at all. We will never trust the Muslim, who we still remember the oil shock, okay? We will never trust the Muslims to the same degree as we trust Israel, and we will never trust Ukraine to the same degree that we trust Israel. Israel gets to violate all norms all the fucking time because it's burning the social and political capital it has developed over 80 fucking years. If American foreign policy was actually based in realpolitik, then its number one ally in the Middle East should obviously be Saudi Arabia, not Israel. Yes, 100%. It's not based in realpolitik. The Gulf, they literally destroyed Kuwait's energy and water plants and airports, etc. Yeah. Oh, Qatar has been hit the hardest? No, it hasn't. It's true. Tari Cat is correct. Think about Russia didn't get to be USA's Israel after the USSR fell. Why the hell does Ukraine think this is possible? Yeah, it's foolhardy. It's stupid. No one will ever be America's Israel. Only Israel will ever get to be America's Israel. And Israel will never allow another Israel to exist. That's the other. I mean, look at NATO. Look at Turkey. Why do you think Benjamin Netanyahu in his fucking 18-front war that it's conducting currently is now putting the crosshairs on America's largest NATO partner, a country that has American nuclear arsenal, American nuclear weapons inside of American military bases? Taiwan will never come near the level of importance of Israel. There's no proxy that the United States of America cares about to the same degree as Israel. There's no comparison. There's no Taiwan lobby that comes close to the Israel lobby. Same with Ukraine. Same with the Gulf. It doesn't matter how much money these countries have. It doesn't matter how much, how many lives they throw in the direction of America's military ambitions. It's never going to happen.
He's saying he's going to lay out for the president his information on what Russia is doing to actually support Iran in its conflict against us. So this is how these two strands come together. The cooperation between Russia, Iran, and China is a larger backdrop to everything we're talking about day by day here, Kate. And that'll be a very important meeting in the Oval Office this week.
Yeah, I mean, do you call them these two storylines and two strands coming together? It's like, how much closer do these two wars come to each other? Is it?
Bennett said Monday that if he returns to premiership this fall, he will declare Qatar an enemy state and accuse Doha of funding Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Seems like Israelis would like to reserve the right to bomb Doha as desired. That's awesome. And America will let it happen too. Cucks. You guys have to understand. I mean, Brett McGurk is a great example of this. There is no Brett McGurk equivalent for Ukraine. Okay? A lot of people will turn around and say, oh, this is ethnic. This is ethnic tribalism. It's ethnic tribalistic policies. These are Jews in high places. That's the reason why we have so much loyalty. Okay, Brett McGurk is a great example of how wrong you are with that position. Okay? Surely you can talk about the Zionist indoctrination and the financial entanglements. That does play a form. Joe Biden that way. He's a fucking Catholic. You can't explain Brett McGurk that way. The only way you can explain it is the importance of the Israel lobby and why the Israel lobby was allowed to exist on U.S. soil and operate in the ways that it does, operate in the ways that it has. Okay? For years and years, Israel was allowed to propagandize to the American base and make itself an irreplaceable part of not only American foreign policy, but also domestic policy as well. Okay? Zionism is not only Jewish. No, I know that. There's never been a point in history ever where the number of Christian Zionists were not far greater, far larger than the number of Jewish Zionists. That has never existed. There has never been a point in time where the number of Jewish Zionists was higher than the number of Christian Zionists. Never. From its inception. Okay? So yes, Zionism can be seen in its expression as a Jewish thing, right? And it's propped up by a lot of Jewish institutions, Jewish organizations. This is true. But ultimately, its backbone still always has been and always will be the Christian Zionist movement. Okay? For some, it's a theological justification, the evangelical Protestants. And for others, it's Zionist indoctrination. But ultimately, for one reason or another, American leadership have always backed Israel to the hilt. Okay? There have been times when they've demanded restraint from their Israeli counterparts. And Israel has, of course, always played ball. But ultimately, for one reason or another, there's never been as critical of as Israel critical of a American leadership as like the Barack Obama leadership. Okay?
This week.
That is the maximum level of Israel critique allowed from the American government. Anyway, Donnie is releasing a trailer of the documentary on your boy. We've spent the past 6 months traveling the country following the rise of and resistance to democratic socialism in the Democratic Party.
This week, Donnie O'Sullivan dives into the world of the progressive left.
Are you concerned that you might end up hurting the Democrats in a general election?
The whole story with Anderson Cooper, Sunday at 8 on CNN.
Ooh! Ooh!
Anderson Cooper.
It's coming out. Yes, there's going to be a lot of, look, I don't know the details of how this got released, but I'm shocked that it's fucking released at all. Obviously, Donnie has gotten unprecedented access, deep access from the start because he's followed my journey along for the past couple of years, not just the last 6 months. The last 6 months is just the tip of the iceberg, right? But, this is Donnie's piece de resistance, his last. Are you concerned about the edit? The edit will be unfavorable to me. There's 0% chance that it'll be favorable, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. There is no CNN editing that gets released that makes me look good. Let's be fucking real. From Hasan the Hun, David Hogg, James Carville, Representative Josh Geitheimer, Third Way Tweet, we spoke to Democrats across the board, along with DSA candidates like Daria Liza and Claire. Some great insights from the crooked media guys, John Favreau, John Lovett, Tommy Vitor, too. Donnie has no say over the editing. I mean, I think the editorial direction is still absolutely dictated by CNN executives who will do everything in their power to present opposition to the left insurgency as a reasonable critique. Come on. But we take it. We take those. We take whatever we can get. It's a big platform. It'll be a good documentary. It'll reach audiences. Don't trust Donnie. He put a mic on you and disappeared, hoping for a hot mic moment twice. It doesn't matter. I don't say anything. I don't say anything off camera that I refuse to say on camera. Is everything I say on camera is the same as everything I say off camera. Unless he puts a long and extended piss sequence like Adam Friedland did, there's not going to be any hot mic moments. My hot mic moments are on stream in front of all of you. The U.S. has been waging an illegal, wasteful, and immoral war on Iran, and our cable news pundits keep talking about it like a souffle that sadly didn't rise. Anyway, I forgot to mention the other side of this story about munition stocks. There's the other side of the story. Why is the media covering it so forcefully? Something doesn't add up. Because the American media plays ball with the national security goals. So I don't know what the change of heart is here. I mean, they've obviously covered the munitions stockpiles eroding over and over again. But why are they getting higher profile naysayers now? That I don't know. That confuses me a little bit. Do I, on the one hand, believe that the American interceptor munitions are diminished? Absolutely. I just don't understand why Trump is refusing to boulder through it in the hard-headed manner that he normally does and decide, fuck it, we're still going. Perhaps it could play a role in the additional budgetary demands that Pete Hegseth has brought in front of Congress, right? That could be part of the reason. I don't know. But it does strike me as odd. It's to launder the big fat check they're about to send to the Pentagon. Yeah, I could see that. Aaron Blake, senior political reporter at CNN, formerly of the Washington Post, says, the Trump administration is saying a lot of confusing things about our munitions stockpile. The truth could be pivotal, not just for the Iran war, but what comes afterward. So now the story is about the story on the munitions stockpile, it seems. The whole entire war has been a laundering scheme. Of course, they have to launder the damn, it's to launder the damn money. Yes, because it's a load of bullshit. No, I don't think it's a load of bullshit. I think it's real. I think the munitions stockpile depleting is very real. That's not a load of bullshit at all. If that wasn't the case, they would not have started allowing some Iranian missiles to hit American targets. They have to keep up. They would have just kept up. There is no world where the American military allows some Iranian ballistic munitions to kill American soldiers. Okay? That doesn't happen. The only reason why they're doing that is because they have to be a lot more economic with what remains of their interceptor stockpile. $1 trillion budget isn't to build missiles, it's to build McMansions for Lockheed execs in Dulles. I mean, true. You're not wrong. But ultimately, what we're talking about is battle lines. Doesn't fucking matter. You understand? If we're talking about this conflict, it doesn't matter. The defense contractor bloat doesn't matter. It's an issue, but it's inconsequential because it won't change. Like a hope and a dream or additional procurement demands are not going to materialize ballistic munitions and materialize PAC-3s and PAC-2s. Many of the PAC-3s, which we deferred transfer to countries like Switzerland and numerous other security contract nations so that we could express ship it to the Gulf region, that's not going to make up for it. Okay? You can't just materialize interceptor missiles out of thin air. What you can do is take the earlier systems, the PAC-2s, that have not really been used since the 90s, I think, and retrofit them, try to make them, try to improve their guidance systems, and then use those missiles in order to make up for the deteriorating munition stockpiles that we have already. For the average American, of course, this means no social safety nets. What remains of the already diminishing social safety nets will go away. Obviously, we got to spend our money on endless war. And we got to do everything in our power to stop people from advancing an alternative strategy, one that says we have to be more restrained around the globe. We have to stop our ceaseless bloodshed, our war machine, and focus on ourselves, build our roads, build our potholes, build our infrastructure, and give people fucking health care. People who say stuff like that, we got to make sure that they are never allowed anywhere near power. Fox News is saying Americans should just eat it.
That sort of.
Here's Mike Thiessen, who has been fucking losing his goddamn mind over this. He's another major warmonger. Here's what his message was on Fox News.
The good news out
But
there.
if we can't handle $4 oil for a period of months in order to disarm Iran of a nuclear weapon, we're not a superpower anymore.
Yeah, but there are a lot of Americans who their kitchen table issues matter to them more than foreign policy. But I wanted to ask that sort of.
Yeah, suck it the fuck up. Suck it the fuck up, Americans. Shut the fuck up. Oh, you got problems with $4 gas? Suck my dick. We have to. We have to maintain American supremacy. We have to maintain Israeli supremacy. You will eat the bugs and you will like it. That's Mark Tyson's attitude. That's his approach. Great message. No, keep increasing the contradictions. Make it so that every American, no matter where they live, no matter how out of touch they are, make every American realize what the domestic consequences are for the endless American war machine. Go ahead.
By far, we have the greatest people. World, by far, we have the greatest people. We have the best equipment in the world. I built it during my first term, and I'm using it now. We had no choice. Again, we can't let what was happening in Venezuela go on, and I was very decisive, but we can't let what was and is going on. They killed 52,000 protesters. Think of it in a 4-month period. 52,000.
Why does nobody ever ask Trump where he's getting these numbers from and why he keeps changing the numbers? Every other week is a larger number. Also, Why does nobody ever ask Trump, like, why do you think blowing up and killing more Iranian civilians is somehow helping liberate the Iranian population? Iran has developed a nuclear weapon that only kills Iranian civilians. They deployed it. They killed 90 million Iranians in one day. Not a single building was blown up, but 93 Iranians died overnight. There's only 1 million Iranians that remain on Iranian soil.
In Iran. But we've already paid for the Venezuela operation, as I said, and likewise we're winning big time with the Islamic Republic of Iran, and we're ensuring that they never have a nuclear weapon. When somebody comes up and says, why are we doing this? Just say, because we cannot let them have a nuclear.
That's not funny. My mother died to an Iranian nuke. I apologize. R.I.P. to your mom.
Weapon. It's very simple. That's all you have to say. There's nothing else.
Yeah, actually, he said it was 80,000, then 40,000. Now it's 52,000. Yeah, he's just like, slicing it off, finding the middle number.
If you understood the power of the nuclear weapons, you'd understand exactly what I was saying. World, by far, we have the greatest people. We have the best.
Yeah, this is a brilliant message, by the way. Mark Tyson says there's an op to stop Trump from returning to major combat with dangerous leaks. Disgraceful that people are trying to box him in and extremely harmful to national security. Ben Shapiro said something similar. Americanitz says telling the truth about munition stocks to prevent compromising national defense for years to come for no tangible benefit, treasonous. Lying about the achievability of war aims to suck the country into an unwinnable conflict for the benefit of Israel, regrettably necessary. Man who said there was no downside demands arrest of those who are pointing out downside. Yeah. There is no U.S. downside to striking the Iranian regime, he said on January 14th. Tehran shouldn't expect Trump to repeat Obama's mistakes. Now, everyone that brings up the downsides must be jailed. It's treason. There's also obviously the other side of the story, Ben Shapiro. I covered it as well. Ben Shapiro, when you're leaking falsely, according to President Trump, to CNN and New York Times and Barack Ravid that we're short on interceptors, you're helping Iran. Trump must track down and fire the leakers in this administration who continue to undermine his pursuit of America's interests. So here's what doesn't make sense about this. I mean, nothing makes sense about this other than Ben Shapiro's Israel first, right? Ben Shapiro's Israel first. But the reason why this doesn't make sense is because if it is a lie and the American interceptors are, our interceptor stockpiles are perfectly intact, okay? If that's the case, then why are you crying about it? This is obviously a gambit from America. This is obviously America lying to the Iranian side to be like, oh no, please, we don't have any interceptors remaining. Boom, all of a sudden they're going to do a trick attack or something. Okay? But if it's true and you're leaking this information, then yeah, you're doing it for a clear purpose, which is to try to pressure Trump by way of the public into not furthering this conflict and continuing to give Iran even more leverage. Why does Ben want America to fight undefended? Sounds pretty anti-American to me. Benjamin Shapipi, he does not care. He just wants, he doesn't give a shit about what happens to the Gulf. He doesn't give a shit about what happens with Iranian retaliation. He just wants America to continue pummeling Iran. That's it. He's seen red. He's got bloodlust. Damn it, Hasan, he's just leaning into the bit. You fucking suck at improv, bro. Come on. Oh, that's what it is. Even if you're just looking at better negotiated off-ramp here, leaking that America doesn't have the military arsenal to keep up the fight destroys all negotiating position. Fire the leakers today. Anyone who opposes that obvious position gives away the game. Yeah. He then tries to package this as like, oh, you're, ruining the negotiations. To which I responded with, here's the initial leaker of interceptor shortages before Operation Epstein Fury began. Everyone but the American public is aware this is happening. Ben is mad because it makes it harder to convince the U.S. to fight Israel's war against Iran. That's it. These leaks are not coming from peaceniks in the American Department of War. Okay? These leaks are literally coming from high-level military officials. Okay? These are not leaks. These are warnings to Donald Trump because Donald Trump's not listening to them in the room. And they've been doing this since before Operation Epic Fury began. It's so fucking stupid. Ben, the Air Force just raised the enlistment age to 42. You have 6 months to sign up so you can join the war effort you love so much. Yeah. Yeah, send Benny Boy to the front lines. What are we doing? Send Asmongold to the front lines. Okay? Why are we sending random motherfuckers from Iowa to the front lines that die under Iranian munitions, ballistic munitions, in bases that are left undefended because our interceptor stockpile is diminished? Send Asmongold to the front line. Send Barron to the front line. Send Kai Trump to the front line. Send the boys and girls that want to wage this fucking war. Send their children to the front lines. That's it. Perhaps then the calculation will be a lot different for the likes of Ben Shapiro.
People are telling me, why don't we give peace one more chance? So I guess they're back to talks. And now here's...
This is awesome. Jesse Waters trying to navigate around the toll not being a real toll. I love this.
What the talks are about. A toll is not a toll. A toll can be a service fee, like the Strait of Malacca. They want to make that the Strait of Hormuz. So Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, they do like an environmental service fee for a few boats. It's not like a blanket toll, but at least it would make...
How dare you talk about the Strait of Malacca? How dare you, Jesse? You are now my official op. You and M. Pegasus, you and More Pegaslop are my two major ops now. You never talk about the Strait of Malacca. The Strait of Malacca must always remain open. You have gone too far, sir. How dare you? We must let commerce flow through the Singaporean ports. Singapore, more like Singa-rich.
Make the Iranians save face. Now, while we talk, we're still bringing back a lot of firepower, and some special operators are now in theater. So that'll be interesting. We had Kellogg on the other day, and he said, you know what happens, Jesse, when you play sports? You let a team hang around a little too long, and then something happens. Ball bounces differently. Maybe someone gets hurt. The next thing you know, you're like, whoa. That's why he thinks you got to finish people off, and you got to finish them off quickly. Luckily, we got polling that says Republicans are trusted more on Iran than Democrats, and oil's now come from $100 to $87 a barrel, which is great. But
you should be sucking the Chinese Party of Communism, the Communist Party of China, every damn day of the week, by the way. Every day of the week, you should be praying to the altar of Xi Jinping for normalizing prices, for genuinely cutting their demand by almost half, bailing out the U.S. once again. Okay? You should have an altar to Xi Jinping that you pray to every morning, that you kiss his feet every fucking morning. Why do they bail the U.S. out? Because U.S. is the hegemon. And China must let commerce flow. It is the most pro import-export nation on the planet. Well, specifically, export nation on the planet. If China allows the oil prices to go up, for Brent crude to go up, for without cutting its demand, well, not even its demand necessarily, but cutting its imports of oil, then all of the other trade partners that it has in its own backyard, in the Asian markets, are going to collapse. This would lead to a collapse of Chinese trade, which, has to continue. What is this New York City Councilwoman mention? What? I don't care about this. She's a psycho. Who cares? A senior source told Al Arabiya that China, in coordination with Pakistan, is conducting diplomatic contacts aimed at reducing tensions between the United States and Iran. According to the source, Beijing is exploring reciprocal confidence-building measures and is seeking to prepare the ground for U.S.-Iran talks on regional security. China also wants Gulf states and other regional powers involved in supporting a framework for long-term stability. If confirmed, this suggests an increasingly coordinated China-Pakistan diplomatic track, with Islamabad acting as a regional facilitator and Beijing providing the broader political umbrella. Why did Pakistan become the table? Because Turkey fucked up. Okay? Turkey fucked up. Let's be real. Turkey is too much of a dog of the West. And while Erdogan has been, fairly reliable in terms of leaning into Russia while simultaneously being a reliable NATO ally, a NATO partner, Erdogan has never had the same investment in playing both sides when it comes to China and the United States. This is the reason why Pakistan Zindabad, Pakistan is the table, Okay, Islamabad is now the table, and Istanbul is no longer the table. Turkey is no longer even the chair. Pakistan, on the other hand, is basically China's little Israel in some respects, and therefore can now play the role of the table. From Islamabad to Islamabad. That's it. Trump restarted the war because he wanted ships to abandon Iran's designated route through Hormuz for the U.S.-backed route. Weeks later, after major escalation and Brent going back above $100, every transiting vessel is using Iran's designated route. None are using the Omani route. Almost all vessels crossing the Strait of Hormuz over the past 3 days have used the route designated by Iran, with none recorded using the southern route near Oman's coast, promoted by the U.S. according to the shipping intelligence group Maersk's. None that were detected, that is. I mean, sure. I think there's approximately like 4 or 5 ships that turn off their transponders and are able to pass through. But the risk is far too high for them. And that's not enough to make up for the demand. What is this? She wiped the floor with his raggedy ass on the radio last week. Now he's scared. Oh my God, a second pullout from the debate. Update, our team received a call this morning from Wesley Bell's team regretfully canceling his attendance this evening. Oh my God. The play is always the same, dude. They have unlimited Israel dollars, so they don't feel the need to actually give the voters a debate. AIPAC candidates pulling out of any kind of contest. This video got 3 million views talking about how China saved the world. I know. Max Fisher did. China quietly saved the world last month. It got 3.4 million views, which is crazy because I covered it too. And my videos get 100,000 views max. Okay? Is wild. L for me. L for me. No other way to look at it. When I talk about it, it means nothing. Okay? Nobody gives a shit. Benjamin Netanyahu's 65,000 views. That's crazy. Yeah, because you don't have a cork board is true. Jesus Christ. The view count disparity. I didn't even realize how bad it is. Look at this. YouTube just clamps down on shit. It's pretty wild. All the ICE videos do horrible. What the? YouTube algo is geared towards drama. I know. The worst is the interviews. Candidate interviews do so poorly. It sucks. YouTube is trash, bro. Yeah, I mean, I don't really care. I'll still do it, obviously, no matter what happens. But David Pakman's brother runs trust and safety over at Google. You're cooked. Wait, really? He used to work at the ADL. Yeah, he got hired after he left the ADL. That's wild. Yeah, YouTube's, it's very clear. This one did unbelievable numbers on TikTok. It did unbelievable numbers on Instagram. But on YouTube, it got 65,000 views. It's crazy. You should use the whiteboard more. True. Zoran's own vid got suppressed on YouTube. Yeah, Instagram 70 million views, Twitter 53 million views, TikTok 60 million views, YouTube 1.7 million views. Yeah, I think YouTube is definitely suppressing the YouTube is definitely suppressing. I mean, look at my performance on my video of his. It's crazy. Do you think streaming every single day hinders your YouTube growth? Yes. Your short on it got 400K views. Yeah, we do a lot of shorts. Our shorts do pretty well. I am a conservative, 600K views. Zohar Mamdani on Netanyahu. TikToker styles my wardrobe. I'm liberal except for Palestine. I mean, the shorts do very well. The shorts do very, very well. Let's Speak titles on YouTube when? What's Lead Speak titles? And why not stream less if you care about growth? Because I care about managing a community on this live stream, on this live broadcast. And that's how we do it. This is the most impact that I see. This is the most impact that I have. It's like reach is important, but what's also important is impact. Because you can get, if I were to do video essays, once a week or something, yeah, I would probably accrue. Piker challenges Hannity to book him for appearance. Streamer Hasan Piker has challenged Fox News host Sean Hannity to have him on for a debate. It's true. Facts. Here, post this clip to Sean. Why won't Sean Hannity have me on to discuss this? He said he was supposed to, and instead, he chose not to have me on and talk about me instead, Piker said during a recent stream. It's very interesting. What are you afraid of, Sean? We can discourse back and forth on this issue. Whatever issue you want to talk about. The left-wing media personnel's challenge came days after Sean Hannity attacked Piker during an episode of his show, criticized me for praising former chair of the Chinese Communist Party, Mao Zedong. This is what radical democratic socialists want to bring to America, Hannity warned his audience. They don't love this country, the Fox News host continued. referring to Piker as one of the Democrats' core leaders. Piker is a former pundit with the left-wing media outlet The Young Turks, who has grown a significant following among liberals with streams during which he discusses party politics and hot-button political issues. He's an outspoken critic of Israel, President Trump, and much of the agenda of the political right. Hell yeah. Hopefully this will apply some pressure. Didn't he invite you first? Yeah, he did. He did. Cato Institute wrote a piece about you. Libertarians use Hasan Piker's praise of Mao Zedong to educate the youth about socialism. Yeah, it's sad because, you know, the Cato Institute are reliable allies when it comes to the barrage of anti-migrant, reactionary white nativists, anti-immigrant talking points. Sad to see the homies. Anyway, as far as the approvals goes, by the way, support for the Iran war is waning among Trump's MAGA base. Here are the share of Trump voters who self-identify as MAGA and whether they think the U.S. should or should not continue its involvement in Iran. Piker loves the CCP. Oh yeah, Vox did it too, I know. Why the right is freaking out about third worldism. Conservatives are ginning up a familiar panic about subversive leftists, but also getting at something real. Yeah. I love when libtards over at Vox will be like, you know, as a liberal media outlet that routinely rails against Donald Trump, we have to also admit that the apparatus of the state that is actively targeting the dissident left, the radical left, is kind of correct. It's awesome. It's awesome. By the way, this attitude that demands that American militarism cease, that America restrain itself on the global stage a little bit, is a perfectly valid, perfectly reasonable demand. I'm not alone in this demand. As a matter of fact, it's a very popular demand. It's one that Trump tapped into when he lied about being an isolationist, when he lied about being the peace president. Okay? The anti-third worldist right is mostly Fuentes, by the way, not even standard MAGA shit. Yeah, it's unbelievably, for the record. The whole, like, third worldism is a real problem is incredibly, most people's attitude, most liberals' attitude on this is maybe we should stop killing people in developing nations, in the periphery. Okay? That's it. Third worldism as a camp is not a real block of power in the world currently. It doesn't exist because there's Cold War is over. There is no USSR bloc. There is maybe one hegemonic America and its allies, the Western nations. But there is no real, non-aligned movement. There's no real third world. It doesn't exist. We use it colloquially. So there isn't really a lot of appetite, even amongst liberals, for this kind of commentary. But to then openly align yourself with Secretary of State Marco Rubio's ridiculous attempts at silencing political dissent in the country by tying it back to foreign adversaries that they are inventing is, one, leaning into incredible amounts of white supremacist thought. And it's also setting up your own downfall, Zach Beauchamp. They are not going to make a distinction between liberal NATO Atlanticists who still criticize Donald Trump and anti-NATO radical third worlders like myself. You're a moron. Under no circumstances should you give credibility to this State Department unless you're, choosing which side you're going to be on. Unless you're saying, I'm going to be in a new report on Cuba. What is this? Have you commented on the fact that Islam killed gay people in Berlin yet? Why hasn't Mamdani said anything? Why hasn't Syed said anything, says Cy Crab. I haven't covered it yet because I just got back. But if you think this is Islam and that every Muslim American has to make a statement about a attack that took place on a gay pride, you're unbelievable. Okay? What are you talking about? I think they owe it to us. To what? To you? I owe you nothing. Nobody owes you anything. Is Zoran the mayor of Berlin or is he the mayor of New York? Because whenever there's an attack on anyone in New York, he, of course, comes out and delivers a statement. What are you talking about? The idea that every Muslim politician is responsible for what you have decided is a Islamic style attack is ridiculous. Is this what we do? Do I demand every Jewish person speak out? Do I demand every Jewish person immediately come out and condemn Israel's attacks on a daily basis? No. People would immediately call that anti-Semitic. White people never have to speak out against the atrocities that other white people commit, and they spend a lot of time and resources to whitewash their history. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue. In a report on Cuba, the State Department has argued that Havana has become the beating heart of the new and distinct kind of Marxism, which the State Department calls third worldism. Cuba is spreading this doctrine, per Secretary of State Marco Rubio, with the explicit intent of fomenting revolution in America. Here, the Trump administration is following conservative influencers who are recently preoccupied by the third worldist threat. The left is moving from woke to third worldism, Chris Rufo, perhaps the right's leading activist, recently wrote. Manhattan Institute think tank Christopher Rufo, who is responsible for the CRT, anti-woke, anti-DEI initiatives, is now cooking up another one. Chris Rufo also, obviously, has to be incredibly pro-Israel. So that's part of the reason why they're doing this third worldism thing, to like tie it back to anti-Israel sentiment. What is this? Today's cover. Families of 9/11 victims want to ban Mamdani from sacred 25th anniversary ceremony at Ground Zero. Unwelcomed guests. Yeah, this is insanely, okay? Insanely. Anyway, let's continue. Zach is one of those Israel isn't committing it guys, and he posted this recently, which is ironic given this article. Yeah. Trump has few good qualities, but his routine ability to humiliate people who act like he's a reasonable and normal political figure is surely one of them. Anyway, we'll talk about the Zoran thing in a second. Where is this article? Okay, so Ben Shapiro, one of the conservatism's leading media voices, declared in April that the future of the Democratic Party is radical third worldism. Rehan Salam, the president of the influential Manhattan Institute, a former woke turned anti-woke for money, has warned that third worldism, left unchecked, won't remain on the radical fringe, citing New York Mayor Zoran Mamdani as the chief example of a third worldist in power. Every one of these, every one of these Manhattan Institute guys are just mercenaries. That's it. All of this may be news to Mamdani and other Democrats who virtually never use the term to describe their own views. So what are Rubio, Rufo, and Shapiro talking about? And is there any truth in the various claims about rising third worldist influence? The answer is more complicated than it might seem. Conservatives are using third worldist a lot like terms such as woke and critical race theory before it. As an ill-defined concept, this serves as a clearinghouse for various right-wing grievances and can be used as a slur to discredit and demonize the left. Yet at the same time, they've actually put their fingers on something real. Oh! Among a very specific and visible subsection of the socialist left, a set of views that can be reasonably termed third worldists are rising in prominence. For a progressive outside this camp, deciding what comes next will require engaging with a right-wing critique directly and not dismissing it as a smear. Also, we have to hand it to them. We have to hand it to them. Once again, these idiots think that there is a factional battle that you can fight within the left flank, in the left opposition to Donald Trump, by leaning in to the ridiculous propaganda from the Trump administration. You will also be at the camps alongside me, okay? You need to understand that, and you need to understand that now, you idiot. You dumb baboon. You are also going to be thrown in the same camps that we get thrown into. You're so stupid, unless you become a loyal servant of the Republican Party. Then he talks about the third worldism, blah, 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 even though it's irrelevant. And I suspect he will then turn this into how the Trump administration and his allies are basically arguing that people like Sankara are trying to trick you. Whatever the modern left's protestations, their actual views are basically still pretty similar to those of the Cold War American radicals who apologize for the Khmer Rouge. Only in this case, the most admired third world militants are now jihadists rather than the communists. Oh, so you are just as them. Never mind. Yeah, that's it. Where the left is becoming jihadists. This is the same exact Fuentes all the way to Marco Rubio. He just happens to agree with it. That's it. That's it. He happens to agree with it because he's pro-Israel, for the record. This is Vox, by the way. In this viewpoint, the most influential work in this vein comes from Zineb Rabua, a fellow conservative Hudson Institute think tank. She sees third worldism as a joint product of anti-American governments, including Cuba, leftist intellectuals, and American universities. Its recent prominence, in her view, is a function of October 7th of the Gaza War, which allowed third worldist logic to fuse seamlessly with a decolonial language that became popular during the woke era. In this viewpoint, a terrorist organization like Hamas comes to be seen as an armed expression of a national liberation struggle. Because it is that. It is that. That's what it is. The question ceases to be what Hamas actually did and becomes what Israel's presumed to represent. And because Israel's position as the forward post of American imperial power, defending Hamas becomes almost automatically a moral gesture directed towards the United States itself. But Rabua does not stop with foreign policy. In her view, third worldism has become a kind of universal ideology that's applied to everything. Oh my God, from university hiring, the border policy, to all of the different fucking things that the conservative movement hates. The ideology asks a country to accept that its power is a historical accident awaiting either correction with a sort of new red terror or annihilation. Oh my Lord. Mamdani wants to plunder New York like the Somalis plundered Minnesota, Rufo writes. Legal or illegal, it's all piracy, looting, and expropriation. Pure third worldism. By the time we get to Zoran Mamdani's a pirate, it's clear that the analytic train has gone off the rails. Oh, so there's a reasonable critique here. There's a reasonable critique. Mamdani doesn't fit the bill. That's what it is. But there is a reasonable critique. I'm sure it's going to get to me eventually, this article. Oh my God, he wrote so much. Oh, yeah. The most obvious example is Hasan Piker. There it is. The streamer and provocateur who has become a lightning rod in debates over the Democratic Party's direction. Piker has repeatedly expressed admiration for the Chinese Communist Party despite his vicious authoritarian tendencies and said he would vote for Hamas 1,000 times over Israel. My colleague Eric Levitz described his worldview as campus, an old leftist term for someone who aligns themselves with any government that opposes the American-led bloc, and one that I think is a bit more precise than third worldist. But Piker's fascination with anti-American militancy and terrorists. He once gave a fawning interview to a Houthi fighter on stream. Not true. He wasn't a Houthi fighter. Suggests that third world is at least a reasonable descriptor. And then he goes after Neville Roy Singham, ties me back to him, and then also Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier. Once again, it's literally just, we got to hand it to the State Department. Some of these fucking dirty, filthy, commie third worldists do need to get packed up. Writing this at Vox.com. That's it. That's the whole fucking article. Okay? The entire article is, we got to hand it to the Trump administration, which I'm very critical of, except on this issue. Some of these fucking filthy, Muslim, dirty Islamo-communists need to go to fucking prison. That's what this article is. Okay? You have to turn around and make it seem like there's some reasonable critique, but only we get to allow what the boundaries of that reasonable critique are. Okay? This is slapping a liberal patina on reactionary Trumpism. That's all this is. Luckily for us, nobody fucking reads Vox.com except for us. Dumbass. Fucking idiots, dude. We got to hand it to the Hudson Institute. We got to hand it to the Manhattan Institute. These unbelievably reactionary think tanks, because at the end of the day, they're also pro-Israel, and so are we. Okay? And these guys are really fucking up the bag for us to maintain our appeal in polite society as people who are pro-Israel but too ashamed to openly fucking pop off about how Israel has every right to do whatever it's done. Yeah, like I said, luckily for us, nobody fucking gives a shit about what Zach Beauchamp has to say. Dumbass. Anyway, another version of this like sinister anti-war argumentation has been coming after Abdul al-Sayed, which we're going to get to after we're done fucking situation monitoring.
What we need in theater. There's more moving into theater.
Well, also over the weekend, the Pentagon revised the number of service members wounded since the war began, jumping to more than 600. However, the Pentagon has put the 4 soldiers.
Yeah, here's another example of this. Moderate Democrats turn into Nick Fuentes and start complaining about Arabs turning the U.S. into the third world when there's a progressive pro-Medicare for all, anti-war Muslim candidate running for a Senate seat. It's insane, dude. Fuck these monsters.
Killed recently into a new category, overseas operations. The idea being they're not casualties of the war against Iran, Operation Epic Fury, on the grounds that they were killed after.
Yeah, just a reminder that Claire won by 20. Daria Lisa won by 4, and Maylot won by 15. It's going to feel real good in 1 week. Yeah. Oops.
The ceasefire went into effect. Natalie?
Okay. Charlie Daggett in Jordan.
The U.S. and Iran have so far paused strikes for the 3rd day in a row. No strikes from either side after nearly 2 straight weeks of nightly bombing. And this comes as U.S. officials, including the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, are warning about the dwindling supply of U.S. air defense munitions. The U.S. ambassador to the United Nations also weighing in, saying President Trump is giving diplomatic efforts a chance.
What the president is doing right now, as we've seen all along, is giving some talks, some space. Talks are ongoing. They're happening at every level.
CNN's Zach Cohen is joining me now. Zach, he also said that the U.S. ambassador to the UN that the
Iranian communists. I don't know what is the trajectory of this war. As an Iranian who lives in Iran, I never had an opportunity to talking to Westerners about Iran. There are lots of things I want to talk about, but either way, it feels like that I don't have a voice in this point in time. I appreciate you covering Iran, but I'll be glad if you could interview Iranians who live in Iran too. I mean, sure.
troops have all they need.
Yeah. Professor Morandi interview incoming.
When it comes to this fight with Iran, but we're hearing about these dwindling munitions. What's the sense of what's going on here, Zach?
Yes, Sarah. Ambassador Waltz did say that the U.S. has all the munitions it needs, but that does not line up with what we've been reporting, frankly, since back in April, when analysts and Pentagon data has shown that the Pentagon's munition stockpile, including these key missile defense systems, are running low because of the high frequency with which they're being used during this war with Iran. And while the White House and the Trump administration is arguing that this temporary pause over the last 3 days is intended to give space for diplomacy.
Liz Basarakshi, Foreign Minister of Iran. Open invite to the broadcast. I will interview you anytime, any day. Patrick Bet-David, perhaps the most important Iranian voice. Anytime, any day of the week. Okay? Those are two people, two Iranians that I would love to pick the brains of. Okay? Both sides. Get a decent understanding of both sides. Abbas don't know you, little bro. I know. Abbas Arakshi will mog you so hard. I mean, the media stopped allowing him to do interviews. He's no longer on mainstream outlets. They shut that down real quick. So if he still wants to reach an American audience, I'm here.
We've learned new details about a consequential meeting that took place at the White House on...
Also, I do have Iranians on all the time. There's one Iranian that I have on the broadcast with regular frequency. His name is Trita Parsi.
Friday, when discussions were being had about potentially escalating the conflict with Iran. All of the president's top advisors were in the room, we're told, and there were some hard truths laid out for the president by both Vice President J.D. Vance and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Dan Kane, both of them warning about potential concerns related to the options for escalating this conflict. And Kane, in particular, pointed to these warnings about the U.S.'s diminishing stockpile of key munitions, saying that if the U.S. continues to use them at the clip that they've been using them so far in this conflict, they may not have enough for the next war, especially if it's against an adversary like China or Russia. Now, this is just one of the concerns, we're told, that was raised during this meeting on Friday that ultimately preceded a pause. The other concerns that were raised included potentially massive amounts of civilian casualties inside Iran if the U.S. were to follow through with Trump's threat to strike civilian infrastructure, things like power plants and bridges, things of that nature. We're also told that concerns about retaliation against Gulf energy infrastructure and a broader regional escalation were also mentioned. So ultimately, those concerns all taken into account seem to have led to this current pause, but there's still so many questions about whether or not diplomacy can ultimately get back on track and bring an end to this war.
This reporting that CNN has, I was just speaking about with Betsy, about the concerns raised by Vice President Vance and General Kane, concerns specifically about munition stockpiles. Ambassador Walt, in part, was blaming that on aid that the U.S. has given to Ukraine. A, it doesn't seem like it's that simple, but I'll let you answer that question. But B, what does this tell you about the overall impact on U.S. military readiness?
Well, there's certainly an impact, Eric, on U.S. military readiness, no doubt about it. But let's put things into perspective. When you look at the expenditure of Patriot missile munitions in Ukraine, you're talking in the hundreds of Patriot missiles that like PAC-3 type missiles that the Ukrainians have used. Compare that to as many as 1,430 Patriot missiles that were sent off in the war against Iran. So the U.S. itself has used.
Why is Iran giving us the out again? They should just keep lobbing missiles if we're so low, Lamau. I mean, Iran also has not an infinite amount of missiles. Iran also has a finite amount of missiles. If America is not striking Iran, then why the fuck would Iran strike back currently? Why would they agitate? They obviously don't want their bridges to blow up. They obviously don't want their people to be killed. So that's the reason why they're not. That's the reason why they're not fighting. That's the reason why they're not continuing to strike anywhere. Plus, it doesn't matter because the Strait is still closed. And as long as the Strait remains closed, Iran has the leverage. Iran is still winning. Every day that goes by where the Strait remains closed is a day where America's hand is forced to negotiate with Iran.
A considerable number of munitions in this Iran conflict, Operation Epic Fury, and both pre and subsequent operations. So we really have to figure out the defense industrial base in this country. There are serious concerns. General Kane and the Vice President are absolutely right about that. The key question, though, is that we have a long lead time in putting all these weapon systems together, building them, manufacturing them, getting the money allocated for them. And then, of course, finally getting them into the field. So those are the kinds of things that have to be fixed. The Pentagon is making strides in that direction, but the key thing here is also this. There were efforts under the Biden administration and before even the first Trump administration to do some of this, but there have been some holdups, some of them congressionally induced, some of them bureaucratic inertia that have prevented that. But if the U.S. had decided to focus on Ukraine, for example, instead of Iran, we probably wouldn't be in this situation.
Let's talk about where things stand then now with CNN global affairs analyst.
Yeah, we wouldn't be in the situation if America didn't fucking listen to Israel and try to kill every person in a key leadership position in the Iranian government and the Iranian military. The Strait of Hormuz would still be open. Like, Iran was willing to drop their nuclear enrichment. They said they were conceding on this. And then America was like, you know what's actually going to sweeten this deal? Just fucking murdering a bunch of children. It is kind of wild how unbelievably pointless, how unbelievably stupid this decision was, and how much this has destroyed America's credibility, what remained of America's credibility, how much this has destroyed what remained of American goodwill around the world, how much this has destroyed the confidence that people have in the might of the American military, its force projection capabilities. I cannot think of a greater leader than Donald Trump for the, unironically, third worldist position. Okay? Of course, we on the left, anti-imperialists, will practice revolutionary defeatism to a certain degree. Okay? I have been very open about this. I think that there is a positive outcome of all of this if America, after receiving this bloody nose, restrains itself around the globe and stops waging these wars of imperialism at the behest of capital, and instead focuses on rebuilding its own domestic manufacturing, focuses on rebuilding its own roads, its infrastructure. Now, that is the less likely scenario, but ultimately, that is the one solid positive outcome that could come of this. The likes of Brett McGurk never seeing polite society ever again. It's very unlikely. Pedro Gonzalez, no one has done more to turn America into a third world nation than Trump, and MAGA is fundamentally a third worldist movement complete with buffoonish personality cult. I guess. But it's also, on the other side, unbelievably beneficial for nations in the periphery. This is the other side of the story, right? Because America, as the hegemon, gets to project its force all around the globe, far beyond its borders. This means a lot of violence for countries in the periphery, for the people that live in these nations that are on the receiving end of American militarism. So the more America's capabilities diminish on that front, the better it is for these countries in the periphery to breathe, to demonstrate their sovereignty, to rebuild their nations without the ever-present threat of America coming in and bombing them. This is the reality. So in that aspect, or even the American capabilities of waging war against our foreign adversaries like China falling apart in spectacular display like this, as we've seen in the Strait of Hormuz. That dream of waging war against China over the Taiwan Strait, drowning in the waters of the Persian Gulf, that's objectively the pro-third worldist position. That's objectively the anti-imperialist position. So for that, J.D. Don is still very much alive. But yeah, these demons like Brett McGurk will never have to address their war crimes. They will never have to address their contributions to American imperialism. They never have to face accountability for the participation in the genocide in Gaza. And they'll be able to launder their reputation on liberal outlets like CNN and continue to advance American imperial interests.
Brett McGurk, he's also the author of the new book coming out, Brink, Inside the Race to Free the October Hostages. It's good to see you. Thanks for being here. So let's talk about, they're in a pause moment. That seems to be, I think, the only clear thing when it comes to the status of this war, because 2 weeks of U.S. bombing runs on Iran have seemed to fail to break the deadlock over the Strait of Hormuz still. And now you have reporting that there's this concern that was raised this week about further depleting munition stockpiles if the president escalates this further. How do they navigate a path forward now, Brett? What do you see here?
Kate, it's tough. We're 5 months tomorrow. We'll be at the 5-month mark of when this conflict started. And I had a saying when I used to work in the White House for various presidents, from General Eisenhower when he was president. He used to say, before we talk about decisive military action, lay out all the facts cold and hard. And it appears from the reporting from CNN and elsewhere that this meeting late last week did that and said, here are all the factors as we consider next steps. That's good. That's exactly the type of information a president should be getting. It's probably the type of meeting that should have been had before this started. But where are we now? I would call this, Kate, a tactical pause. I think we had 13 nights of strikes. There are back channels open through Oman and other to try to get the Strait back to where it was before those strikes started 2 weeks ago. And that, I'm told, that making some progress. So a tactical pause, let's see where we are, see if diplomacy can get somewhere. But otherwise, we're still kind of stuck because the key variable remains the Strait of Hormuz. And if Iran is not going to is going to maintain that the Strait of Hormuz is its sovereign territory, it controls what goes through the Strait, I don't see Washington accepting that, nor do the Gulf states accept that. And therefore, you're kind of stuck. So it's a big week, Kate. We got visits coming to Washington. Netanyahu's here, Zelensky's here. We'll see the diplomacy go. But right now, tactical pause.
Where do you think things stand right now? And do you think that this pause in the strikes could perhaps lead to some diplomatic progress?
The pause in the strikes, of course, is welcome, particularly for people, civilians who are caught in this war. It is an indication that the U.S. administration wants to give talks a chance to succeed, and they have said that holding back the diplomats that chance. However, the Iranian side has clearly activated the Houthi militants in Yemen. When the war started in February, the Houthis largely have stayed out of it. This goes back to the...
I think something that is insane to take note of is that while CNN, CBS, Fox News, ABC, and even to a certain degree, MSNBC are all trying to find reason to continue this war at the behest of Israel, of course, the American population is super against it. And the numbers of supporters of this war, even amongst Trump's very own base, have diminished. It's been 4 years since I'm watching you. I'm fangirling here, but I would love to be on your broadcast since you only have 2 Iranian fans in Iran. No, I definitely have more Iranian fans in Iran than 2. These days, I don't really chime into your stream because of the university stuff, but I still want to be a voice for Iranians in here. Dog, I definitely have more Iranian fans in Iran than I do Israeli fans in Israel. And there's more people than just 2. I have more Israeli fans living in Israel than the number 2. So there's definitely more than 2 from Iran. Yeah, I was on Iranian news, man. The Iranian news was covering me.
Iranian playbook, which is to use different proxies at different times to exert pressure. And this is more familiar territory for the Iranians. Usually they would not get so directly involved in conflict, but have one of their proxies really apply pressure, which is what we're seeing the Houthis trying to do. But also we have a couple of militant groups inside of Iraq also now saying that they will enter the fray. So it's a very cautious moment to say that we are at a return to the ceasefire. Not fully there yet, but it has been good to see 3 nights of no direct military action from the American side or the Iranian side.
Absolutely, and I'm so glad you mentioned the civilians too on all sides here, especially when we're just seeing one escalation after another for nearly 2 weeks. So then in your view and your assessment, how long do you think this pause is likely to last?
This is from April 27th. They're so close. A breakthrough is imminent. There will be talks in the coming days. A delegation is on their way. A new proposal, an important meeting to review the proposal. The mediators say talks are extremely positive. Another important meeting to review another proposal. The delegation isn't on their way. A technical team is in contact with some idiot. The delegation will be on their way in 3 days. Over and over and over again. This is from April 27th, 2026. Okay? It's unbelievable. The media never gets tired of doing this rerun. It's awesome. They never get tired. It's like talks are so positive. It's going to happen any moment now. Then the pro-Israel side comes out and freaks the fuck out. And they're like, how dare you do this? How dare you do this? Okay. How fucking dare you? How dare you, Mr. Trump? You should nuke Iran right now. You should nuke Tehran. You should nuke Tehran. You should nuke Tehran. I live in Shiraz. I know 5 guys that know you, but they are just normies. No, you don't. I checked. Yes, I do. I don't believe you. I was on Iranian national news. Okay. I might be a little too, not Muslim enough for some that would normally be watchers, steady watchers in Iran. Nah, I checked. 93 million people. 93 million people. And you said you checked in Shiraz, the entirety of Shiraz. My friend in Tehran and his pothead friends watch you on YouTube. Yes, you were. That's how my parents know you, lol. My parents in Iran know who you are because of that. See? The I checked was really funny. I fell off in Shiraz. That's unfortunate.
Well, the pause will last as long as there is hope for the talks to change the dynamic. The concern is that the pause only then allows one side or the other to drag it out. There is very little trust from the Gulf here, from the wider Arab world, and the U.S. when it comes to...
See, Iranian chatters with their parents that live in Iran say, my dad is a fan of you in Iran. See?
The seriousness of the Iranian side to actually bring about a diplomatic resolution. So with very little trust, we don't know how long this can last before, again, this last flare-up started because Iran targeted vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. So as long as there can be an agreement not to escalate, let's not forget, we're still in the 60-day window that ends on the 17th of August that was set by the Memorandum of Understanding to get to a longer-term deal. We're nowhere near getting to that longer-term agreement and deal. And so how long it lasts will depend on how serious all sides are, and particularly whether Iranians will stick to what they signed up to in the Memorandum of Understanding, which is to allow the freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz.
And it will soon now be, 5 months since both the U.S. and Israel carried out those initial rounds of attacks, starting this conflict. And I say this because soon we'll see those 2 leaders of those 2 countries meeting again. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu heading back to Washington, meeting with President Trump. What will you be looking out for as these 2 leaders meet? And I'm sure what happens in that meeting will largely determine what the next chapter in this conflict may be.
Absolutely. It will be important to see what they come out with in terms of statements, but also what is the strategy when it comes for the American interests in this war, not necessarily the same as the interests of Israel, and particularly Prime Minister Netanyahu, who of course is always thinking about the next elections and what would suit him best as a wartime Prime Minister of Israel. So it'll be important to see not only how they deal with Iran, but also Lebanon has been incredibly important. President Trump just received the president of Lebanon, Joseph Aoun, in the White House, and the Lebanese desperately want to see Israel withdraw from Lebanese territories, but also to have peace come back to Lebanon. So I think the Lebanon element will be important, But of course, the bigger agenda item is Iran. Palestine, unfortunately, will likely not really be top of the agenda in these meetings, but it is important for the wider dynamic in this region. When it comes to Iran, Prime Minister Netanyahu has been very hawkish, whereas we've seen that President Trump is keen to get to a diplomatic resolution. We've seen them have disagreements before. It would be interesting to see how they come out of these meetings and whether, again, American interest to bring about a diplomatic resolution will match what Prime Minister Netanyahu will be advocating for during those meetings.
Good afternoon, sir. Hello, everybody. Questions, Jennifer?
Yes. On the Iran war, have you been frustrated with Secretary Hegseth because of the advice he gave you early on in the war and how it's turned out?
I think he's done a great job. We've pretty much destroyed their military. They want to meet, and we're meeting. We'll see what happens. There's a chance we could make a deal. Without what we did, they wouldn't even be talking to us. They requested a meeting through their surrogates and directly. And
I want to apologize for doing a rerun for the 150th time in the last 150 days.
Meeting, and good things can happen. I guess oil dropped very big today. Stock markets, as of about an hour ago, was like through the roof. But no, they requested a meeting. They would not have requested the meeting if we were doing poorly. The only reason they want to meet is because we've been hitting them very hard. Yeah.
How much patience do you have left with Iran, sir?
I have plenty of time. Plenty of time. Their whole shoreline's wiped out. The Strait is in very good shape. And we're talking right now. They wanted to talk. Their people said, please don't shoot last night, the night before, 2 nights. Don't do it. We're having good talks. So we'll see what happens. I think there's a good chance that something could happen. And if it does, good. If it doesn't, we go back to doing what we were doing.
I think it's pretty funny that he just lies and we just let him lie over and over again. And it's funny because everyone knows it's a lie. Like, even his fans know it's a lie at this point. What a strange song and dance we play on a daily basis. Yeah, this was another insane moment. There's a report that the U.S. has taken $13 billion from Venezuela. Where's that money going? Trump goes, I think even more than that. But where is that money going? We've paid for that war many times over. But where is that money going? Running the country. No, the money the U.S. is taking in, where is it going? Running the country. Insane.
2 days ago.
Yeah, in his pocket.
A new CBS News poll shows most Americans are frustrated with the war in Iran. Only 35% now approve of how the president is handling it. His overall job approval rating now stands at 39%. Now, these numbers could be a warning sign for Republicans ahead of November's midterms. Nancy Cortez is at the White House with more. Good morning to you, Nancy.
Good morning, Natalie. This poll was designed to get at how Americans feel about.
We truly are. We truly are the cattle nation. The fact that the approval ratings are not lower for Israel and the fact that Trump's approval ratings are not lower in general means that we are still a cattle country. That's it.
The Iran war as we head into the 6th month of this conflict. And overall, it's not great news for the president. Take a look at this. Nearly 6 in 10 respondents said they feel about the war. Nearly 6 in 10 said they're frustrated with the war. About a third said they are pessimistic. And only 19% said they are optimistic about this war. Interestingly, the poll found that there is large and bipartisan support for some of the goals of the war, like stopping Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. But more than 2/3 of those polled said they still think that the administration should end the war now. And despite the fact that this president keeps insisting that the war is not going to drag on, most Americans told us they expect it to take months or even years to end, with an overwhelming majority saying that it's been harder, they think, than the Trump administration had anticipated.
And Nancy, of course, another major topic that is very pressing on Americans ahead of the midterms now, which is less than 100 days to go, is the economy. How are people feeling about that and how the president is doing?
Natalie, it's probably not a surprise with gas prices now spiking back above $4 a gallon that nearly 8 in 10 people said in our poll that the administration isn't focusing enough on lowering prices. And 3/4 of them said that their income isn't keeping up with inflation. More than half said Trump's policies are making them worse off. And of course, these are not the numbers that the party in power likes to see in a midterm election year, especially as Democrats have been out on the campaign trail focusing on pocketbook issues and affordability. This could help explain why some Republican lawmakers have been a little more vocal lately about the need to wrap this war up and focus on the economy. Natalie?
All right, Nancy Cordes at the White House. Thank you.
Democrat socialists doubling down on some of their most extreme platforms.
Abolish ICE.
Absolutely.
Abolish borders and give amnesty to anyone currently in the U.S. illegally. As a long-term plan, yep.
She's proud of it. Yep.
But do their views speak for the entire Democratic Party? What we need to know as the DSA just keeps growing.
Hey, 53% approve of socialism in the Democratic Party. And forget a degree in finance. Arizona State is now offering a degree in becoming an influencer. And I put that in italics. Fox and Friends starts right now. Remember, your mornings are better with friends. Get
I was on 10 years ago after a rave in New York City down in the red light district. His ass gave me gonorrhea. My nearly fell off. Hasan got pantied and sissified by me in 2010 in the New York City red light district. He said, "I love your BJC, big Jewish cock." Zionists and Zionist fantasies. Wow. Interesting. Average Israel defender fantasizing about raping someone. Color me surprised. Color me surprised.
All right, you think it's hot down south. Things are heating up in Michigan today, with President Trump set to hold a rally at GM to tout the administration's economic accomplishments during his second term.
And it comes as early in-person voting is underway in the battleground states primary, with key governor and Senate races on that ballot.
Alex Hogan's live at the White House with the details. Hey, Alex.
Good morning, Steve, Brian, and Ainsley. So as you mentioned, President Trump will leave the White House today. He will head to Michigan, and that is where early voting is already underway. Tonight, there will be a debate between some of the Democratic candidates for Senate, including these two you see on screen, Dr. Abdul El-Sayed and Representative Haley Stevens. With less than 100 days until the midterms, there's a lot of questions over the future of the Democratic Party and some new controversy within. A new report detailing how Chair Ken Martin reportedly threw his phone at the desk of a junior aide while berating them. The New York Times writing, quote, that the phone tossing incident resulted in a formal complaint to the DNC's Human Resources Department. The fallout from the phone throwing episode was described by half a dozen people familiar with the incident. Mr. Martin later met with DNC Human Resources officials about his behavior. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries addressed that report yesterday.
Yes, the chairman has my full support. What we've seen over the last 18 plus months is that Democrats have won every single meaningful election up and down the ballot across the country during that period of time. And we look forward to our continued partnership.
One of the co-chairs of the Democratic Socialists of America joined Fox.
It is very funny that Hakeem is saying, like, look, if you're delivering results, we'll stand by you, because that is antithetical to how the Democrats normally operate. It's also very funny to do that for Ken Martin, you know, but I guess Ken Martin so far hasn't been as resistant to the left flank as whoever will inevitably replace him, but he's also totally incompetent. So I don't know how I feel about this Ken Martin saga, because I do feel like whoever replaces Ken is going to be far more competent and far more aggressive against the left flank than Ken is even capable of being.
News Sunday with Shannon Bream, who asked if established Democrats should be worried about DSA plans for their party.
The establishment Democrats should be worried about the voters and about what the voters think and about what the constituency thinks. And right now they have not been delivering, and our candidates are and have been, and it's resonating with voters.
And Romer went on to explain to Shannon Bream some of the other arguments that the DSA is trying to make, and changes like expanding Congress, getting rid of the Senate, getting rid of the presidency and the Supreme Court as we know it, and abolishing prisons, and as a future long-term plan, even opening up the borders. Guys, back to you.
You left out getting rid of the Pentagon. Right. But.
And prisons.
What are you going to say? Alec, thank you very much. You know what? Shannon Bream put the woman that we just saw in that report. She just gave her a list. Okay, yes or no? Are you for this stuff? You against it? Watch this, and then try to keep your jaw up here.
So we're going to put up on the screen a few of the things that are part of your platform, and I want to ask you, just give me sort of a true or false on these. Abolish the Senate.
True.
Okay. Replace the presidency and Supreme Court as we now know them.
Yep.
Abolish ICE.
Absolutely.
Abolish borders and give amnesty to anyone currently in the U.S. illegally.
As a long-term plan, yep.
Defund the Pentagon.
Absolutely.
Abolish prisons, at least in large part.
Yeah, again, that as part of a long-term program, yeah.
Okay, so no prisons. Government or public ownership of most large corporations.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what can you add to
Other than that?
So what is that called? Like chaos? Not having a country?
Socialism.
Right.
Insane. Open up the prisons?
Yes.
Let them the murders
And you
out.
know what her theory is? Her theory is the only reason there are prisons is because people are impoverished. So she goes, once we get them money, they're going to have no reason to break the law. There's some people, we'll work on that, they're going to break. So this is somebody really well thought out. There's not one country.
It's so funny that they're looking at what she's saying and going, how insane. Meanwhile, there's a guy on that panel who literally advocated to murder the homeless. Brian Kelly. Like, I think that's a way more dangerous and way more insane position to maintain than any number of different takes that you've heard from the DSA co-chair, DSA national co-chair. What is this? We're only going to see more friction in this regard. There's a very clear gap between where elected officials are post-Zoran and where the institutional leadership is that can only be quietly ignored for so long. On a call with some DSA electeds currently answering a question about the workers deserve more agenda and why they disagree with it, i.e. where they disagree with the DSA platform. Illinois State Senator Rachel Ventura, defunding the police is the opposite of democratic socialism. The tough thing here is that the incentives are totally different for both sides. Every DSA candidate in the country now wants to be Zoran and just pretend 2020 never happened. Well, it's not even the most electoralist caucuses that want to be, It's DSA itself, not even the most electoralist caucuses want to be the social fascist side. In the end, both sides end up losing because all the DSA candidates get tagged with consequences if they support a platform that they don't, while DSA itself is slowly made irrelevant because of its sheer distance from the politics being practiced by its public faces. The ultimate question ends up being, well, why do you guys still have anything to do with each other? And it becomes one that's impossible to answer without a bunch of jargon about left unity and democratic centralism that doesn't make sense to anyone not initiated. Even if you think it's misguided, the ultra position that what Zoranists is doing and what DSA is trying to do are fundamentally different things, that need to be separated is far more coherent than the electoralist position that the org can have its cake and eat it too. Okay, here's the problem. The DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America, democratically organize around their platform. That's it. So even if its cadre candidates don't fully endorse the entirety of the platform, as long as they're a part of the organization, they're still a part of the organization. You know? That's it. There's shit that I don't agree with, but who gives a... The question is, do you agree with everything that the Democratic caucus, like the National Democratic Party, puts out? No. You know? What don't you agree with, for example? It's not even relevant enough to bring up. Because ultimately, even if I have disagreements, like minor disagreements or disagreements in the way that it's communicated, I don't care. You know what I mean? Like, my attitude on this is these people are not only members of my community, members that I've sent the way of DSA, but also far closer to me, ideologically, far closer to me in terms of like how to achieve some kind of necessary change in this country than anyone else in American politics. So no, I'm not going to shit on them. I'm not going to make a mountain out of a molehill, especially out in public. I'm going to stand by them. I think you should care. DSA members keep showing up on Fox News and being incompetent and communicating. And ultimately, these are missed opportunities to attract people to our own movement. I don't think you understand. I don't think she's incompetent. I think she has a different opinion than you. But sucks to suck for you and everyone else. That opinion is one that the National Party has democratically decided on. Even if I have disagreements with some of this program, the DSA's goal is not to win elections for the Democrats. What are we talking about? It's a socialist organization. It's a big tent socialist organization. People need to get this shit out of their heads. Okay, what are we doing? The DSA right position is yes. The DSA platform, the DSA right position is the DSA platform is appealing to the masses. It's left populist. It's great. I agree. And there's truth to that. That's the DSA right position, okay? But the Democratic Socialists of America is a far larger organization than its right-wing factions. Sure, its right-wing factions are very successful at bringing in new members. This is true. But ultimately, those new members that come in still filter through the organization, find themselves in adequate caucuses, and go through the process of political education, and no longer just stay as like social democrats, for example. And then they democratically vote on the national platform. That's it. From where I'm standing, what I care about with respect to the value of the DSA has always been, first and foremost, a political organization that is capable of delivering political education, socialist political education, to an increasingly growing class-conscious group of American workers. Okay? That's what I care about. Part of that is making campaign promises, winning on those promises, and then delivering on that agenda, and then closely associating democratic socialism with good governance and electoral success. But ultimately, the goal of DSA is not to just run Democrats and win elections in the Democratic Party. DSA organizes outside of that quite a bit, organizing around protests, organizing around, necessary community activism, working with labor unions. It's ridiculous. As long as, from my estimation, the Democratic Socialists of America are not as crazy towards the left as what is commonplace on the right, fascist reactionary politics that is totally normalized on the right, as long as we don't arrive at that position, who cares? And perhaps there's no equivalence anyway, and I don't believe there is one. Fox News don't care about the well-being of DSA. Do you see how they clip us on? Yeah. If your expectation is that everyone is going to follow the Zoran line, hook, line, and sinker, you are wrong. There are plenty of people within the Democratic Socialists of America, including the national co-chair, that are further to the left as Zoran Mamdani. If you think that they're all going to be as smooth and as charismatic as Zoran Mamdani, well, you're also wrong. Not everyone is capable of becoming a politician. Zoran is a generational talent. Zoran is also a politician. And as a politician, he restrains himself in his commentary quite a bit. If you were to watch old Zoran videos, if you've ever watched any of those fucking Zoom calls and shit like that, you would hear a very different Zoran. He would make me look like a fucking anarchist, okay? Actually, no, he was more of a almost anarchist style in his tendency. That's it. He's running for office. Of course, when you're running for fucking office, you have to be fake. You have to tailor your commentary around as broad, as much mass appeal as possible, including some of the more reactionary elements in American society. I don't understand why people are ashamed of the DSA platform that was democratically voted on, especially when a lot of this stuff is not designed around winning elections. Some of you, unfortunately, I think, have experienced the process of DSA, or experienced its impact as a vehicle for electioneering. It's not the case, okay? It's not the case at all. An organization like the Democratic Socialists of America, of course, is going to have ideals that they abide by. They're a fucking socialist organization. It's like asking, well, do you agree on seizing the means of production? Well, you're a fucking socialist. What do you mean? No, really? Okay. There's a difference between revisionism and being a social democrat. Okay? DSA, Democratic Socialists of America, is a revisionist organization. They are not a social democratic organization. They are a democratic socialist organization. Some will say it's the journey, not the destination, and that opinions evolve as material conditions change, and that DSA is pushing for what they can within the current confines, within the current limitations, within the current material conditions. But ultimately, there is a difference between democratic socialism and social democracy. It is not easy for DSA to say what you're saying. We voted on a platform. We are a real political party, not a brand for corporate interests like the DNC. I mean, they could say that if they want to. Sometimes they do say that. Do you mean revisionist or reformist? Both revisionist and reformist. There is no reformism without revisionism. It's not orthodox Marxist. It's not orthodox Marxism. You're being too woke again? Wait, why? Why am I being too woke? Is there a difference between democratic socialism in practice now in America and social democracy? I think currently they're pretty much unanimous. Yes, currently they are. They are. Bernie Sanders' platform has always been a social democratic platform. So is Zohran Mamdani's, which is fine for the time being. But if you were to ask and what they're working towards, I think it's appropriate not to lie and say the truth. There's also a distinction between cadre candidates beyond the left-right, beyond DSA right versus DSA left. There's also obviously a distinction between paper endorsements, cadre candidates who are DSA cadres who are running for office. Zohran happens to be DSA right, but also a cadre candidate. What is DSA right versus DSA right? Would be the right wing of the Democratic Socialists of America. You know how the Democratic Party has a right wing and a left wing? And if you were to say Zohran Mamdani represents the left wing of the Democratic Party and Henry Cuellar represents the right wing of the Democratic Party, the DSA has that as well. Politics is a spectrum. The Democratic Socialists of America also live and exist on that spectrum. What's cadre? Cadre means that your organizing experience is almost entirely with the specific organization. For Zohran, it's Democratic Socialists of America. I figured you would have said Fetterman was the right wing of the Dem Party. True. That's an even better example. Yes, DSA right are electoralists that range from social democrats, democratic socialists of varying different tendencies, to the DSA left being revolutionary vanguardists, Marxist-Leninists, Marxist-Leninist Maoists, Third Worldists, and numerous other factions. DSA has a broad variety of different ideological tendencies that it represents, including Maoists. Because she sounded radical and insane on Fox News and you're defending her, I don't know why. Chatter, I don't know if you know this, but I largely agree with her. Not only am I defending her from a principled position, but I also largely agree with her. These are ideals that we are moving towards. This is also the reason why when people call me a communist, I say, hey, that doesn't sound like too bad of an idea. Does it sound like a bad idea to you? Now, most people will say, that's horrifying. You do not immediately oppose the moniker of communism? You're a communist. To that I say, so be it. What's the issue? Moving society, evolving society to a degree where there is no more use for money, a classless, borderless, moneyless, maybe even stateless society. I say that's an evolution that I welcome. Don't you want to dream of a better future? That's an honorable goal. So that's it. That's why I always say that. And the same principle holds for what the supposed radical policies are. Our opponents will always bastardize our message. Our opponents will always ridicule. Our opponents will always choose to misinform their audiences. It is up to us to correct the record. It is up to us to invoke messaging discipline to the best of our ability. But it's also important to engage in comradely behavior and not lean into cynical oppositional framing and attack our allies. My attitude on this is simple. Who is making this attack? What is their worldview? Are they in favor of, for example, I'm not a prison abolitionist, right? But if you were to ask me to choose between prison abolition and private prisons, I would choose prison abolition. I understand prison abolition as a goal. The current normalized system of the carceral state in the United States of America is insane, is utterly insane. We are well adjusted to this utterly insane societal formation, but that doesn't make it normal. That doesn't make it good. That doesn't make it healthy. Okay? In any case, the DSA position on, abolishing jails or whatever, or abolishing the Senate, I'm totally in favor of. That's very silly that people act as though that's like totally inappropriate. But as far as abolishing jails goes, no one is saying we're going to open up the jails tomorrow, let the rapists roam free. No one is saying that. I've never met a single person. I've met many prison abolitionists, wonderful activists, wonderful advocates. Not a single one of them has ever been like, we're going to open the jails tomorrow. That would be psychotic, okay? The point is that the American carceral system is not designed to reduce recidivism, to make sure that people that have done even heinous crimes can be rehabilitated. The American criminal justice system revolves around punitive measures, revolves around torturous conditions, revolves around basically doing as much harm as possible to people that have harmed others. That's not justice, okay? And it's also unsuccessful. It's unbelievably unsuccessful. If the goal of the prison system, in theory, is supposed to cordon off people that have done harm to others for, some period of time, and then make sure that they can reintegrate into society and never do that cruelty ever again, our prison system has failed on that front every single time, okay? That's it. You're wrong about prison abolition. Yeah, prison abolitionists want to open the prisons. It talks about prison abolition for the 100th day in a row. You're wrong about prison abolition. Even Brian Kilmeade kind of understands the concept. I mean, he's very rude in his description of what prison abolition is, but also there's varying degrees of thought in the prison abolitionist movement as well. So get the fuck out of here. You might just disagree with one version of it. Hasan, the rankings have been updated. Good job. Lemon Comrade. Dude, neither myself nor Michael from Taiwan are above Eric on the China spectrum. Are you insane? Eric literally lives in China. He automatically China mogs both of us combined. And also, I have noticed you ain't fucking slick. You put him a little bit above me. It's disgusting. That's a lie. I've been to China. Michael from Taiwan, not Chinese Taipei, Michael from Taiwan, Michael from Hong Kong has never been to China. Austin is in the appropriate place on the China spectrum, despite the fact that he went to China.
Doing this, even the Soviet Union, they liked locking people up. That's why they had the gulag. They love locking people up. So at one point you got to say, okay,
nailed it. He's not wrong.
Okay, give me an example. And some people say Sweden, Norway, Finland. All those countries, those Nordic countries, have stopped any of those socialistic principles that they tried. And they sealed their border. One of the big regrets they have is they opened it up. So they did a survey of Democrats. So in case you want to exonerate them and say, well, that's just a fringe, it's not true. 52% of Democrats approve of socialism. You know how many independents do? 17. Republicans, 4%. Right. So if you can't win with that independent.
Wait, 4% of Republicans approve of socialism? What the fuck's going on there?
They're not with you.
And if you can't win the independents, you cannot win in a general election. But those are that laundry list of stuff that you're going, we got to have the Supreme Court. We got to have all that stuff. We have to have prisons. Extraordinarily, those people on the big board over there are far left candidates that won their primaries this election cycle. The big question is,
why is Adam Hamawi and his photo still black and white? Like, they just didn't unlock his character? What's happening? Fox News for months now has kept Adam Hamawi's character on the character selection screen black and white for some reason. And I don't know why. Also, why the fuck is Graham Plattner there? Put the Troyotathon on that leaderboard now.
Ultimately, can they win the general election? The conventional wisdom is no, they can't. But just remember, it wasn't that many years ago that AOC right here in New York City blew up, I think, the number 3 Democrat in the House of Representatives because she appealed to the far left, which is a very potent message this cycle.
And even if there are two different perspectives within the party, you have the Trojan horse, ultimately left-wing or moderate, it's still the Democratic Party. And the Wall Street Journal has an op-ed, says abolish the Senate, says the DSA, and it reads in part, if we could scroll up, that'd be great.
Yep.
You're wrong about prison abolition. Prisons are the institutionalization of white supremacy. Dude, I know. The first police was of slave catchers. I know it all, okay? I've done the fucking reading. Jesus Christ, dude. I don't know why we have to take, like, it's not even a minor disagreement. You're just literally, that's not what I'm talking about right now, okay? There's not even a disagreement there. So why not just call it something different if it's actually about reform? This goes back to the same conversation that we've had over and over again, okay? You have to speak to the masses. You have to be where the masses are. And you have to appeal to the masses. Socialism is a mass movement. It requires mass mobilization. Okay? You're running on 2020 era woke 1.0 commentary. Okay? Download the new talking points. Download the fucking new talking points. I don't think you can be an American socialist and not be a prison abolitionist. The masses will not move left if you can't engage in polemics and capture their imagination. No, the reason why it won't work is because under the current material conditions, there is no fucking rehabilitation. There's no medical rehabilitation or no rehabilitation that is readily available, okay, medical intervention and all, for antisocial personality disorder crimes and pedophilia, okay? That's it. So ultimately, when you say, oh, we should just abolish prisons, people think, oh, you want rapists, pedophiles to roam the fucking streets. And that's not necessarily the wrong attitude that people have about this fucking conversation. Okay? That's it. It's the same with policing. People's understanding of policing is fundamentally wrong. People's understanding of prisons are fundamentally wrong. Okay? But when you say abolish the police force, people think, oh, you just want, once again, rapist murderers to just murder with impunity. Okay? Most people have never imagined a world without prisons. Oh my fucking God, dude. Oh my God. As it stands currently, the reason why I'm not a full subscriber of prison abolition is quite literally because rehabilitation goes a long way. Okay? Rehabilitation should be the focus over incarceration. The American attitude on criminal justice is unbelievably draconian, perhaps one of the most violent in the world, if not the most violent in the world. There's a reason why we house a quarter of the entire world's enslaved and incarcerated population, despite only making up 4% of the world's entire population. Now you're making me criticize the DSA platform, which I didn't want to do, okay? Some of this conversation reminds me of what will you do in the commune, comrade style theoretical fantasies. Okay? It's utterly irrelevant to have this discourse right now in broad fucking daylight. Just say you envision a world where the goal should be that we solve the underlying inequities in which crime manifests. Obviously, there will still be some people who want to violate the social contract. And there's plenty of people who currently get away with doing crimes. Very wealthy people, for example, very powerful people, the president being one of them. I would like to see them behind bars. I would like for them to go through the process of rehabilitation. That's it. Anyway, I got your rehabilitation right here. Canebert.
Committed to memory, we didn't have time.
It's important to understand how radical this is. Essentially blowing up the Constitution's separation of powers. Letting Congress choose the president means adopting the parliamentary system.
Your prison abolition take needs a lot of help, I'm afraid. Well, I'm not a prison abolitionist. So perhaps that's the reason why it needs a lot of help from your perspective. I've made it very clear, I want to throw motherfuckers in prison. There's a lot of people who shouldn't be in prison that are currently in prison, and a lot of people who have avoided prison their whole lives that I want to throw in prison. Okay, then we are not comrades? Okay. Well, I guess we're not then. You're out of your fucking mind. Okay? I want to take the people that are currently in prison, that shouldn't be in prison, out of prison, and I want to put the motherfuckers that deserve to be in prison right now. Okay? If you find that to be unpalatable, well, I guess, you do. I'm not even making like the electoralist argument here either. I'm just telling you what my sincerely held position is. Just fucking say camps at prisons, the autistic ultras are fishing for a correct word. No, it's a far scarier and far more dangerous word. I'm not saying that.
That prevails in Britain. It would essentially remove the presidential veto power. Third world dictators seek to make the judiciary subservient to the ruling party for this reason, as they did in Venezuela and as Mexico's Morena party is now attempting to do. The job of Republicans now and Democrats who have the guts is to educate the country about the agenda. The political task is to link the DSA to their specific and radical proposals and ask Democrats running for Congress if they agree with abolishing the Senate or neutering the judiciary.
And the New York City chapter of Democratic Socialists of America is in the process of rewriting our Constitution. There's an emergency constitution. They're looking at a program now, and they're going to be changing our country around. They're going to have it all in writing, so to know what our country will look like if they ever come into power. Boom.
Bro, what about the white collar crime? Just say that? No, that's what I'm talking about. Yes. A shit ton of prisoners, a shit ton of people who belong in prison get away with golden parachutes in this goddamn country because that's the design of the system. On the other side, there's a shit ton of people who shouldn't be in prison at all that are in prison.
They're essentially overeducated white people on the downward spiral in their careers, doing all they can to destroy the country on their way out. I have a sense that I have a suggestion, maybe they could leave our country, but that's up to them. Now, for people who say history says that Republicans should do terrible in the midterms, right? And a lame duck president in the midterm usually does bad. All I can tell you is look at the rise of socialism, look at redistricting, and then look at this thing called bankruptcy among the DNC. They are so out of money, they have asked their vendors to not build them until after November to avoid the embarrassment of not being able to pay them. They refinanced their building in order to get money to win some special elections, and now...
Yeah, it's really funny when these guys become like anti-white activists, when they're like, oh, these are all white guys. It's like, dude, you're Fox News. Look at the panel. You're Fox News. Look at your politics. Everything is an expression of white anxiety on Fox News. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, these are white guys on the DSA. Yeah, if the Democratic Socialists of America was an objectively white guy platform, you would fucking suck its dick on a daily basis, twice on Sundays, okay? The problem is, it's not. The problem is, it's the exact opposite, okay? Yeah, Fox News also cares about the integrity of the DNC, and the Democratic Party is also funny. Daytona Beach, Florida, 85 degrees. Why the fuck's this showing me? Oh, Mackinac Island, 67 degrees, 6-7. Fox 2 Detroit. Sorry, buddy, you're a shorts channel now. It's true. Love my main video editor comrades, but I will fight until that shorts bar overtakes the long views like the U.S. Pentagon budget versus education spending. Long views, 12.8 million. Short views, 17.9 million. Getting hard carried by the short...
Ready for a major speech.
The fuck?
This is a special edition of The Pulse, the Democratic Senate debate.
Let's go, Abdul.
Live
Let's
from
go,
our
Abdul.
Fox
Let's
2
go, Abdul.
studios. Here's Roop Raj.
And good evening and welcome to Studio C for the Democratic Senate debate. It's a chance for the two candidates to make their final pitch as to why they are the ones who can go up against Republican Mike Rogers. Now, this is a race the whole country is watching. And control of the upper chamber of Congress is on the line tonight. Debate. Get ready. The first half hour is on both Fox 2 and our streaming platform, Fox Local and Fox2Detroit.com. The second half is exclusively streaming on Phone Ready. We'll have a QR code at the end of the first half hour that'll take you right to the stream, or you can just log on to Fox2Detroit.com and be ready for that second half hour. Now for the rules. Candidates will get a minute opening statement and up to a minute 30 to answer any question I decide to ask. The candidates will not address one another directly, but if statements are made about another candidate on stage about a policy point or a direct accusation, that candidate will get up to a 1-minute rebuttal. But to both the candidates, a little note: the more you make accusations, the more time you're handing over to your opponent. So let's have a productive debate that highlights what you want to do, not what the other candidate can't do. There's too much on the line, too much on the table, and people deserve substance over punches tonight. Now, I want to welcome the two Democratic U.S. Senate candidates.
Now, Wood TV is my favorite local Michigan broadcaster, but I'll take it.
Haley Stevens. To both of you, we give you a warm Fox 2 welcome. We thank you for being with us. We're taking your questions, by the way, via text, and many of those will be asked in the second half hour. Send them to 248-200-5042 or scan the QR code on your screen. The last time we did this, the system almost crashed. So many of you have questions. We know more of you will, so get on that as soon as you can. Dr. Al-Sayed, you get the first opening statement tonight.
Root, studio audience, folks watching at home, I am so grateful to be here. My name is Abdul Al-Sayed. I'm a doctor. I became a doctor because I go 15 minutes from where I grew up and travel a difference of 10 years difference in life expectancy. Instead of practicing clinically, I went into public health, rebuilt Detroit's health department, led Wayne County's Department of Health, Human and Veteran Services. We did things like put glasses on kids, took on corporate polluters, made sure that our kids weren't breathing the worst coming out of smokestacks, and eliminated medical debt. But I'm running because it just shouldn't be this hard. I've been down to 110 different cities, 475 public
Haley,
events.
stop interrupting.
I could go to a living room in Lansing. I could be
Haley,
in a church
stop
in Detroit.
interrupting Abdul.
No matter where I go, people tell me I need to be able to afford my groceries.
Whoa!
I need to be able to afford my gas. I need to be able to see a doctor when I get sick.
Stop.
My friend is going to frame this race about me and her. It's not about that. It's about you. It's about what you deserve. It's about you deserving a politics that's not bought off by the same corporations picking your pocket at every single turn. I'm looking forward to the conversation about how we get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, and pass Medicare for all.
Thank you, Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed. Next up, Congresswoman Haley Stevens, you have 1 minute for your opening statement tonight.
Well, thank you to everyone tuning in tonight. As we know, the stakes of this race couldn't be higher. Costs continue to go up. Our health care, voting rights, civil rights, it's all on the line, in addition to Social Security and Medicare. And if Mike Rogers wins this race, all goes by the wayside. Look, Michigan deserves a senator who can win and who can deliver.
That's why Abdul's going to win.
On the stage who has flipped a Republican seat, and I was named Michigan's most effective Democratic lawmaker in Congress because my only focus is you. Abdul, Republicans are propping up his campaign, and Mike Rogers just the other day said in
Republicans
a
are propping up your
that
campaign
he
with
makes
AIPAC.
it easier for him to win, that he's the one he wants to run against. Look, this isn't about the DC or New York influencer crowd. This is about putting Michigan first, and I've got the receipts to do that, which is why Governor Whitmer and so many others are joining my campaign to win in November.
Congresswoman Dr. Al-Sayed, thank you both for your opening statements. Listen, just want to give you an idea of how we're going to do things a little bit differently from other debates where perhaps it's a little more formalized. This is going to be a conversation where I'm the moderator. I'll ask you questions. The time cues will be given by me. No clocks here. So let's go, and we'll begin with this. So many people have questions about affordability. It's the number one thing we hear about from people. What are they doing in Washington to make sure that life is more affordable for me? Dr. Al-Sayed, what are you doing? That's something that perhaps we haven't heard before in Washington that's different to keep the cost of living down.
So let me just tell you, for me, it's I don't take money from the corporations who are jacking up your prices in the first place. When you're bought off by DTE and Blue Cross and Big Pharma and Big Tech and AIPAC, don't be surprised that there's a pro quo that comes with that quid. That money doesn't just fall off trees. $60 million from outside organizations in this race didn't just come from nowhere. It's because those exact same organizations expect something on the other side, and that's that they get to expect to own your next U.S. senator. So it starts with being able to say, I'm the only candidate in this race who doesn't take any money from corporations. Never have, never will. And then from there, I actually can stand up to them. I can do things like enforce our antitrust policies that haven't been enforced. I can do things like tax billionaires their wealth so we can take that money and invest it in you and your kids, in your schools. I can do things like make sure that rather than sending your money somewhere else to drop on other people and their kids, we can keep that money here at home. And just in case you don't believe me, just think about this. Just last week, our friend here voted to send $3.3 billion of your tax dollars to a foreign government. That is the pro quo that comes with the quid of $30 million spent by AIPAC. So it really comes down to how are you funded?
Dr. Al-Sayed, thank you. Congresswoman Haley Stevens, we heard a lot from Dr. Al-Sayed. Some of that was about your record in Washington. I want you to be able to address that, but also tell us what you would do to keep the cost of living down.
Yeah, our affordability crisis is choking us out here in Michigan. You know, everywhere I go, if it's at the fish fry in downtown Detroit, or the working single mom who just the other day told me her health care costs continue to go up, that the grocery bill is only getting harder. We don't need lip service. We need action.
We need to give Israel $3.3 billion.
Employees from certain corporations are spending their money, but let me tell you about what I am doing, because DTE and our utility companies are selling out their ratepayers, and I'm giving them an option. I'm saying DTE, either stop raising rates or lose your federal funds and cut executive pay. Look, we need proven fighters in these positions, and that is what I have done time and time again. I've got the receipts to show it, and this is also why Governor Whitmer and AG Nessel, you know, two proven fighters who want to see results, have endorsed me in this race, because Michigan, it needs a workhorse in the United States Senate, sleeves rolled up, ready to tackle our problems on day one.
15.
And I'm not just stopping there. Let's lower the costs of groceries with my bill, no tariffs on groceries.
I do want to get into the weeds a bit with this, because I want to ask you a very direct question that so many people ask us. Are these folks getting money from big utility? Congresswoman Haley Stevens, are you taking money for your campaign from DTE or consumers?
No, but let me say this, Roop. I have been transparent. I have been transparent throughout this campaign, and let me just say this, that
she got 30 grand from DTE. She's lying.
That ever motivates my work is the people of Michigan, the people who I hear from. You know, my opponent is on these big podcasts. You know, he's running a podcast himself. These folks are making fun of the way I sound, but yet I sound like the people who need help, who are talking to me about what they need
Congresswoman,
done.
that was a follow-up to ask the direct question, whether you're taking money from utilities or
And I
not.
said no.
The answer is no. Thank you. Dr. El-Sayed, I'm asking you the same question. Any money from anyone that we don't know about?
No and never, but then $40,000 in direct receipts to her campaign from DTE's corporate PAC. And then there's, I don't know, Center for Democratic Priorities, which released its funders, but then they're behind these shell organizations, these 501c4s. So I'd really like to revisit that question, because I don't know how to explain $40,000 directly to her campaign from DTE. I'm the only candidate in this race who's never touched a dime of corporate PAC money.
I do want to ask both of you about your campaigns respectively when it comes to certain questions that people have. Congresswoman, we'll begin with you. And we'll
Abdul
dive
should
right
say,
into
how
that
can
right
the people of Michigan trust you when you can't even be honest right now?
And it seems as though on many instances you haven't directly answered the question. Do you see why some people are bothered by the fact that so much money, $40+ million, has come from AIPAC,
good question.
For these PACs to talk about you and to promote you and to put you up as their candidate?
Yeah, and I appreciate the question, Root, because this moment in this country and here in Michigan, people have every right to be frustrated about our campaign finance system. My opponent here on this stage, Abdul, he's got a super PAC that his father-in-law funds that has millions of dollars going into it. And look, in terms of foreign policy, you know, Abdul and I do differ. I believe in a two-state solution. He has attacked me by name for purporting that the people of Palestine and the people of Israel deserve to live side by side peacefully. The goal is always long-term peace. And also, the Prime
Abdul
Minister
has to
of
cook her.
Israel has
Please,
attacked
Abdul,
me by
cook
name.
her.
They both
Please
represent
cook her,
the
Abdul.
extremes. Look, Michiganders want peace. They deserve to see peace, and that is where I have always cast my vote, and that is the work that I want to do for Michigan in the U.S. Senate.
Specifically about AIPAC money, $1 has been spent on AIPAC spending to back your campaign. A lot of people wonder if that is something where you're going to do their bidding should you win this seat. Is that something people should be concerned about? And if not, why not?
Absolutely not, Roop. Look, I have been very clear.
Why are they giving you $46 million then?
And I have
oh my God,
to
Fox
be.
is cooking
I wanna
her.
see
Thank you,
long-term
moderator.
peace. I want to see a two-state solution. I am deeply proud to represent one of the largest Jewish populations in a congressional district.
Tel
in the
Aviv
country.
impressed.
This is a community that I have grieved a alongside, that I've mourned alongside, and have fought to bring the hostages home. And I'm still working to get us to long-term peace.
But no concern about the $46 million+ spent on the behalf of AIPAC that should worry people about perhaps you doing their bidding should you win the seat.
Well, I don't think there's much difference between super PACs going in for Abdul or super PACs going in for me. We have a problem with campaign finance reform in this country. I have an A grading from End Citizens United. I have been endorsed by Defend the Vote. I have voted consistently, and I'm going to stop Mike Rogers
almost
from
$100
getting
million
anywhere close
of
to the
difference.
United States Senate, which is why
There's
he
half
doesn't want
of
to
$100 million
against me,
worth of
and which is
difference.
why somebody like Governor Whitmer is supporting me in this race.
Congresswoman Stevens, thank you. I want to give some equal time here. And specifically, I want to talk to you a little bit about this geopolitical weight that we all feel in this community, which is about the Israel-Palestine issue. It obviously has colored this election greatly. It colors the Democratic Party. How do you see yourself moving forward, should you become a senator here, handling the situation with Iran, Israel, and Hamas?
So I just want to say the difference between us is $46 million of AIPAC spending. They've set a record in this race to help elect my opponent because they know that she'll be a reliable vote, just like she took last week to send your tax dollars to a foreign government that is aiding, arming, and abetting the very people who want to foreclose on the possibility of Palestinian self-determination. Look, at the end of the day, my job is to take care of you here. I want to be your U.S. Senator. I want your tax dollars spent in Michigan to provide schools in Michigan, to build health care in Michigan, to build roads in Michigan. And I think that money sent over there to kill
Bro, what is happening? The moderator is actually being
worst
decent.
use of our tax dollars, and yet that's exactly what $46 million in spending will buy you. And I believe deeply that we have a responsibility to make sure that we don't make other people's problems worse. So I believe in equal rights to peace, dignity, and self-determination for Palestinians and Jewish Israelis alike. I believe that we should not be fighting stupid wars that AIPAC wants us to fight in the first place. And I believe we have a responsibility to keep our money here, to invest here. That really is the difference. We're being outspent in this race 12-1. Chances are you're going to see an ad, probably 2 of them, on behalf of AIPAC for my opponent in the next commercial break. That's what that buys you, lying about a record around President Obama's endorsement or lying about me and my character. But that's exactly what happens when you stand up and say, maybe Palestinians should have rights too, and maybe we should have rights to our tax dollars here at home.
Dr. El-Sayed, I'm going to give Congresswoman a chance to respond as you made a couple of accusations there about her record. Go ahead, Congresswoman.
Well, as I said, I have been transparent, and that is why I have released my full tax returns.
You just
and
say
Abdul
it,
still
but you
hasn't.
haven't been.
We need to ask him, what's he hiding? What are the Republicans
What's he
going to
hiding?
uncover
Arab
in the general
style.
election that they will use against him? I am the only
What's he
non-billionaire in this
hiding?
race. I have been
What's he
recognized as
hiding?
an effective Democratic lawmaker
Islamically.
who, yes, governs in a clear, consistent way on complex challenges. I am people of Michigan, the people who I hear from when I am in the grocery store line, people who've broken down in tears, asking me how we can address this affordability crisis. And that is what I am doing. That is what I will do on day one. And I have the receipts to prove it. Dana Nessel agrees with me.
Dr. El-Sayed, I do want to ask you a question about the tone and the tenor of this campaign. It is safe to say that everyone from Washington to Washington Township in Michigan are sick and tired of people pointing fingers, screaming, yelling, and insulting one another. We've seen a lot of that all across the country. Just earlier this week, we heard that there was some kind of a Zoom call in which you had referenced an opponent as ogre on a pike, and so many people took offense to that. And it really pointed to the bigger question about the tone and tenor that you've been accused of having in this campaign. Do you regret any of the comments that you've made? And do you think that this race could take a more productive and a more substantive tone if we kept those personal slams out?
Look, I took to Twitter last week and said that the tone in which people talk about my opponent is unkind, and I asked anybody who supported me to not talk about her that way. In fact, when she got booed on the stage at the Michigan Democratic Party convention, I called her personally and said that that was unkind. My supporters had nothing to do with it, but I don't think that that's the way we want to do politics. I was referring
Which is
to a
why
guy named
Haley
John
Stevens
Fetterman,
should
who's a
stop attacking
senator
me and
from
apologize.
Pennsylvania, who has done terrible things, got elected on a set of values, and is now completely throwing those values in the mud. And I do think it's important for any senator in Michigan to have a relationship with folks who are in the U.S. Senate. And if those folks are not not actually acting in accordance with what they got elected on, I think it's important for all of us to have an honest opinion about what we're going to do to make sure that our Senate looks like the people it represents. But when we talk about unkindness, I also just want to speak to the fact that on behalf of my opponent, UDP, another name for AIPAC, has been running attack ad after attack ad after attack ad on my character. I'm the father of 2 daughters. I'm raising them to be stronger than any man. My wife is a doctor. My mother was the first tenured professor of engineering at her university. I was raised by strong women. To say that somehow, because I wrote an op-ed 15 years ago about First Lady Michelle Obama, or I ran against Governor Whitmer, that somehow I'm disrespecting anybody is just inconsistent with the truth. So I really think it's important for my opponent to speak to why she thinks it's okay to spend $10 million of AIPAC money coming after my character. I'd love to understand that, because I went on Twitter and I said that those comments are unkind. I'd like to see the same thing.
Congresswoman, we're going to get to some questions from our audience.
You should have gone harder. You should have gone harder on her.
To address that civility issue that is lacking severely in American politics. Is this something that the ads that you see on television, whether you paid for them or whether someone else paid for them, do you think they're doing an injustice to voters by just filling the room with vitriol and hate and not getting to the issues?
Well, look, there was something else that
oh
was
my God, this moderator keeps cooking her.
That Abdul was mentioning, which is that he said that he's not going to be able to get much done, that he's not focused on policy for the first 2 years that he is in the United States Senate.
What about civility? And she immediately goes back to attacking Abdul and saying,
again, Michigan needs a workhorse, and I am offering these ideas on day one.
Congressman, respectfully,
yes.
I do want you to answer the question. It's about civility.
It's about civility. Transparent about what is being said here. And look, Abdul's a great guy. He's a great father. You know, only he can account for saying that, you know, Whitmer's bought and paid for, or that, you know, no one cares about Debbie Stabenow, or that Mallory McMorrow isn't smart enough. You know, that is certainly on him to respond to, which we certainly just did hear from him on that.
Can I Dr. Al-Sayed, you have a quick minute here. Look, I told you at the outset that my opponent was going to make this race about me and her. But this is about you. This is about whether or not you deserve a politics of the people, by the people, and for the people, or of the corporations, by the billionaires, and for the special interests. In an effort to talk about civility, I just took another attack. And I just want you to ask yourself, what is it that you deserve from your politics now? Do you deserve a politician more focused on their opponent because they want to be in a seat? Or do you deserve a politics where we're all asking, how do we actually serve you best? Because that's what I'm focused on here in this debate, and been focused on for this entire 15-month campaign that we've been running on.
You didn't call me an ogre.
No, again, for the record, it was Mr. Fetterman that was apparently called an ogre in the call, not you. However, I do want to get to some audience questions as well. It's time to take questions from our studio audience. We want to remind you that we are taking your questions at home as well. Just scan the QR code on your screen or text it to 248-200-5042. Make sure
they're
you
being
tune in
honest.
at 8 o'clock
What is
to
happening?
Fox Local on Fox2Detroit.com.
My God, I've never seen anything like this.
We begin with Hannah.
The bar is so fucking unbelievably low for local media. These guys are on a rocket ship over that bar.
Michigan consistently ranks among one of the worst for power reliability and rate affordability. As hotter summers and severe storms strain our infrastructure or grid investment standards, will you champion to ensure Michigan residents get reliable, affordable power?
We'll begin with Congresswoman Haley Stevens for an answer on that.
Yeah, well, and Hannah, thank you so much for asking such an important and palpable question to so many Michiganders. It has been deeply frustrating to see Donald Trump get rid of the clean energy tax credits. It has been deeply frustrating to see our utility bills go up and up and up. These companies do not care about the ratepayers, and they are selling us out. I am not offering lip service to this issue. I'm offering a solution, which is to say to these companies, either lower the rates or lose your federal funds. Look, I voted for the infrastructure bill. I secured funds for us back here in Michigan. I want to do more of that, passing the largest climate bill in the history of this country. Donald Trump's trying to erase it. We need a science-forward agenda, delivering for us, meeting the moment for who our families are, what our children deserve, and that's why I'm running for United States Senate.
Hannah, we have an answer from Dr. El-Sayed as well.
Anna, thank you so much for such an important question. I just want to speak directly to what's happening right now. You've got DTE, which is the biggest spender in our entire politics. They spend on 93% of the entire elected state legislature, as well as most of our congresspeople, including my colleague here. And that allows them to get away with things like building one of the largest hyperscale data centers in our state in ex parte approval. Now, that's fancy terms for saying approval without actually going through the normal process. And this is going to increase the load on our grid by more than twice. Now, we just lost our power for 5 days in a row because of a mid-level storm. We need to do a lot better. To me, it's about transparency in policymaking. People should not be able to take that money and then turn the other cheek and then allow for these approval processes that aren't approval processes at all. I still have yet to see a plan from DTE about how they're going to improve our reliability while doubling, more so, the amount of electricity they're expected to provide for a data center that nobody asked for. I put out a terms of engagement because these data centers, that was one of 15 that proposed last year alone. We need to be serious about the incoming threat that's going to make all of this so much worse.
Hit the fuck data centers button off door.
Thank you, Hannah, for your question.
Hit it.
I want to address both of the candidates. And by the way, we are going to get to some text message questions as well from all of you at home. But I want to talk specifically about your campaigns. And I think it's noteworthy that one of the reasons we're doing this debate is to contrast the two of you, where you stand on so many issues, but also on how you go about doing your business, how you campaign.
Yeah.
Dr. El-Sayed, I'll begin with you. The Democratic Socialists of America have not made an endorsement in this particular race. But when you go to our rally, and we've covered so many of them are from that organization. Who are you when it comes to your political stripes? Many people call you progressive. Some have accused you of being a socialist. Not that that's a bad word, but people have said that.
This guy is my
you.
goat.
Where do you stand on your politics? How would you describe your politics?
I'm going to kiss him in the mouth when I go to fucking Michigan, dude.
I want policy solutions that actually map to the problems that we face. My governing experience is rebuilding a health department in the city of Detroit, leading Wayne County's Department of Health, Human, and Veteran Services. We had to go in there and work with a diverse community to be asking, what are the challenges we face and how do we actually solve them? We were able to identify the fact that our county ranked number 8 for medical debt nationwide, and we could eliminate that for a penny on the dollar. So we set aside $7 million to erase up to $700 million in medical debt. When kids couldn't get glasses, 30% of them would get tested positive for needing glasses.
Rube Rogers a baller.
We put optometrists on vans outside of schools so that as soon as a kid got a positive test, they go out, get a full optometric exam, and get a pair of glasses delivered within 2 weeks of a vision test. Now, working with a diverse community of people, you come to realize that not every solution fits the same way. You've got to be thinking about a solution in the right way. When it comes to the question of socialism, I'm not a socialist. I'm just a capitalist who understands how capitalism works. The biggest threat to capitalism was never the idea of government regulation. It was always monopoly. I want you to think about the stuff that you have to buy, whether it's your groceries and the number of stores you can go to, or it's buying a flight to see your grandmother, or it's picking a phone or a phone provider. You have like 2 or 3 options, and that shouldn't be legal, but that's the way our economy works right now. So I think government ought to be there to regulate on monopolies and oligopolies so that everybody can actually participate in an economy without having to be forced to pay more or get paid less for the work they do.
Congresswoman Stevens, another question about your campaign. We've seen just in the last few days, of course, Senator Sanders, we've seen AOC, and we've seen Elizabeth Warren just today, and they're all behind Abdul. These are the people who worked with you in the same room, have watched you for your 4 terms. Should that concern voters that they're taking the outsider's side in this case? You have a minute and a half.
Well, I think that we should look at the fact that Brenda Lawrence, my longtime mentor and dear friend, Congresswoman from Oakland County representing Detroit,
all my endorsements. All my endorsements. Don't look at the endorsers
Senator Stabenow,
on the financial
Peters,
side.
Who, like myself, has been recognized as the most effective lawmaker for our state. But let me be really clear.
I'm a workforce.
Right now,
I'm a workhorse. I'm an effective legislator. What are you going to do? What are your policies?
Michigan's
Explain one fucking policy!
Okay, I have visited hundreds of small to mid-sized manufacturing shop floors.
One policy!
I have operated CNC machines in my life previous to being in elected office. I have a deep passion for the bread and butter of our state and a unique understanding of it. So when Donald Trump and Mike Rogers go to lick the bootstraps of China and start a trade war with Canada, screwing us over, I will be standing up for us and securing things like what I did with the CHIPS and Science Act to deliver for our youth and equity and inclusion that is so very important to our future. Jobs for everyone, lower costs, and yeah, stop these abuses of power that are coming down from Trump and Rogers.
She has no policies. I'm losing it. The only thing she can say is, I voted for the CHIPS and Science Act. That's
We're
it.
not done at all. In fact, the debate is only halfway through. Our conversation continues. We have a lot of text messages. This bat phone's been blowing up when it takes some of your questions. The debate continues on our streaming platform, Fox Local. Here's what you do. Scan the QR code on the right of your screen. Go right to fox2detroit.com if that's easier. On your phone, iPad, or on your connected TV, Fox Local. The candidates will answer more of your questions, and we'll hear from more of our studio audience as well. We've already received more than 700 text messages. We're going to comb through them, get to a couple of them after the break. I'm Roop Raj. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Roop Raj, you are my goat. You are my goat. You are a legend, Roop Raj. Oh my God. The fucking bar is so low. The bar is so low, but the moderation I've seen so far from Michigan local broadcasts has been fucking immaculate. It has been spectacular. Okay. The reason why I say this is not because like he's Roop Raj is, you know, in the fucking pocket of Abdul al-Sayed or anything. No, he's just being truthful. He's actually holding an indirect answer as not enough. That's why he just keeps asking the same question. Because Haley Stevens, if you recall, I told you this, okay? Haley Stevens never answers a direct question. She never answers a direct question. She just does the yokel shit, right? Oh, I'm a Youper. I got a Youper accent. I love Michigan. I'm going to fight for Michigan. Over and over again. Roop Raj, don't play those games, okay? Roop Raj says, I don't give a fuck. I'm Michigan too. I'm Michigan too, motherfucker. Answer the goddamn question. And that is great. I got the receipts. Oh, I'm from Michigan. Abdul is a scary Muslim. He hates women. That's all Haley Stevens has deployed so far. One of the great moments in that debate, one of the great fucking moments in that debate was when Abdul was like, look, it's just, what kind of politics do you want to see? Do you want to see a politics of incivility and constantly attacking your opposition? Or do you want a politics that puts you at the front and center? Your issues. That was fucking awesome. That was awesome. And it's true, dude. Yeah, even when she was like, oh, you called me an ogre. And he had to literally correct her and be like, no, he called Senator John Fetterman an ogre. As a Youper, she does not sound like a Youper. I don't know what her deal is, but she's not one of us. I know, I've heard Youpers also say that. Do you agree with him being a capitalist, or do you think he was skirting the question and not supporting socialism? I don't care. I don't care that Abdul al-Sayed running for Senate says he's a capitalist, DSA supporter, okay? It doesn't matter to me. His policy platform is damn near identical to Bernard Sanders, okay? That's what I care about. Especially considering that, Zohran Mamdani is not exactly running on a platform of seizing the means of production, and no democratic socialist is running on this platform. I don't give a shit. I do think this is the last election cycle where someone will run for statewide office while shying away from adopting the moniker. I will tell you that. This will be the last statewide office, the last election cycle where people running for statewide office will shy away from saying that they're socialists. That's what I think. Youper is someone raised in the Upper Peninsula. She's from Detroit, which is a long ways from the up. I know. I know she hams it up. We know she's not like being legit. I've already talked about this. The reason why she hams up her accent is specifically because the
Democratic Senate debate.
It's a great way to deflect away from it's a great way to deflect from her position. She always will deflect and be like, oh, it's just they're attacking me. They're attacking my positions. Haley Stevens denied taking money from DTE's Energy PAC. We checked. She did. Yeah.
All these texts. Yours could be asked next. We'll also hear from our studio audience as well. And so we begin with this text message with Dr. Abdul al-Sayed and also Congresswoman Haley Stevens. How will you bring back manufacturing jobs and secure longevity for the big three? Congresswoman, you had a chance to address this earlier. We're going to begin with Dr. Al-Sayed on what he plans to do
you're right.
when it comes to manufacturing jobs.
Subscribe to the People's Broadcasting Service, Piker Broadcasting Service. It's my birthday.
And they endorse me because they understand that a pathway forward to bring back the manufacturing
Level 20 will bring back the tank top streams.
Like USMCA, voted on by my friend here, is to make sure that we are thoughtful about actually regulating the way that corporations and the top of corporations
Maybe
make
we'll throw
decisions.
a gym stream with
Number one,
Abdul.
I think we need to ban stock buybacks. This is this process
I said
by which
maybe.
corporations
Maybe.
will literally buy their own stock to artificially raise their stock price, taking money away from the future of R&D and the workers themselves. Number two, I actually think that there's a pathway.
Tom, what time?
Unlike
Think of the 10
stupid
gifted.
tariffs of
You were
Donald Trump,
fast
which
on
is
that.
around-the-clock tariffs for
Beezer
everyone. I think that there's a place for
Magical
targeted
CBM
tariffs. If you
with
think about
100.
free trade like cancer, I think we need some chemo. And the way that that would work is that they were transparent, specific, directed to particular product lines. And then number three, I think we need to massively invest in continuing to be the best place to make an internal combustion engine in the world, and also to invest in EVs and EV infrastructure. And I want to talk about
I don't know why there's no hype train
I don't believe
coming.
in a mandate, but what I do believe is that you should be able to buy a $25,000, 300-mile range car brought to you by the big three. Why? Because that's the way that we're going to be able to create a product line that can compete all over the world with the kinds of cars that China is now manufacturing and eating our lunch on. But that means we have to invest in workers, and that really is the most important piece here. The UAW has built the American automotive industry. We need to be invested in them. We need to make sure that we continue to have the best manufacturing and engineering talent in the world. And that means ending the restriction that we've seen, and it means investing in our workers again. Again, we have an opportunity to continue to lead if we're willing to actually think past the ridiculousness of the Trump administration into what the future can be and into how we continue to invest in workers, engineers, and a product line be fit for the future.
Congresswoman, I know you have a lot of notes and a lot in your mind and heart about manufacturing, but does it disturb you at all that the UAW put their endorsement to Abdul when you've done all this stuff for manufacturing that you've talked about?
Look, I am so deeply proud to have a longstanding relationship with retirees and UAW members, and to have 17 labor endorsements in this race by a long shot. And I'm also very proud to have receipts and plans, and I'll show you where I'm leading the charge. Costs are killing us in our manufacturing sector. All right, the trade war with Canada has sold us out. There are
His questions are awesome. You mad? I mean, it's a good question.
Workers, mostly in downriver, that are out of work right now. You know, Mike Rogers wants to rubber stamp all of this. The stakes couldn't be higher. November is 50-50. He said on the leaked call he wants to run against Abdul. He knows that I passed bipartisan wins for Michigan with chips and science
thank you for the
to lessen
$200.
our dependence on China, that I want to do that with critical minerals, which will lower costs and create jobs and continue
200
to
bones.
propel us as a manufacturing hub. And look, Rope, I was deeply proud to play a role in the Obama administration.
Policy. Give me one policy, not something that you were tangentially related to.
And Chrysler and hundreds of thousands
One future policy,
of
please.
manufacturing jobs across our state.
One future
That was a long
policy,
time ago,
please.
but it was policy that worked. We cannot take for granted that this incredible state of ours, Michigan, is just one of a handful left in the country whose central economy, all the jobs, drive through manufacturing. I'm going to be the champion for that in the United States Senate, and I'm going to run through anyone and anything that gets in my way to deliver for us.
You know, one of the things and one of the reasons we wanted this debate to happen right now, just hardly, a week away from the big election, is because people don't always understand the differences between the two of you. Some of them are clear, some of them are not. So I'm going to ask you a question that is really mirrored in this text message from one of our Fox 2 viewers. And I think this is really a poignant question.
Which one have you
Dr.
got
Al-Sayed,
through?
I'll begin with you. What is the number one thing Senate Democrats are failing to do right now that you would do differently?
Well, number one, I just think the filibuster itself is anti-democratic. And we had an opportunity to break the filibuster. Now, let me just talk about what the filibuster is. The filibuster is a process by which all of the Senate can hide behind one senator who wants to filibuster, which requires a 60-vote threshold to break. And that means that you need 60 votes to pass something when it really should just be the majority number of votes. I oppose the filibuster. I think the filibuster has been anti-democratic for a lot of reasons. And once you get past that, we have the opportunity to get money out of politics to take on Citizens United. We have the opportunity to put money back in pockets by doing things like passing the PRO Act to stand with unions like the UAW who've endorsed us. We have the opportunity to start changing and enforcing our antitrust policies so a few corporations can't pick your pocket at every turn. We have the opportunity to tax billionaires their wealth, and we have the opportunity to finally guarantee every single person in this country health care through Medicare for all. But we've got to get the democracy part of it right. And right now, the biggest risks to our democracy are the filibuster, it's anti-democratic at the Senate, and money in politics. The attack ads that you've seen, probably in the last commercial break itself, that change our political system. When you ask $60 million to come into a race for you and then say that somehow you're electable, I think you don't quite understand what electability means. If you need a $60 million crutch, you probably can't be elected on your own terms. So I would just say that you should probably, if you really want to beat Mike Rogers, find the candidate who is electable without having to ask for a $60 million crutch to do it.
Congresswoman?
Well, look, you talk about the senators who've come in here from the coast to campaign alongside Abdul. I think one of the things they are really missing is what we need here in Michigan. You know, an understanding of what makes our state tick. You know, go and visit a small business.
Do I think the DNC will undermine Abdul if he wins? No.
Business.
He's such a stud.
I know it's great to hold.
It's going to be like Zoran
and have these fun events. But
not like Zoran in the general.
In Michigan,
no, DNC will back Abdul 100%.
To visit a minority-owned business. I want to see.
He's so buttoned up and so well put together. He is an unbelievable asset.
Businesses. So things like what we have on the Avenue of Fashion, which is a national best practice, that we can do that in Saginaw and Muskegon and
DNC
Lansing.
doesn't even have money, but the DSCC will back him for sure.
Here. But our tax code and our tax dollars aren't working for us, which is why I have staked such a big part of my campaign on hope and equity so that every zip code gets equal investment. I have fought to bring these dollars into Pontiac, and I'm darn proud of it. You know, for the bridge and for youth recreation, we need to continue to do that across the state. And the people who aren't from here, who are so eager to campaign here, they should really come and spend some time with the residents and the people who I'm hearing from each and every single day. Look, there's a lot to be proud of for Michigan, but there is so much we could be doing to do more for folks.
I believe your question. I just want to make sure that the viewer had their question answered, because I think it was about what was going wrong in the Senate, and we got this conversation about why senators should come visit, which is actually exactly what they just did. But I just also want to just be clear about this, that at the end of the day, yes, you should go to small businesses. That's actually what we've done. We've also gone to 475 public events where we actually took questions from an audience rather than these baked and polished, made for a camera events that too often is the way that my friend has campaigned. And so, look, we do bring people in because we want to actually introduce them to Michiganders. And wouldn't it be better if one of our senators went to the Senate with colleagues ready to work with them on day one?
Well, I do want to ask you both about contrasting something that I think is really important right now. When we talk about ICE, this is something that obviously has seemed to kind of calm down a bit, but it's still fundamentally important to everyone who's watching right now. Congresswoman Stevens, where do you stand on ICE and the funding for ICE and where things should be going?
Well, I am leading the charge in the Congress right now to redirect $70 billion of your tax money, Michiganders' taxpayer money, that went to ICE at the expense of your health care, at the expense of food benefits, all things that I am hearing from Michiganders where they are experiencing pain points. We've got to redirect that $70 billion back into communities. I called for Kristi Noem to go. She was fired. But guess what? No reforms. Not a penny more for this rogue agency that is wreaking havoc. Look, I've talked to administrators at Harms Elementary in Detroit, you know, parents who are afraid to drop their kids off for school because of these ICE raids. This isn't working for us. This is abuse of power. And I am standing up to Trump right now on these abuses of power, not shouting into a bullhorn, not getting in front of the first camera I see, but doing the hard work. That is what Michigan deserves. Look, my opponent here, Abdul, he is such a talented guy. He's written 3 books. He's had 300 podcasts. You know, he's had all this attention. But the deal is we don't need a celebrity candidate. We don't need a celebrity senator. We need somebody who is committed to 6 years of hard, unglamorous
Person
work
he's calling a
that's gonna
celebrity
stand
literally
up to
worked for
this
the Detroit
junk
Public
that
Health
is
Department, by the way.
wreaking havoc and causing chaos right before our very eyes. It's unacceptable.
All right, Congresswoman, thank you. Dr. El-Sayed, you heard Congresswoman Stevens there say, essentially, strip away some of the funding for ICE. Is that not good enough?
Voted to raise ICE funding 4 times. That's the part that you didn't hear. 4 times voted to raise ICE funding. Voted to thank ICE, in fact. So this is the same kind of D.C. hypocrisy, I hate to say it, that we often see. Say one thing in front of a camera, do another thing. I said that we need to abolish ICE. Yes. ICE is not about immigration. ICE is not about the southern border. We can have a safe and secure southern border. We can also enforce immigration policy. But ICE is not about that. ICE is about normalizing paramilitary force on our streets.
Yes!
And I just want to push back on the idea that
What
it's
is this
calmed
camera
down.
angle? What the
I
fuck's
was
going
just
on?
in Genesee County this weekend, and you had raids in Saginaw. People are scared to death, and we've got a congresswoman who tells you that she's against ICE, has voted to raise ICE funding, voted to thank ICE, called the people who work in ICE, I don't know, very fine public servants and other things when she went and visited herself. So I'm just saying that I do the thing that I say I'm going to do. I don't think ICE needs to exist. For the better part of our country's history, we did not have an ICE, and I think we can do a much better job when it comes to immigration without one. And here's the last thing I just want to say about this.
No notes.
When it comes to the question of immigration, we need Democrats who are going to stand up and actually talk about the great good that immigration has done for our country in the first place. The idea that somehow we can't say abolish ICE because we're so afraid of what they're going to say when we've seen ICE terrorize people in our streets, to me, is exactly the kind of cowardice that we don't need from Democrats. So yes, I'm going to take the bullhorn,
Boosting that
and
he's
I'm
a
going to say
fighter.
that I think we need to abolish ICE because I am not afraid of what they're going to say about me.
Doctor, I do want to follow up, though, with both of you. Isn't saying abolish ICE like saying defund the police? Is that just busting the whole thing open? Or do you believe that in order to have enforcement, you need to have an agency that knows how to do it?
Yeah, well, I just also ran government agencies. And I know that when a culture of impunity sets into a government agency, it becomes almost impossible to take out. And so I think the agency as it exists does not need to exist. That's not to say that we are not going to keep our streets secure. That's not to say that we're not going to enforce immigration policy. That's not to say that we shouldn't have a safe, secure southern border. The same way we did it for most of our history, Ruth.
Yeah,
for most of our history, we didn't have ICE. We had INS. And they were targeted. Yes. They obeyed the laws of this land. They didn't terrorize people in places like schools.
It's not a real crime.
They didn't run up in schools and churches. They understood that their job, yes, was to enforce immigration policy, but they did it under the protection of the Constitution itself. And that's what we're losing here. You've got ICE agents who do not understand that the central law of this country is the Constitution itself. ICE has become a tyrannical agency, and I think there is no way to get past that.
Do you think misogyny might play a role in boosting Abdul over? No.
And then build from scratch.
It's a Democratic primary.
You have been on video saying on social media before about the fine people of ICE. Do you feel differently about that? Do you believe that both can be true, that there needs to be reform, but there are good people working?
Oh my God!
Let me just be very clear. Complaints
you just got fact-checked by the Baltimore Maoists.
Solutions, all right? I went up to an ICE detention facility to call out and see why people were losing their lives.
Raj, a real Baltimore Maoist.
Time without due process.
He critiqued socialism to make it better.
An outrage. And look, a lot of you remember Abdul from when he first ran for governor in 2018. It didn't work out. So he started the podcast, he wrote the books, and now he's running for Senate. And
all she does is fucking attack Abdul.
It's just another rung on the
ladder. He's too
That's
famous.
Not what this job is for me.
Not answering the question. Answer the fucking question.
It's not about celebrity. This is about making sure that Mike Rogers doesn't get anywhere close to this seat.
Abdul's famous. I got endorsed by Gretchen Whitmer. Say something direct
for this state and for our values, for our rights and our freedoms. And I promise you, Michigan, I will make us shine.
Dr. El-Sayed, there are people watching this right now, and every time they hear this podcast business, they're scratching their heads. They're putting food on the table, gas in the tank. They're curious to know what that's about. Have you made a ton of money because of podcasts?
Yeah, I don't know. Like I told all the viewers at the outset that while my opponent was going to make this about me and her, I want to make this about you. Somehow she just really, you can listen to the podcast. It's there. Congresswoman, if you enjoy podcasts about public health, I welcome you to take a listen. You seem very concerned about that. I'm more concerned about the fact that people can't pay for their gas, they can't pay for their groceries. We're fighting a war that's cost us billions of dollars that has been pushed by the government of a foreign country, the same foreign country that the folks paying for your ads want us to send billions of dollars to. And that's the thing that I think Michiganders really want to understand. They're not that worried about the fact that I hosted a podcast. They're worried about the fact that right now, for a lot of folks, their kids go to schools that are unbecoming of their future. They are worried about the fact that they can't gas up their car because it costs, what, $4.50 a gallon? They're worried about the fact that the same corporations who funded your campaign are raising rates on the things that they can't go without, like their power. So I'd really like us to focus on the things that actually matter, which have nothing to do with the podcast, have everything to do with the future of Michiganders that we would like to serve.
Yeah, but it also is about transparency. And you have not released your full tax returns, $300,000 in other income, while you sat in the podcast chair and you hawked junk healthcare cures that RFK Jr. would thumbs up. You talk about getting money out of politics and putting money in people's pockets, but still no one knows who's putting the money in your pocket. You know, I have been transparent and I am offering,
you have
real
not
plans to address the cost of living crisis,
we want to be able to
tackle Donald Trump's
and you're talking about what
power.
you did, but you also made some accusations here. Dr. El-Sayed, that is a question that some people may have that Congresswoman's talking about. Talk about the money and the financial disclosures. You were going to release some.
We released all of our financial disclosures. Again, this is a distraction from the issues in your life.
But not
I'd love to talk about transparency. I really would. Because I want you to ask yourself, there is this group called the Center for Democratic Priorities. They didn't exist until they popped up and started running ads for my opponent. And then there's this other group called Center Forward that paid for a flight for the Congresswoman and her mother to go to Portugal. And they just released their donors. And then it's a whole bunch of shell 501c4 organizations. They're the folks who are literally putting money in our pockets right now to try and disinform us about this race. And here's the thing about it. None of it actually makes your life better. Think about the $60 million that got spent in this race. What could $60 million do for a community in Detroit? What could $60 million mean for erasing medical debt? I'll tell you, $6 billion it could erase. But they want to spend it to get the Congresswoman elected. Why? Because at the end of the day, they know that they're going to have a safe seat doing their bidding instead of yours. Every single dollar that DTE is spending is a down payment on knowing that they can raise your rates. Every single dollar that Blue Cross Blue Shield spends in this race is a down payment on raising your rates.
All right.
Every single dollar.
Thank you, Dr.
comes with
El-Sayed.
something.
I want to ask some more questions from our audience at home right now. You're texting us. I got them right here. The next question is, how will you ensure low-income communities receive equitable and adequate education? You've heard so many people say Michigan ranks 44th when it comes to literacy for fourth graders. Let's start with Congresswoman Haley Stevens.
Motherfucking
What are you doing now?
Browntown,
What do you
baby!
plan to do should you become senator?
Well, we are certainly being robbed by Washington, D.C. and Donald Trump, who treats the Oval Office like a stock trade floor. This is why I want to end the corruption of seeing people who want to be celebrities or get famous or rich in office. I want to ban stock trading. Folks, I'm the only non-millionaire in this race. But let me tell you something about what I have worked on and what I am fighting for. Full funding for special education. You know, our public schools here in Michigan are getting the short end of the stick. And if we fully fund special education, we can meet the needs that a family in Royal Oak has talked to me about, where they feel
Finally, she's talking about a policy. This is her first time, I think.
Special complex medical needs actually get the education they deserve.
She is falling apart. She feels frazzled. You can see it.
Not just reinstate the cuts that Donald Trump cut. We have got to expand these programs. And I consider myself a warrior for public education. And this is
How is
also
Abdul El-Sayed a
why
millionaire?
I have written
I don't know if he is,
legislation,
but
and why I'm leading
his wife
the
is a
charge
doctor.
to
He was a doctor.
redirect
He never
grants
actually
to go
became a practicing
into
physician,
the
but
profession
he had a
of education,
podcast.
just
He wrote
like my
books.
father was. He was a first grade teacher.
Bro,
in the
he's
city of
he's a
Detroit
fucking Rhodes
doing
Scholar. Of
bleeding
course he has a lot of
recovery,
money.
in
What are we
addition to running
talking about?
his small business. And so I want to see more people go into that profession, go into
He's
our
worth like
public
1.7.
schools,
That's broke
and
boy, dude.
that is going to
Thank you.
certainly solve a lot of problems for us.
Dr. El-Sayed, you heard the
Yeah,
Congresswoman
Rube doesn't
say
follow me, I
redirect
checked.
grant money. Is that part of the solution here? What do you think?
You know, you asked a really important question about education. I'd like to answer that question. I'm proud of the fact that the American Federation of Teachers has endorsed me in this race. And they've done it because I'm a proud product of public schools. I know what it's like to walk into a public school in Detroit in January, and kids are bundled up because the boiler's broken, trying to learn how to read. You talk about a literacy crisis. How do you learn how to read when you have to wear a coat in the middle of the day? We put glasses on kids' faces specifically because we knew that it doesn't matter what's happening on the blackboard if you can't see the blackboard. But we need to radically rethink how we do public education in this country. We are not invested nearly enough. I want to tie the support for public education through the Department of Education, which, by the way, needs not just to be brought back, but fully invested in. I want to tie that funding to the Department of Defense. So when they try to raise the Department of Defense budget, we're going to make sure we're invested in public schools too. I also think that the way that we have funded local education, specifically school buildings, has too often ported the historical racism of the past. Right now, we fund school buildings based on property tax. Property tax is a function of property value. Property value is a function of who's been able to live where as a function of redlining from the past. And when we say that that same process should be patterning the social mobility of the future through public schools, that's a real problem. But I just want to say this. I actually agree with the Congresswoman on one really critical thing. We are being robbed. The money that we should have to invest in our schools is being sent to foreign governments to destroy other people's schools instead of invest. And that is exactly what AIPAC wants you to do and why they're spending so much money to get the Congresswoman.
Dr. El-Sayed, Congresswoman, it's one point in which at least partially you agree on. As one of you will be taking on Mike Rogers, people want to know what are the defining differences. This next question comes to us from a young person herself who actually is a student in Detroit, a college student. And we thank you so much, Kimora, for being with us here today. What's your question to the candidates?
Thank you. Good evening, candidates. My name is Kimora Riddick, and I'm a Wayne State University junior studying broadcast journalism. And my question is about the wildfires. So the wildfires from Canada deeply affected Michigan's air quality, especially in Detroit. What environmental measures are you planning to decrease the dangers of air pollution?
Let's start with Congresswoman Haley Stevens.
Yeah, well, it is so great to have a student from Wayne here. I've just treasured working with that university in their science program and STEM education. And that is very much at the heart of why we need good
Just get to the
climate
fucking answer.
policy, not the junk science that we are getting from the Trump administration. And let me tell you what I think that looks like. One, we've got to cut the carbon emissions. We've got to lessen our dependence on big oil and gas. Investments like I secured in our clean energy future so that from Marquette to Detroit, we were evolving and moving forward. You know, that has been stripped away by Donald Trump, and that's not right. But it's also not enough to just say, hey, we're going to go in there and just fight Trump. We've got to put forward our own creative ideas, which is why for 4 terms I've sat there on the science committee, securing resources, looking at alternatives for plastic and our supply chain. This is an opportunity for Michigan manufacturing, Michigan innovation to shine. I want to make sure that we are leading the way. And then when Kamara is a broadcast personality, she's talking about the things that we have secured in the United States Senate for Michigan, for our jobs and for our clean energy future.
Dr. El-Sayed, clean air. Kamara, just be careful. If you become a broadcast personality, somebody might come after you. I just want to speak specifically to your question. I can tell you about what we've already done. We put air quality monitors all over Wayne County so folks can get real-time information about the air that they're breathing. Took on some of the biggest corporate polluters in our state when I was in the city of Detroit, took on Marathon Petroleum, the biggest polluter and the most polluted zip code in the state, forced them to invest their own money to reduce emissions when they had wanted to increase them. The truth of the matter is that these wildfires are happening more often because it's drier and hotter than it has been in the past. It's drier and hotter because we continue to rely on fossil fuels for our energy. We need to get to 100% renewable energy. And the only way we're going to do that is by taking the Chevrons and the Exxons of the world out of our politics. Now, guess whose campaign they supported? Well, if you guessed my Congresswoman colleague, you probably guessed right, because yes, they have both given to that campaign. So when you hear ideas of things that ought to be done, but they never actually get done, you should ask yourself why it doesn't get done. Well, because the people who sell oil in this country fund the politicians who make sure that they can keep selling oil.
Dr. Al-Sayed, Congresswoman, thank you so much. We have another text question, one of the many, many text questions. This one, I think, is important because, again, my main goal and our main goal at Fox 2, let's differentiate between the two of you. What are the big differences here? So what would you do on your first day in office? We'll begin with you, Dr. Al-Sayed. What would you do on your first day of office should you become senator?
Anybody who knows me knows that getting people health care is the passion of my life. I went to medical school only to realize that too often our healthcare system is part of the problem. We need and deserve guaranteed health care through Medicare for all. I have been thinking about this question. In fact, I've testified to the U.S. Senate twice. This wouldn't be my first time walking into the chamber on Medicare for all, guaranteeing health care, on eliminating the medical debt in this country, $225 billion. Now, on Medicare for all, there is work that we're going to have to do. We're going to have to get a president elected who can do it in 2029. Now, in the process, though, I actually think that we could eliminate all the medical debt in this country, $225 billion. Just so you understand what that is the amount of the GDP of more than half of U.S. states in this country. So on day one, I want to offer medical debt relief to everybody. I think we could get bipartisan support to do it, and I'd love to get that done. And let's start working through Medicare for all, and then let's make sure that we can get money out of politics so the big pharmas and the big insurances of the world aren't in the way when it comes down to finally getting this done for all Americans.
Congresswoman, in a minute and a half, tell us what you do on your first day in office.
Yeah, day one, we have to stand up to the abuses of power. Take it from somebody who has been recognized as our most effective lawmaker. When I tell you I'm going to go to the United States Senate and ban stock trading for elected officials,
she's going to Tel Aviv.
Children, for our president and our vice president and for candidates for those offices, I am going to get it done. I am sick and tired of seeing Donald Trump sell us out to the highest bidder, go cut deals with every other country except for cutting deals for us here in Michigan. We have been paying the price, and it is not acceptable. And speaking of prices, day one actions to lower costs and to invest in small businesses, minority-owned businesses right here in Michigan. Those are your tax dollars, and I believe in the effective stewardship of them so that they go back to our communities here, and I've got the receipts for that. I've got the proof points for that. And then lastly, we got to make sure that the jobs of the future are coming from the place that we all love to call home, which is why my manufacturing agenda on day one will also be in the hopper. I got all the bills ready to go, Roop.
We have 30 seconds left for each of you to answer the following question. What makes you think you're the formidable candidate who can take on Mike Rogers? 30 seconds, Dr. Al-Sayed.
Well, poll after poll after poll has shown, despite what my colleague says, that I am the most competitive candidate to take on Mike Rogers. But it's also this, that you've got to have something you're fighting for. Ask yourself, if DTE funds both Mike Rogers and Haley Stevens, who wins? DTE wins. And Blue Cross and Big Pharma and Big Tech and APAC, all funded by the same people. We need a choice. I'm the only candidate in this race who does not take corporate money. And so I offer a real contrast to a guy who has never seen a corporate dollar he did not want.
Congresswoman Haley Stevens, 30 seconds.
Well, look, Governor Whitmer, Attorney General Nessel, the chair of the Michigan Legislative Black Caucus, Amos O'Neill, they all agree that I will be Michigan's workhorse, that I will stand up for us on day one, that I will beat Mike Rogers just like I have beat Republicans 4 times over.
Thank you so much. Congresswoman Haley Stevens, Dr. Al-Sayed, the vote is now in the people's hands, a week away.
That's crazy. Abdul says, I'm going to be a real fighter.
Yes, it's local, but
my
it's
opposition
national.
is funded by Mike Rogers and Haley Stevens is funded by the same people. They don't care who wins. This makes her less electable. She goes, I'm a workhorse And I got Attorney General's endorsement.
Stay tuned here on Fox Local. We're taking you inside the spin room where both of these candidates were answering questions from the
I'm just curious if she has the receipts. Yeah, I have the receipts.
Picks up our coverage next with reaction from tonight's debate live. I'm Rupert.
Oh, hell yeah. I can't wait to hear the fucking reaction. Okay, that was an incredibly impressive showing. That was an unbelievably impressive showing. Tremendous messaging discipline. It was unique. It was multifaceted lines of attack. Obviously, Haley Stevens is a target-rich environment, if we're being real. But god damn, did Abdul cook. Holy shit. He might as well just drop the doctor and call himself the chef, baby. Because he was chopping that shit up and down the block. Oh my God. It is actually a flex getting their endorsement. Stop laughing. We may be cooked, Hasan. No, it's not. It's not. Especially not on this debate stage. The endorsements stand on their own. Okay? Gretchen and Dana Nessel are popular. Dana Nessel is not. Gretchen is, but she's losing her popularity in the fucking state. If you think Dana Nessel is popular, you're out of your fucking mind. Dana Nessel is not popular at all. What the fuck are you talking about? Are you even from Michigan? Gretchen Whitmer used to be a lot more popular, no longer as popular in the state. But ultimately, what matters most in this circumstance is like what you are voting for, what you're advocating for. Abdul explained that.
From the questions
Haley never
of
did.
the media, there are other people
I gotta
joining us
pee.
in that spin room that are not part of Fox 2 that want to learn more from the candidates. So we're going to hear more questions tonight about this. Obviously, the primary next week on Tuesday. We also have a debate we want you to join in on. As you see on our screen right now, this is our poll question for tonight. Did tonight's debate change the way you're going to vote in the Tuesday primary next week? Yes or no? Chime in right now. The QR code is on your screen. We want to hear your thoughts on this, and we're going to continue talking about this because not only do we have the spin room coming up where we're going to hear from the candidates individually, but we're also going to continue with our reaction room live. That's going to be our post-debate, post-spin room coverage, and that's because we want to hear from you, all the people that are watching tonight. What are your thoughts? Did tonight's debate sway your decision? Are you angry with some of the responses? Is there something else you wanted to hear and clear up from tonight's debate? And some of you might be a little bit more confused. In fact, I'm reading some of our comments on social media, on YouTube, and so much more. So I want to hear from you guys. I would love to actually get you guys in our live Zoom. That's going to happen later in our reaction room. Again, a live look right now at our spin room where we're going to hear from each candidate individually. Now, I do want to recap a few moments that really set the tone of this debate, beginning with the AIPAC money. This has been a question that a lot of us have been really looking for answers for. Let's listen in to what was said during that part of the debate.
Many people ask the question about AIPAC, and
What is
it
this
seems as
fucking
though in
angle?
many instances you haven't directly answered the question. Do you see why some people are bothered by the fact that so much money, $40+ million, has come from AIPAC for these PACs to talk about you and to promote you and to put you up as their candidate?
Yeah, and I appreciate the question, Root, because this moment in this country and here in Michigan, people have every right to be frustrated about our campaign finance system. My opponent here on this stage, Abdul, he's got a super PAC that his father-in-law funds that has millions of dollars going into it. And look, in terms of foreign policy, you know, Abdul and I do differ. I believe in a two-state solution. He has attacked me by name for purporting that the people of Palestine and the people of Israel deserve to live side by side peacefully. The goal is always long-term peace. And also, the Prime Minister of Israel has
We can hear a
attacked
conversation
me
in the
by
kitchen.
name.
No, you idiots. It's probably from the live broadcast. I wasn't having a conversation in the kitchen, you dummies. It's literally the Fox broadcast mic. You guys are so stupid. There's no one in the house right now.
$1 billion has been spent on AIPAC spending to back your campaign. A lot of people wonder if that is something where you're going to do their bidding should you win this seat. Is that something people should be concerned about? And if not, why not?
Absolutely not, Roop. Look, I have been very clear, consistent, and transparent, and I have continued to be. I want to see long-term peace. I want to see a two-state solution. I am deeply proud to represent one of the.
What was the audio? Don't gaslight it. Okay, now I'm gonna. Is this it?
Of us have been really looking for answers for.
Many people ask the question about
on social media, on YouTube, and so I want to hear from you guys. I would love to actually get you guys in our live Zoom. That's going to happen later in our reaction room. Again, a live look right now at our spin room where we're going to hear from each candidate individually. Now, I do want to recap a few moments that really set the tone of this debate, beginning with the AIPAC money. This has been a question that a lot of us have been asking him for. We just saw them finishing off the shaking of hands with our very own Roop Raj and thanking him for hosting and moderating this Senate debate on our coverage here on Fox 2 and Fox Local. And once they are ready to walk over to the spin room, we're going to listen to them. Listen to what they thought about the questions, about the
Abdul explain that.
From the questions
Haley never
of
did.
the spin room that are not part of Fox 2 that want to learn more from the candidates. So we're going to hear more questions tonight about this, obviously all coming to us ahead of the primary next week on Tuesday. We also have a debate we want you to join in on. As you see on our screen right now, this is our poll question for tonight. Did tonight's debate change the way you're going to vote in the Tuesday primary next week?
That's not me,
yes
you
or no?
fucking dumbasses. That's literally from the broadcast. That's literally their hot mic, you dummies.
About this, obviously all coming to us ahead of the primary next week on Tuesday.
That's clearly you. Here, where is it? It's like right here, isn't it?
We're going to hear from each candidate individually. Now, I do want to recap a few moments that really set the tone of this debate, beginning with the AIPAC money. This has been a question that a lot of us have been really looking for answers.
We know, we want you to listen to what they were saying. I don't know what they're saying. I can't even understand what they're saying. But it's a hot mic from their broadcast. You can't hear me because I'm not talking to anyone because I'm pissing in the bathroom. I think I skipped past it anyway.
Off the ones. There is other coming to us ahead of the primary next week on Tuesday. We also have a debate we want you to join in on. As you see on our screen right now, this is our poll question for tonight. Did tonight's debate change?
Do you hear that? Do you hear that? Do you hear that?
Change the way you're going to vote in the Tuesday primary next week? Yes or no? Chime in right now. The QR code is on your screen. We want to hear your thoughts on this, and we're going to continue talking.
Idiots. You idiots. If you didn't say anything sensitive, it doesn't really matter. No. Why are you like this? Why are you like this? What, you think I was in the background? I teleported to the studio in Detroit.
Talking about this because not only do we have the spin room coming up where we're going to hear from the candidates individually, but we're also going to continue with our reaction room live. That's going to be our post-debate, post-spin room coverage, and that's because we want to hear from you, all the people that are watching tonight. What are your thoughts?
Why? Why are you guys like this? Y'all are actually mentally ill? No, 100%. The real Hasan is there in the room. Prove that you didn't teleport there. Why are y'all like this, man?
A month before you entered the Senate race.
Yeah, he asked specifically about the Senate race.
And look, to your Senate committee, I believe.
Yeah, he just asked about my current campaign. Yeah, Sam, did you have something?
Will you take donations from consumers in DTE if you
look?
I'm
running to beat Mike Rogers, and you heard tonight my opponent, make all these wild accusations talking about how employee monies that come from corporations are the root of the problem, except I'm leading the charge to take on DTE right now. I am leading the charge to say that you are screwing over your ratepayers, and I am going to strip your federal funds and force you to cut executive pay. I think that is damn good for the people of Michigan and what they need right now.
But will you
Thank
take
you,
money
thank you,
from them?
thank you.
You're not answering.
Yeah. Look,
Someone say you're not
I'm trying to
answering.
get to the United States Senate. Like, you can keep pushing me. I have no idea, if we're going to be able to do these major reforms. But what I want to see us get these reforms done. I want to bend, the way in which these laws that hold us back are.
Just last week, I said free ball. Free ball for any journalist that wants to get a good clip.
Attacked me. I'd never heard
Push
her say the
for
word
a
Trump
direct
albeit
answer.
once the entire time. I am leading the charge to take on his abuses of power. I am going to vote for comprehensive campaign finance reform. I'm not going to speculate about what employees groups are going to come together. But you know what? I will say this. Some of these groups, with the auto companies and this and that, my work in the Congress has always been directed towards the people of Michigan. I have 17 labor endorsements in this race, the most by a long shot, most of the building trades and the labor unions. But thank you so much for pushing on the question. I appreciate that, Beth. Yeah, nice to see you.
I want to ask about the conversation about Abdul's personal financial disclosure. I understand.
Yeah.
You might have just released it like 2 hours
Yeah,
ago.
and we still don't have the full tax return.
What should we glean from what he did release today? I guess what was the most
I think it was released like when we were pulling in, so I don't know. But it's just the bigger, hundreds of thousands of Michiganders voted. We're talking about, the campaign finance system. Why is this leading candidate on the stage here not releasing his full tax return and being transparent with us? We're going to go into a general election, and these Republicans have got all the dough in the world to try and flip this seat. You got Rogers already saying that he wants to run against Abdul because he thinks it makes it
They
easier.
are funding your campaign. AIPAC is sponsored by MAGA billionaires.
Yeah, site visit.
You have highlighted numerous racist articles written by news outlets that are owned by the likes of Paul Singer, for example, who is one of the major donors to AIPAC.
And we've done a UAW.
That's crazy. Your campaign is the one that's funded by right-wing billionaires.
I wonder, just talking to some of the Trump supporters there that seem to be licking their chops no matter who wins the primary.
76%. Did tonight's debate change who you're voting for? Yeah, they're 77% said no because they're all voting for Abdul. And 20% that was going to vote for Haley Stevens is now saying yes.
Attacks. I think what you have in the Michigan Democratic Party right now is the best of democracy on display here in Michigan. Abdul has put forward his ideas. I have put forward mine. He's run statewide before. Remember, he ran for governor. Then he continued to go on with his, book writing, and that's when I think he started that podcast show. We still don't know exactly who was paying him for that or where that money came from, especially last year when he was running for Senate, because I was just working and standing up to Trump last year when I was running for this position. And so, look, no one's talking about Mike because he's doing nothing. He lost to Alyssa Slotkin. He's told us very clearly what he wants to do, which is rubber stamp Trump. He's being dishonest with the people of Michigan, and he knows that on November 3rd, I will beat him and become Michigan's next U.S. Senator, delivering for us on day one to lower costs, to stand up to our stand up for our manufacturing sector, rather, and to stop Trump's abuse of power.
Congresswoman, picking up on that, what is your plan to win over the more stubborn Abdul supporters that he has brought into the fold that maybe weren't involved in past elections?
Well, look, I'm going to, work my heart out to earn every vote. I'm really proud to have a unique rapport with independent voters, as I always have, and I'm really proud of the unique coalition that I've built. Mayors from Lansing and Farmington Hills and Grand Rapids who, have endorsed my candidacy. And I'm so proud to be on the team. I'm on the team that believes in universal health care, on using the tax code. So
do you think the book writing avenue will work? I hate book writers, so I got to vote Stevens now.
Business creation, and so that industrial policy, like what I championed and got done for the CHIPS and Science Act, can be achieved in the form of.
Is she growing on me? Yeah, like a fucking cancer cell, dude. I've been so unbelievably annoyed with the shtick that she pulls off, because like, as soon as I realize she never answers a straightforward question, I've been losing it. Every time she just like deflects away over and over again, it just makes me more and more mad. My anger keeps compounding. No one who went to Cranbrook has this accent, by the way, such a put on. Yeah, bro, she's from fucking Nick Pollum's neighborhood.
Something else I'm leading the charge on. ICE agents that committed crimes from top to bottom need to be prosecuted. Those are real solutions.
I just didn't know that like people did this in Michigan too. Because I know people do this in the South, right? Like they do this in Georgia. They do this in Texas all the time. Like Ted Cruz is very famously a big time phony. He'll wear the snakeskin boots and be like, oh my God, I'm so Texas, whatever. I just didn't know that they would do this in Michigan too. No one who went to Cranbrook has this accent, by the way, such a put on. $63K a year high school. God damn. It's not even code switching. She's just fucking lying. It's Louisiana's very own John Kennedy. Is straight up the same shit. John Kennedy does this too.
Who's endorsed my race, Amos O'Neill, Congresswoman Brenda Lawrence, and
shut up. Oh my God, I fucking can't stand this. Everyone is endorsing me.
Members here who might chime in, and I want to earn their votes too. That's what this is all
about. If I feel this way, I'm sure Michiganders are going to feel this way too, though. Because, like, if you got nothing and you got Gretchen Whitmer endorsing you and you just keep waving that flag around, because, like, notice how Abdul mentioned one time the UAW endorsement. One fucking time. Okay, that's it. Because you got the clip off. People already know. You've already mentioned it, right? If you keep hammering on the point, if Abdul kept saying like UAW, Bernie Sanders, AOC, if he just kept doing that, he mentioned the teachers' unions one time and he mentioned the UAW one time. That's it. The reason why he doesn't have to do that is because he has a policy-driven campaign. She does not. He's got actual problems that Michiganders are facing that he can talk about. Kamala Harris did this a lot too, not the endorsements, but like constantly tried to bring up personal anecdotes about like how people are suffering with no adequate solutions to how you would address or alleviate that pain.
On the debate, a lot of what she's saying is, I've got the receipts for that. We've heard that multiple times. She's also addressed that her opponent was attacking her throughout the debate rather than going after Donald Trump, President Donald Trump. We're going to continue listening in on the spin room. Right now, we are awaiting to hear from Dr. Abdul El-Sayed as well, who is going to enter the spin room in just a few minutes to hear his take, his reaction on how this debate went. Certainly a lot more questions than answers right now, because it seems like a lot of questions were not answered around the DTE, and consumers' reaction was kind of mixed. We didn't understand if there were any possible solutions on the forefront there. There was also a mention of Dr. El-Sayed's tax returns not being given out. He says they were. She says we didn't receive the full tax return. So a lot of questions surrounding who's saying what is really out there, talking about the abuses of power as well with Washington, D.C. Of course, a lot more coming up here on Fox Local. We're going to continue this reaction room coverage right now, where we're going to hear just a few minutes from Dr. El-Sayed, his reaction to this debate. Some of the other things that were mentioned by him was getting health care. done. Getting health care through Medicare for all, and eliminating medical debt in this country. The one thing, though, how is this all going to happen? We want to know more about this, and hopefully he can chime in on what is the response to that. How do you get medical debt? But I know something about you.
Another school that I was at, that was Cranbrook, by the way.
You went to Cranbrook. That's a private school. We're just keeping a close eye on where things stand right now. You're taking a live look right now of possibly other press, other media maybe joining in on the spin room.
I will say this though, I love the energy of our young people. That's why it was important tonight.
Maybe just
that's huge, by the way. Yo,
viewers that we have.
I will say something here. You know what boomers fucking love? Young people getting motivated to vote for someone. Huge deal for Abdul. Okay. Like even when boomers are like, oh, I actually love Haley Stevens. There's one thing that is catnip for fucking boomers. It's a critical hit every time. When they see young people go out and get excited to door knock and campaign for a candidate, that literally bricks boomer brains. Okay, I've seen it everywhere. That's part of the reason why. I think Melon Quiros did so well as well. When boomers who would normally go for the establishment Democrat because they watch a lot of television, when they see a lot of, and yeah, old black people love that shit. Absolutely. Absolutely. If you, as a candidate, can draw turnout from the youth, every boomer will be like, that guy, he's got the stuff. Debbie Dingle said it. Debbie Dingle came to me and Abdul's rally. Okay. This was months ago before this became a national race. Okay. She went to that rally and she was like, I've never seen this many young people this excited
all the funders behind
this early in a primary.
Now, to say that somehow my tax return is more important to the voters in the state than the $60 million that have been spent in this race on ads, most of them attacking me at this point, I think is missing the boat. So happy to release everything. We released all of our personal financial. I'm not hiding anything. The question is, what's the Congresswoman hiding about the people who are actively funding her campaign? We're getting outspent in this race 12-1. I don't think people really quite appreciate what that means. 12-1. All money funded through super PACs, which is exactly what the ending of Citizens United is supposed to do. Now, when you can say you really want to get money out of politics or you want to end Citizens United, but then you are the principal benefactor of Citizens United, that to me seems just to be a little bit more of the hypocrisy that we've seen.
We're taking large money from family members, large amounts of money from.
I'll tell you this: my father-in-law does not want to send your tax dollars to the Israeli military to do genocide. I'll tell you that much. And also, again, 12-1, 12-1. Like the difference matters here. And most of any outside funding has come from, right? Working Families Party, UAW, American Federation of Teachers, National Nurses United. I've never taken a dollar from a corporation. She's hiding all the corporate dollars she's taken, or lying about it, frankly, that you all saw. DTE, $47,500 in this race, and frankly said, no, I haven't taken it. If you can lie about that straight up in front of a studio audience and like national television viewers, what else are you lying about? And so I'd love to have a conversation about transparency, love to have a conversation about funding campaigns, love to have a conversation about why she's taking money from all. So Chevron, Exxon, DTE, Blue Cross Blue Shield, Big Pharma, Big Tech, APAC. Who else? And then why did you and your mom have to go to Portugal? Like, that's the important question. We want to talk about family members, right? Like, why do you take your mom to Portugal? Like, did she have to get spun by the same corporations trying to spin you on policy so that, like, on the way home, your mom could spin you? I don't understand. Like, is this how it's supposed to be done? Is this how, like, when you go to DC, is that how they teach you you're supposed to operate? Because I'm not trying to operate that way.
Okay,
and
he's way more vicious off the debate stage. God damn.
Just how corrupting the corporate money has become. When they're flying you out to Portugal to talk to you about big pharma policy or big tech policy, when you come back, you're not doing the goods for Michiganders. You're doing the goods for those companies.
How do you plan on voting on the state capitol convention question in November?
The state capitol convention in November.
The con-con.
I have to be honest with you. Like, that's an interesting. I think you're the first journalist to ask me. I'm going to say no at this point. I'm vote against it. But I do think that we're due up for some updates, particularly at the federal level, right? I mean, so many of the problems in our governance
at the federal level right now are, we need to be rethinking them, whether it's the Electoral College, whether it's Senate rules like the filibuster, or whether it's
well, what's wrong with Portugal? Are we not good enough for international corruption? Is that what you're saying, doctor?
Life terms at the Supreme Court. I think a lot of these questions need to be rethought.
Do you want to respond to the accusation that you were promoting junk healthcare cures on your podcast? I'm reading about it now.
Yeah, well, no, I didn't, and you know, I don't know specifically what's being alleged here, but we were very, very specific, not in any of our reads to make health cures. It's interesting to me how much of this debate the word podcast came up, which is wild to me because I don't think podcasts have anything to do with the ability to afford your gas or your groceries. I don't think podcasts have anything to do with whether or not your kid goes to a good school.
I don't understand the Islamophobia about Abdul. Motherfucker's so American. Dog, his name is Abdul Rahman. His name is Abdul Rahman. Mohammed El Sayed, okay?
I know why the Congresswoman is so angry at podcast
He is American.
Hosts, but they're not the reason you can't afford your groceries.
He is America. He is literally the ultimate American. The problem is he happens to be Muslim, okay?
She's the only non-millionaire in the race. Is that true?
Well, I mean, I file with my wife. So if you count all of our joint assets, maybe. The Congresswoman I know files alone. And so you're not comparing apples to apples at that point. I know it's a convenient slogan and AIPAC wants to pay to put it on TV, but we're not comparing apples to apples. The question also has less to do with my personal finances and a lot more to do with the personal finances of the CEOs whose corporations she takes money from. I'd like to know how many billionaires made their billions off of votes that she's taken. Right? I'd like to, when we talk about millions of dollars, why $60 million in this race? I'm happy to talk about finances, but the finances that matter for most folks in this state are the finances that they're worried about, that are being nickeled and dimed because of the deals that too many corrupted politicians make as a function of the corporate money that they take. DTE, I'd like to talk about how much does a DTE CEO make? You guys know? Probably 10 million, something like that. So when you take money from, and the question is, are you going to regulate on DTE? What's the answer there? Yeah, you can write a bill and pretend like you're doing something about the problem, but what do you actually want to do when you take $47,500 and then are willing to lie about it in front of the world in the most watched debate in the country? Just frank lie. Frank, like in your face lie. No.
You have accepted money from the American Priorities PAC, which is a super PAC. You continue to say that you...
No corporate money.
So that's the difference? If it's a
I don't take corporate money. I've always been clear I don't take corporate money. And if you're angry because AFT and the National Nurses United are supporting our campaign, that's like what unions do to push back on the corporations. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, we take individual contributions certainly, but I'm not coordinating with any PAC. You know that's illegal when you ask. But also, let's just talk a little bit about scale here. How much are we being outspent? Do you know? 12 to 1. No. Answer the question. It's 12 to 1. 12 to 1. 12 to 1. So when you're talking about 12 to 1, like, let's actually talk about the amount of money that we've seen. And Michiganders are seeing it. Ad after ad after ad after ad. So if you want to say that the National Nurses United is somehow the same thing as AIPAC, I don't take that seriously.
The Congresswoman, when she was up here earlier, said she answered no to the question on DTE and consumers today because the contribution that she received in the FEC filings was the month before she filed for Senate, but it was later transferred to her Senate committee. But she said the question was specifically about the Senate.
So de facto, when somebody gives you money and then you take that money and put it into your Senate campaign, then the answer is you have taken money into your Senate campaign.
Do you think she should have answered yes?
I think the actual answer is yes. Like, the truth of the matter is, so she has a congressional campaign. Somebody takes a bunch of money and puts it in her congressional campaign, and then she takes the congressional campaign money and puts it into her Senate campaign, then by definition, she's taken it. And it's also really interesting, did she on purpose do it the month before so that she could answer that answer no? At the end of the day, throughout her career, she's taken oodles and oodles of DTE money. Oodles and oodles. So, like, part of me says, well, yeah, if you want a senator who's going to stand up to DTE, that's probably not it, right? That's what people are asking. The technicality of the money is a secondary thing to, are you bought off by the corporation? And the answer is yes. So when you take their money at all, at some point, you probably have a cozy relationship with
Oodles and
their
oodles.
PAC. You have a cozy relationship with their lobbyist. And when that lobbyist says, here's the bill we really want, that's probably the bill they get. And guess what happens to the rest of us? We end up paying, what, $3.99 to pay our DTE bill with a credit card? We've had our DTE rates go up faster than in 46 other states over 20 years. That's what that buys you. There's not, I mean, we pretend somehow that, like, oh, it's just money and people are fully independent. Well, why do they spend it then? I mean, money is cynical, but it's not dumb. So they spend their money to buy off politicians so that those politicians turn around and do their bidding. And it's the reason we end up paying more for less. It's the reason we get paid less for more. And it's the reason that our politics feel so corrupted.
Because if Haley Stevens wins the primary, will you support her in the general?
I've been super clear about the fact that we got to beat Mike Rogers. So yes, you guys keep asking me the same question.
What did you make of the comments from the Congresswoman about the tone of your campaign? Do you think that's a valid thing voters should consider?
You know, the tone that people are hearing, most of all, is the tone that's being brought to them by UDP, AIPAC, running attack ads on my character because I wrote an op-ed 15 years ago, or I ran against the governor and said that she was taking money from Blue Cross Blue Shield. So, let's talk about the tone of the campaign. I've told my supporters multiple times not to make fun of her. I don't know what else you would want from a candidate. I've literally said, do not make fun of her. It's unkind. I've said it multiple times, but I've heard nothing. Even when the question of civility came up, you heard it today. The question of civility came up and she used it to attack me. So I'm just saying that where is the incivility coming from? When you ask a super PAC that wants to take our tax dollars and send them somewhere else to kill women and children, and then in the most cynical way, put $10 million, $15 million behind attack ads saying I'm somehow disrespectful to women. Where's the disrespect to women? Or are we saying that the lives of some people don't matter enough? Because the lives of the people I'm worried about are the people who are not able to afford basic things, good schools, functional infrastructure, healthcare, whose money is being sent somewhere else because people like Haley Stevens vote to do it. Why? Because they take money from the exact
that was a
people
huge
who want
deal.
That done. That's how this process works.
Haley Stevens
and
voting
it's the thing,
for
I think most people are just sick and tired of about Washington,
$3.3
D.C.
billion
It's the
in
thing I'm
funds
running
to
to fix.
Israel
I'm
was
running on
such
three
a
things.
big
Money out of
fucking
politics,
mistake.
money in your pocket.
But she knows she has to do it because AIPAC literally took money away from 18 Democrats who signed against it.
For the corporations who are nickel and diming us at every turn. I don't take their money for a reason because I don't want to be bought off by them because I want to work for people.
Because the Congresswoman is trying to target your personal finances on this campaign trail, just a second.
Or the fact that I'm a podcast.
He's going to lose
right?
if he keeps proving himself literate.
Yeah. It's like a terrible
Americans
idea.
are sick
I
and
know
tired
you guys
of
are
goddamn
journalists.
nerds.
I mean, you tell me, man, you're journalists, right? You're journalists. Just don't host the podcast because then some enterprising politician come after you. I mean, it'd be an awful thing if you actually spent time, I don't know, educating people about public health like our podcast did. That's a terrible, terrible thing, I'm sure.
But what would you say is the highest valued asset in your possession right now?
I don't know. I don't sit here and think about it. And I'll just tell you that, people are going to pay attention to, just properties that literally my wife's family inherited and then put in their and all of their kids' names and then sold. And people are out here being like, oh, well. And I wonder why they're so focused on foreign properties with somebody with a name like mine. Do you think it might fit within a well-worn trope? I don't know. I'll let you guys make that consideration.
Why are people so angry? You said that at the debate when they booed her, it had nothing to do with your supporters. There were a lot of your supporters that were.
No, listen, we told our supporters straight up. And as soon as it happened, I called the Congresswoman. I told her that was unkind. And our people were under very, very, very strict directions. We are not going to be unkind to anybody because this is a campaign about hope in the future. I think what you saw is a deep well of frustration at a congressperson who's willing to get up and lie to you, who's not willing to answer your basic questions, who doesn't actually want to talk about the things that people want to talk about. And I think that's what you saw. Now look, I don't think that's kind. I don't think that's how we should do politics. I have told my supporters, do not make fun of the Congresswoman because that's not helpful. We keep it on issues. We talk about issues. Now, I'm just saying, I told you at the front of this debate that my opponent was going to talk about me and talk about her. And I was going to talk about the people. And at every turn, every single question was an opportunity for her to take a dig at me, was an opportunity for her to take a dig at the fact that I hosted a podcast, was her an opportunity to take a dig because I write books. I didn't know that was a problem, right? But apparently, we don't want a senator who communicates with the public, and we don't want a senator who writes books about the things that they actually want to get done. That's somehow an attack. I just think that at some point, you're seeing a campaign flail in real time. And we built this campaign from the ground up. I've been to 475 public events, the kind where we answer questions. Sam, you've been to a lot of them. You know that when the hands go up, I don't pick. I'm just like, hey, whoever it is, got questions, I got answers. Because I'm not afraid of the voters. I try to be transparent about what I run on, what I believe in. When the questions were asked today, I answered policy solutions, not attacking my opponent. But, at the end of the day, this has just been the most cynical campaign. When you ask $60 million coming in from all the folks who want to corrupt our politics to come in here and buy a U.S. Senate seat and then have the audacity to say that somehow you're the most electable, I'm so sorry. Like, electability doesn't need a $60 million crutch. Like, if you need $60 million to get out the primary yourself, and I want everybody here to ask, do you think that $60 million materializes in the general election? Because here's the thing, who's paying for it? Well, we don't know, number one, but big pharma, big tech, DTE, Blue Cross, and guess what? Who else are they funding? Mike Rogers.
When you run a
So they don't
millionaire
care which one of
podcast
them
host,
win.
expect this to
So you're
happen.
going to see $60 million come in here in a primary. And if they can eke it out, that guess what? All that money that was the crutch is gone in the general. Now we're supposed to talk about electability. I
is the-
always been
by
of the
the
people,
way.
by the people, and for the people.
They're
Actually
so
inspiring
cooked. They're
people
so
to come
fucked. They have
out
nothing.
to be a part of a politics they believe in. Now, you know, I didn't know holding big rallies was a problem, but
I have to
would
say it
think
was
that that's
refreshing
actually
that
a
they
good
didn't bring you
asset
up in the debate.
politics.
Yes, because bringing me up in the debate is poison for even AIPAC's very own attack dog, Haley Stevens. They already tested that, and it fucking failed. I turned into a litmus test for Israel. That's why Haley Stevens is not doing it. AIPAC will try to slam some attack ads in the mailers, but that's the whole
I'd be
reason.
happy to have no outside spending at all on my behalf. If it meant that $60 million wasn't spent against us, what would this race be?
It's
And then you have
failed
the
so many
audacity to say
fucking
you're
times. It's
electable.
going to fail over and over
Let's get
again.
serious.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's why Mallory McMorrow stepped on that landmine, and that's why she's not, she's no longer in contest, right? So that's part of the reason why Haley is not doing
Who
that.
do you think? Who do you think's going to win?
Holy
and
shit.
also, who won tonight's Democratic debate? We have a poll question for you right now, so that we can hear your thoughts and see what you
95%.
think.
Dude,
Was
okay,
it
look.
Congresswoman Haley Stevens?
Polls are obviously
or was
fucking-
it Dr.
internet polls are
Abdul
bullshit,
El-Sayed
but god
that won
damn.
tonight's debate? Also here to break down who he thinks might have won the debate is Dr. Peter Trumbore from Oakland University, professor and chair of the Department of Political Science. Dr. Trumbore, good to have you join us in the studio today.
Thanks for having me.
So you watched this debate here on Fox 2. Who won? Biggest question. Everyone's wondering.
Yeah, so that's actually a question I don't like. Because to me, it's not about winning and losing in a sort of a horse race sense. It's about how well did the candidates do in getting their message across? How well did they do in drawing a contrast, not just between themselves, but between themselves and their likely opponent in November in the general election? And I think on that score, I think the two candidates did a good job. Both of them did a good job in terms of drawing contrast between them.
Okay, answer the
I
question.
think
What are you, Haley
Congresswoman
Stevens?
did a better job of she thinks she would be the better candidate to take on Mike Rogers in November. Which is frankly an issue that El-Sayed really didn't get to until the last few seconds of the debate itself, right? And so I
They
think
had to take the
on
poll
that
out?
score, I think it was a good night for both candidates. I think the statistic you had earlier about this hasn't really changed a lot of people's positions on who they plan to support. I tend to look past the primary to think about who was likely to be a stronger general election candidate come November. And I think the viewers may have gotten a pretty good sense of who they think that might be.
Now, I do want to get into
Who do
some
you
of our
think it
viewer
is?
questions.
Just say
These
Haley
were,
Stevens, big dog.
Posted on our tag board, hashtagged on X. And Dr. Trumbore, I want you to help me with some of the reaction here. I'm going to read some of this right now on our live coverage right here. One person named Jake writes, "It's fairly obvious Dr. Abdul El-Sayed will defeat Haley Stevens in next week's Michigan Democratic Senate primary. The question now is, by how much?" Now, given this question by a viewer, is there a defining moment that may have stuck with viewers with Dr. El-Sayed?
So I think that commenter is probably being wildly optimistic. However, I think one of the key points that El-Sayed was trying to hammer home was this idea that Stevens is in the pocket of corporate interests and is in the pocket of these outside donors who have flooded the race with money. And it is true, there's an unprecedented amount of money has been spent on this primary so far. And this seems to be the primary, the key point of contrast that he's drawing with Congresswoman Stevens is that she's taken all this outside money, and that means that she's not going to stand up for Michiganders. And the counter is, I haven't taken any, at least not from corporate interests, and therefore, I'll be working for the people of Michigan. The problem with that narrative is that she's got 4 terms in the House of Representatives she can point to and say, here are the concrete things that I have in fact delivered. So I'm not sure that commenter is, say, a neutral party. That sounds like the kind
I don't
of
think
thing
you're
that
a
someone
neutral
who has,
party.
already decided that their vote's going to go for El Sayed would toss into a public message board.
I do have a lot more questions coming in from our viewers, but before we get to some of the rest of them, is there a moment?
That's my
during this
professor. What the
debate
fuck?
that will end
Why
up
is your
in
professor a
national
Haley
headlines
Stevens dick
Oh,
rider?
I don't think so, and that's a good thing, right? Because typically, if there is some slip or some pithy remark, it tends to be superficial, and it tends to be sort of a rage bait, clickbait, meme bait kind of moment. And I was frankly happy to see that both candidates seemed pretty sober and serious about the message they were trying to deliver. And to me, that's a good thing, right? I don't turn on debates for the theatrics, as theatrical an environment as it can be. And so
you saw a
to
lot of
my mind, if there's
substantive
no
policy positions from Haley Stevens there, who kept crying about how Abdul is a podcaster.
quality of the debate.
Really?
Now, also,
This is
Dr.
what goes
Trumbore,
for
as a
poli-sci
professor who's
professoring?
done a lot of political science coverage, especially here even at Fox 2.
Come on, big
Was there a
dog.
moment where you said these candidates just keep going at it, but they don't have results? They don't have the receipts. I know we've heard we've heard Congresswoman Haley Stevens saying, "I've got the receipts." We heard Dr. El Sayed saying, "We're going to change things and we're going to get rid of corruption." How? How are you doing this? We want to see the how.
Yeah, and I think that that's an important question. I do think that the Congresswoman has a better chance to make the case that she has, in fact, delivered. She has a record that she can point to. She has a record of bills that she sponsored, bills that she's voted for, bills that she's passed, that she can say, look, this is what you've hired me to do as your representative, and this is what I've done. And, and El Sayed does not have a record like that. Now, that's not to say that he was not effective in his roles with Wayne County and the city of Detroit. But that's a very different kind of arena in which, the stakes are as important as they are, they're different. And so I think, especially when you look at some of the things that El Sayed was talking about, Medicare for all, retiring the nation's medical debt, abolishing ICE, the key question, whether you think those are great ideas or not, the key question is, how are you going to do it?
Yeah. Oh
And
my
how
God.
are you going to do it?
Oh my God,
in,
this guy.
A Senate in which, in the debate, El Sayed advocated getting rid of the filibuster, which is frankly the only tool that the minority in the chamber has to derail the policy plans of the majority, right? And so it's great to get rid of the filibuster if you are in the majority, but don't have enough votes to overcome it. It's another thing to be the minority party, hoping to be the majority, and advocating for that position. It's a little bit ironic that Donald Trump has been calling for the elimination of the filibuster as well. So to hear El Sayed talk about it tonight,
Because we're gonna win the
after we heard
fucking
President
majority.
Trump talking
Shut
about
up.
getting rid of the filibuster yesterday and today, as some irony to it. That said, getting rid of the filibuster has long been a dream of political figures on left and right. Because they recognize, right, that they can get more done if they have a very slim majority than if they have to get 60 votes. But 60 votes requires that policies be bipartisan if they're going to get through the Senate. And I think that's a good thing for our democracy.
Dr. Trumbore, I also want to ask you, because there were two pivotal moments that kept coming up. One of them was Congresswoman Haley Stevens taking money from DTE. That was one thing that kept coming up about.
He's like, yeah, we really fucked up on that one. I
the
mean, not we. I mean,
finance
Haley
system.
Stevens,
And
whose
it
campaign
seemed
I'm not a
like,
part of.
Even when our very own Roop Raj asked her about, it seemed like the answer wasn't given effectively. It wasn't a yes or no response right away. With that being said, we also had Dr. El Sayed, who wasn't answering really the tax returns and whether or not he said he delivered them. But did we really see them? And then he mentions that his wife was also on the tax returns, and that's why Congresswoman Stevens is a non-millionaire as opposed to him. Now, with that being said, and the two candidates, for someone who is on the fence about who to vote for, is one situation maybe perhaps worse than the other when it comes to a voter who's undecided?
And that's an interesting question. So let's start with El Sayed. What he has said is that he's done all of the required financial disclosures. That's not the same as releasing your
We
tax
haven't
returns.
seen 'em, right?
That's not the same as releasing tax returns, which goes into much more granular detail about the sources of your income and all that sort of stuff. Than a campaign financial.
Bro, this guy's a doctor of spin. He's a spin doctor. I don't think he has a doctorate in political science. I think he's a doctorate in spinning for fucking Haley Stevens. What the fuck? Bro, who the fuck is this guy?
The spin room.
Chatter,
that,
your
yes, I take this
professor
money 'cause I want to win the
sucks.
Senate seat. And unfortunately, in our system, the Supreme Court has decided that money equals speech. And so the fact that both candidates talked about the necessity of campaign finance reform, to my mind, is a good thing. You know, the fact
see
that,
the YouTube
that Stevens
comments.
talks about putting forward legislation to essentially ban members
Where are
of
the
Congress
YouTube
and members of the
comments?
administration from insider trading is long overdue, right? And, you know, the
He's
unspoken
literally
accusation
making
from El
shit
Sayed
up.
is that because
Establishment
Stevens takes
loves doing everything
corporate
that they
money,
can do to
then
shut
she is
out
a puppet of the
Abdul.
corporate masters.
This is insanely
And I don't
misleading
know
and
that you can
borderline
actually
lying about
draw
Al
that-
Sayed and
that clear
Stevens.
line. You know, you would have to take a deep dive into what her actual legislative record is. So he gets away with
This guy's
sort of
100% establishment?
accusation of
Is
corruption
this Haley campaign
without being
staff?
able to sort of really point it out and say, okay, and here is exactly where we see that quid pro quo, rear its ugly head. So he implies it's there because she takes outside money, but where is the moment where he says, and here's the piece of legislation that proves that she is sort of a dishonest bad actor.
Now, Dr. Trumbauer, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to continue this
Dr.
reaction
Rusty
room.
Trombone,
We
dude.
want-
Get the fuck out of here. Spin doctor ass. Him glazing her so much the poll results on screen is hilarious. I know. God damn, dude.
the QR code, take that poll question, join us on Twitter or X, and let us know your thoughts. Is there a question you want answered? Because coming up, we're going to take a quick break, but we're going to hear from our very own.
Like, how do you try to make this argument that Haley Stevens is an honest broker when she got 60 million reasons not to be? When she just straight up lied on the debate stage, which is supposed to be a big fucking no-no about her donations. Yeah, the stuff that they're yelling about Abdul Al-Sayed is the fact that Abdul Al-Sayed's father-in-law has some properties that he has in the name of his wife, and they sold it recently. Okay, so that's what they're claiming. Like Abdul's getting funded by, foreigners or some shit. It's racism, for the record. It is transparently racist. There's only one candidate that's being funded by foreigners in this race. It's Haley Stevens. Okay? Foreign interests, rather. Israel's interest. The idea that Abdul is he's like a fucking multimillionaire. He's got 1.7 in net worth, total net worth, when him and his wife are both doctors. It's also totally ridiculous. How drunk do you think Neera Tanden is right now? Oh, yeah, I was calling out Smeara earlier, too. Yeah, Dave Weigel also made a pretty salient point. He says the campaign that's grabbing any piece of bad news in Oppo that floats into view and making that their daily focus is usually in trouble. Stevens had a theme and has had a theme. She's the pragmatic Democrat bringing jobs to Michigan, will work with anybody who has passed bills. But the Stevens cheering section seems to be grabbing for anything that could portray pig and throwing it. Yeah, even the ogre thing, desperate. Podcast endorsements, like, oh, your podcast is funded by fake cures. Also bullshit. Also bullshit. Total bullshit. Yeah, Politico immediately wrote an article saying, LSAT comes under fire for ogre and a Pike leak comment. The people cited in the article are Shannon Watts, Fred Gutenberg, and Neera Tanden. All three that are tangentially related to the Haley Stevens campaign, if not directly have endorsed Haley Stevens. They're basically acting as a de facto surrogate for Haley Stevens. This is journalistic malpractice. I'm assuming Adam wrote this article, which is kind of messed up. But, it's not Adam. Never mind. It was Liz Crampton who wrote the article. Adam Ray did not write this article. He's on the beat. He's on the Abdul Michigan beat. That's why I assumed he wrote it. But again, This is bullshit. Hasan watching this debate like a white man watches a favorite football team play, like he's the one calling all plays. Good, no notes, man. Just get him on the field. I'm sorry. Excuse me for fucking being excited. Yeah, in the political story on reactions, the campaign didn't respond. That's odd. But we'll keep this exchange up for transparency. If he thinks Fetterman is an ogre, maybe you should take that up with his campaign consultants who worked to elect Fetterman. Yeah, calling your female opponent an ogre you want to put on a pike is not beating the rap that this race has some serious sexism, says Smira Tandon. I called her out on this too. I said, Smira Tandon lying again. Abdul called John Fetterman an ogre. She knows this, but she's shamelessly lying anyway. What do you expect from the team that brought us the original Obama is a Muslim lies during the Clinton-Obama primary? Yeah, remember, never forget, Neera Tandon is alleged to have been the person who sent the photo of Obama wearing a turban to the Drudge Report initially. Because the Obama is a Muslim stuff didn't start with Donald Trump. A lot of people think birtherism came from Donald Trump. That's not true. The birtherism did not come initially from Donald Trump. He just kept dunking on it over and over again. Roop Raj is on, my goat Raj.
Ogre on a pike comment that apparently Dr. Al Sayed made on a Zoom call with campaign folks in which he was talking about John Fetterman, not Haley Stevens. He made that distinction, but it called into question the tenor and the mood of a campaign and how one should be moving forward, and challenging Dr. Al Sayed to ask the question perhaps that was alluded to in those ads, is there a better way forward than with mudslinging? And so the question and the answer we're right there in front of everyone to say, to hear and to see. And I think it's really important that people are able to not only listen to the answers, but not in sound bites, but rather to watch their faces. I have a feeling that most people make their decisions not just on answers that you could read somewhere, but based on how they reacted and the tenor of this particular debate.
As far as
Miller, you have prominent Democratic opinion makers, spokespeople who are praising Mao. Hannity, dressing as Mao. Stephen Miller.
They have 35 DSA candidates running this midterm.
Yes, and all the recent primaries that have been contested in the Democratic Party have been won by socialists and communists. And to your point, minus Fetterman, not a single leader in the Democrat Party has been willing to condemn the Democrat Socialists of America, again, who represent an ideology.
To give, first of all, that's not true. There's hella people who are doing that, okay? But then again, to give credit to like maybe Elisa Slotkin, who has in the past done that, like at least some of the more serious Democrats understand that this is just, this is a bullshit smear campaign that they should not engage in, with the exception of like Josh Gottheimer and stuff like that. Never cede on oppositional framing. It doesn't matter if you're a Democrat who fucking hates my guts. Do not do that, okay? Do not fucking do that. Even if you agree with them, keep that shit to your fucking damn self. If you want to keep your seat, if you want to keep being a Democrat, you know, I'm an outsider. Oh, you can say that all day. It doesn't fucking matter. First of all, I voted for Hillary Rodham Clinton. I voted for Joe Biden. I don't give a shit. Okay. Having said that, okay, the idea that you would listen to this bald Nazi fuck, and go, he's cooking on this one. I never agree with him, but he's cooking on this one. You're a piece of shit. Okay? And in the eyes of the voters, you are far less a Democrat than even someone like myself is. Okay? You can run around and say, oh, Hasan's not a real Democrat all day, every day. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. When you agree with a Nazi like Stephen Miller, you're de facto a Nazi. Okay? That's it.
That in the last century killed tens of millions of people. You have prominent Democratic opinion makers, spokespeople who are praising Mao. These are people
dressing as Mao. You don't have that suit at home?
I don't. Very popular in the Democratic Party.
Fuck you. Suck my dick, you bald Nazi freak. Look at this testicular looking motherfucker over here. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. I wish we didn't have to also fucking fight people who are supposed to be fight people who are also supposed to be ostensibly on our side, you know? But they're not.